You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Stage 1 in South America's given us heart attacks, heartbreak, and a hefty dose of I told you so. Two of the league's best are already in playoffs, two of the league's newcomers are already knocked out, and the mid-table could still go through some shuffling with only 2 play days left. It's day 8 of the round robin, and it's time to see who else survives or who doesn't. You're looking at a drone shot of Sao Paulo, but it's time to head back inside. Hello, I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson alongside Siege Greats, Laxing and Foxay. Lax, how's your summer been? Have you picked up bricklaying or something when I wasn't looking?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. I mean, this past week, I've been nothing but outside, being in 95 degrees, just super hot. But I mean, if you've seen my pictures on Twitter, you'd see, I'm a professional bricklayer now.
I'm not looking at the bricks, I'm looking at the other stuff in those pictures, namely specifically what you look like, because I can't look at anything else every time I see those. Good to see you too, Fox. You keeping this guy's boomers takes on the desk in check, right, still?
Yeah, I mean, it's going pretty well. Obviously, I didn't get to see Lax this week, so I kind of missed them. And obviously, we miss you on the desk too, Jacob, so excited to work with you today.
Appreciate that. Obviously, there's still a lot of things in Brazil that are yet to get fully decided, so let's dive full on into Playday 8 because there's some teams that have already qualified for playoffs and some that have already been knocked out, but that's usually what happens when we get this deep in the round robin. The first 4 games on deck are all between teams that are below the top 6 threshold, so all of them still have the opportunity to earn points, but 2 of them still have the chance to get into the said top 6. It's just going to take a little bit more effort to get there, but then the rest of the day is full of squads who either have already made it or are trying to get into either that really firm, safe position within those top couple of spots, or could absolutely still get knocked out. Gentlemen, is there any game on the docket that looks most interesting to you? Lax, what do you think?
Honestly, I'd say Liquid 9Z. I mean, Liquid has kind of had a little bit of resurgence here in the end, finding their win against Black Dragons, then beating Los yesterday, putting them in a position to possibly make top 6, whereas throughout the majority of this stage, we all were writing them off. They aren't going to be able to make it. So that's going to be a game that I am looking forward to, and I think you said it before this call earlier that there's going to be a little bit of hate watching for Liquid going into today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Liquid needs it to be able to stay involved with making that top 6. I mean, I think you could really cut the cake anyway and take a team, and there's some type of importance to it. I'm looking at, obviously, Furia Loud, 2 teams that could pretty much solidify their spot in that top 6 if they get a win today, and both teams kind of had a little bit of a up and down so far throughout this SAL stage. That being said, if one of them can just close it out, show a little bit of dominance today, get that win, get into the top 6, they go into the next Playday and playoffs a little bit more confidently. So obviously, they can just figure it out. One of those teams got to come out on top.
It feels like the way that the games went yesterday, most of those results were, if the stage started yesterday, they would have probably been the results that most people would have expected, in cases like FaZe getting a dominant win over one of the newcomers, Liquid actually beating Los by a wide margin, which it's taken a long time for us to get back to thinking that Liquid was back to normal, but then that game almost seemed like, hey, if you showed me this game 3 months ago before the start of the stage, it would have looked like everything was totally fine. W7M beating Nip was a good one. FaZe BD was also really close, and then Loud going to overtime against ENX was also a little bit strange, but we'll also run through a couple of plays based on the way that those games went yesterday, sponsored by Intel, and a lot of these plays overall were very, very close, down to the wire clutch moments. That was all of what we had on the docket from yesterday. The first one, STK managing to successfully get a 3-man clutch outside garage on a successful Chalet retake, Fox. This one was down to the wire, but they also snuck a defuse in here too.
Yeah, no, obviously you don't see diffuses like this that much. I mean, the coverage was definitely there, but getting a post-plant situation with the drone hole, I mean, there's no real scenario where you should be losing this. ENX kind of misplayed it, obviously. They planted the diffuser. Sometimes you have to put it in a bad spot, but no one was in a position to look through the drone hole, and the coverage from STK was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, to put it bluntly, this is an unlosable situation for an ENX, and they still lost it due to amazing coverage, just being able to pretty much one-tap each individual player. ENX kind of misplays it a little bit. No 3-2-1 swinging at the same time, but hey, I mean, it was their round to lose, and they lost it.
Second play is Resets managing to clutch up a 1v2, especially this last engagement against a Clash. He's got plenty of time laxing, but still, it feels like there's no way he should have realistically won this round.
Yeah, I watched this yesterday, caught a glimpse of it, and it kind of made me scratch my head. Now, I think Legacy kind of forgot that Clash's electric charge doesn't hurt your opponent anymore, where this is a dire situation for Resets if we're back on old Clash. But with new Clash, you just get slowed. You don't take damage. And then when it comes down to the 1v1 right here, a little questionable from Legacy swapping when he's in front of him, not putting his back like most Clash players. But I mean, it was a good round from Resets overall to be able to bring this back, close out this round. But again, you have to put that on Legacy's end of kind of just giving it to him, not really making him work too hard for it. But again, you know, these clutches can happen. It just comes to realization that you gotta play these situations a little better. I'm sure Legacy was kicking himself in the butt for this, but you know, it happens.
Yeah, Legacy kind of looks like he kind of gives up here at the end once he starts getting hit. Just doesn't even bother to keep backing up. He's like, oh, I'm on the wall, it's over.
Last play was also play of the day from yesterday. This is Dots whipping out not only a really good coverage play against this Clash, but also whipping the pistol out in Finding Fantasy with less than 2 seconds on the clock. He manages to get in here right at the very, very end and laxing.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, I'm not going to focus on this first one because this would piss me off if I'm on the other end of this and I lose it. But when you get this next kill, the drop shot, like, let's be real. He is 1 HP going against this shotgun. Even if he was 100 HP, Fancy just needed to hit, like, the tiniest piece of him, and he managed to get slightly above that shotgun blast. Where realistically, again, just one of those tiny little pellets nick you, and you are absolutely dead, and that goes in NIP's round. But it was a great clutch from Dots, nonetheless.
It feels like almost every time, like there was an opportunity for a clutch. It happened yesterday, and then it's a pistol drop shot for some reason, Fox. Like, of all the ways to end it, it happened like that.
Yeah, a drop shot in 2025, you never think that you're going to see something like that. But obviously, I mean, with the pistol, you just kind of go into it hip firing. You hope you hit the shot, but once you miss that pump shotgun, that first blast, you're giving the other person Dots the time to essentially get a cleaner shot in. Obviously, good heads-up play. I mean, I feel like the last two clips are rounds that we really shouldn't realistically be seeing at something at this level. But when there's a lot of pressure on the line, you know, mistakes happen, and obviously great players will be able to capitalize. And that's the name of the game for the SAL, is they have so many great players. There's not really one team that's lacking a star player, you know. I think the NAL could use a little bit of star power like this.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The NAL's already got enough Brazilian players in it. You'd think that maybe some of that star power would have carried over, but we're still working through it. And it's also close to the end of the stage at this point, so maybe some of these plays are expected because teams are scrapping for all the rounds they can get and all the points that are still left on the board. But now that we're this far through the stage at this point, 2 months on the CJX build, EK went to go and check real fast whether the pros were actually satisfied with the way the new ban system works. So let's see what the pros had to say.
Eu não vou mentir, no começo, ali na primeira semana, eu achei bem ruim, porque a gente está acostumado com esse sistema de ban antigo há, sei lá, 5 anos, jogando aí, mais até se pá. Com o tempo, pensando melhor, treinando, começando a estudar os bans, a gente viu que na real foi bem melhor. Trouxe táticas novas pro jogo, assim, e uma adaptabilidade maior também durante o jogo.
Alright folks, we can now say the new ban system went from 99% approval to 100%. Yeah, let me break it down for you. After some serious convincing by Felipox, CJX's operator ban system has won everyone, no exceptions. But hold up, we'll get to our players' thoughts in a sec. First, remember, pro play bans work differently from ranked. Here's how it goes down for our competitors. Teams ban 4 ops right off the bat, 2 defense, 2 attack. Then, before round 4, they axe 1 more attacker and 1 more defender. The match rolls on until round 7, when the whole process resets until the map ends. Now I need one of Siege's smooth-talking pros to explain how this ban system actually shakes up matches.
O jogo fica muito dinâmico, tipo, o time não sabe o que você vai fazer, você pode vir com um plano de jogo totalmente diferente, assim. Pode banir, tipo, multi e usar Green Dams do KEB, pode tirar Warden, usar de Ing, muitas bangs. O que mais acaba acontecendo é você tirar, no ataque, você tira os shields, né, que são um pouco roubados, assim, querendo ou não. Você sem jogar shield, mano, sem jogo de shield, tipo, é um FPS bruto, quem tiver mais mira vai ganhar o jogo, provavelmente. Deu um dinamismo enorme, assim, pro jogo.
Wait, so this new ban system screws shield ups? You're telling me, Yask? And would you look at that? Liquid's IGL called it. Data from the first 25 SAL matches shows shoot ups like Monty, Blackbeard, Blitz, and Clash are getting banned into oblivion. How much will this warp the meta? Too soon to say. But what we can show you right now is what our pros think overall.
Bom, muito bom, porque faz você pensar mais do que você já pensava antes. Pensar em pick ban, pensar no ban de operador, pensar em terceiro ban. Então, um estilo de jogo que muda muito e bota uma dinâmica maior no jogo.
Sistema de ban muito legal também, porque a gente já está tendo muitos operadores, então é bom ter o aumento de bans, senão fica bem, né, difícil assim de poder counterar tudo ao mesmo tempo.
A gente ficava bastante perdido no começo, acho que todos os jogadores ficavam bastante perdidos no começo. Agora, vendo na prática, assim, com o ban na tela, eu acho que fica bem legal. Você consegue fazer halves muito fortes, né? Seja tanto de defesa quanto de ataque, ou também usar counters, né, muito específico para o outro time e não ficar full dependente de banir só uma coisa ou outra, sabe?
tem muitas adaptações que tu pode fazer. Então, agora tu não pode mais só basear num ban de operador que eles podem fazer de target. Então tem 2 bans. Faz os times serem muito da zona de conforto. Agora tu vai ver táticas muito mais diferentes, com operadores que a galera não usava tanto, mais táticas de Glass, de Ying. Isso mudou muito o meta do jogo, tá bem mais complexo. E eu acho muito mais da hora, porque eu acho que depois de muitos anos jogando os mesmos mapas, começa a ficar meio padronizado. E agora com esses bans novos muda bastante, acho que até pro público.
Well, there you have it. The only thing we're banning here is disliking this video or our players' opinions. Thanks everyone, see you next time.
Yeah, 2 months with CJX, and it's already been super fruitful with the way the bans have come in and shaken up the whole way the game is played. Lax, I don't know about you. I've been a huge fan of the system so far. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we've been needing a new ban system. Obviously, we saw it first be implemented during Reload, and I think it really took a lot of teams by surprise. And in my opinion, it definitely heavy favors attackers more than defenders, just for the simple fact you can't swap off. But with being on attack, it leaves so many different options for you to be able to remove operators as you continue to go on. So it's a huge plus for me in terms of the directions that we needed to take in order to add a new ban system.
Yeah, strategically, it keeps teams a lot more involved throughout the game because obviously you have that third ban that comes in after round 3. So it makes it so that you constantly have to be adapting, especially as an IGL. It adds another layer of minigame potential to the banning system. And then we've already seen teams talk about it, you know, oh, well, I wanted to ban this op, but then they were going to ban Warden, so we didn't ban the Ying because they were going to ban Warden, or then we thought we'd have to bring like the amount of mental prep that you have to go into the game, and then once you're in the game, you have to kind of figure it out as you're going on. It keeps things very fresh and constantly seeing different lineups of operators that we haven't really seen too much of come played a little bit more. So obviously, I think it's pretty good as a whole, especially for a game that's been around for 10 years.
Let's briefly touch on standings as so far through 7 play days. There are 2 teams that have already qualified for playoffs, and they're the 2 teams that you expect in FaZe and W7M. But 2 teams have also already been knocked out, and they may have also been 2 of the teams that might have been on the chopping block early. That's 9Z and Los. Both of them do not have the sufficient points threshold or the opportunity to make up enough points to get into the top 6 because Furia and Black Dragons have already widened that margin too significantly. So, Fox, there's still 2 chances for teams to get into that top 6, but they're going to need to do a lot of work on their end and then some.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, today, like, we have 2 potential games with NIP being able to get a win to solidify themselves into that top 6, even one of Loud or Furia. But, I mean, I'm more or less looking at the teams at the bottom. You know, Lax mentioned Liquid. Obviously, when you're at the bottom, pressure makes diamonds. So, obviously, one of these teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard, you know, I'm looking at Liquid, I'm looking at ENX. If they can just fight, muster with everything they can, get a solid final 2 wins, you know, maybe we see a little bit of an upset, a team knocking Black Dragons out, which has been a team that has been kind of doing a really good job at keeping it close with a lot of the top teams. You know, it's really anybody's game right now.
Yeah, and I mean, even if Liquid and ENX do get wins today, it doesn't change anything in the standings. And then we're looking further into next week of then who really can possibly clinch that last place in top 6. As for FaZe and W7M, I'm pretty sure just for W7M, they get their win today, they automatically solidify themselves in the top 2 no matter what. Where between 5th and 2nd, those can be shifted around, but realistically, I'm more so looking at the 7th, 8th place, trying to get into that top 6, and for Black Dragons or Furia to just lengthen that gap between those 2.
Los are already knocked out, ENX still have a chance, and that's our first game of the day. But the future is only halfway in ENX's control. They need a win in their next 2 games, preferably in regulation, and then hope that BD and Furia lose their next 2 in order to still have a shot at staying alive here, Lax.
Yeah, and, you know, we've seen ENX be competitive. Sure, they don't have the best showing in terms of looking at standings and results, but they have kept some games close. I mean, notably, NIP was a 7-5 versus Black Dragons. It was an 8-7. I mean, they definitely can get a win here today. I would say it's their best chance of getting 3 points going in today versus Los, knowing that Los is out. It's a matter of are they just going to flop, or are they still going to try to be competitive and get more points in the end? Because at the end, Los doesn't gain anything here. It's all on ENX. ENX needs this win. So they need to be even better than what we saw yesterday, where yes, they did get a point, but they need these regulation wins going into this match.
Right, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, with having such a game so close against Loud to be able to lose, yes, they do get a point, but man, you know, when you're in a situation like that, you're a team at the bottom and you're keeping it close to one of the best, it really feels like you're overcoming a mountain just to be stopped once you get to the top, to be able to go down the hill, and they fall short, they lose. They could have got that win. It would have been able to get them that a little bit more of a push. So going into today, they'd be able to have an easier time. Obviously, next play they play Furia, which it would be for all the marbles, assuming Furia loses today. So obviously, a lot of pressure still on their shoulders.
They lost 6-8 on Cafe yesterday to Loud. Florio dropped 16. Bach dropped 14 in a game where that opening frag carried a ton of weight. But Los also lost yesterday 2-7 on Labs against Liquid. And it didn't really seem like there was a point where they ever really took control. They couldn't defend against Liquid's quicker tempo. And I think their attacks still look a little bit more complex than they can handle so far, Fox.
No, absolutely. Los, right now, it's all about the lack of adapting when it comes to their attacks and their defenses. It looks like when things go awry, they don't really change anything up. They constantly throw the same attacks or same looks at the opposing team, just hoping that they can maybe solve their problems with a little bit of gun skill. Obviously, they are one of the two teams that can't qualify anymore to the top 6. A little bit of a loss for Los in the season, hoping to go to the SAL and find different success because they didn't have it in the NAL. And obviously, the most amount of points that they ever got all of last year was 4 points. Now they're stuck at 4 points. So if you're looking at the season as an upside and you're Los, maybe get an extra point, maybe get a couple extra points, try to gatekeep maybe Black Dragons the next Playday or just ENX today. Obviously, you're trying to go into it with a learning mentality. Let's try to take away from it. Obviously, not the way you want to end the stage, but it is what it is. Los just has a lot to work on.
You would hope that this game has the same level of competitiveness overall as the last time they played, because it was only a couple of months ago that this was the grand final of South American Challenger League to determine the teams that were going to get into the SAL in the first place. But by the time they played that game, both teams had already made it, and it was just a matter of which one wants to get the first place and a little bit more on the glory point side of things. But overall, even though this matchup might have looked really good in an SAL or in a challenger context, in the big leagues, both teams still looking for as many points as they can possibly get. Now, we'll make a transition into map bans real fast. Both teams have played 5 maps thus far in the stage, both to varying results. ENX have only won on Cafe and Border so far. Los have only won on Labs. So by the time we get all the way to the very end, it's Clubhouse. So a map that neither team have really had a chance to break out so far.
I was going to say, if you're ENX, you want to find comfort. And thankfully, they are getting comfort in Clubhouse. This isn't a map that's going to be too crazy. They want to be their absolute best. But this is, speaking in, you need to be your absolute best. You win based off of your attacks in Clubhouse. And right now, Los is the worst rated team in attacks at 33%. So it's a little scary, but thankfully it is Clubhouse. So there should be some hope once they get to that defensive side. But again, it's really going to start on their attacking half.
Yeah, absolutely. Attack is the bread and butter of Clubhouse, but you're right. It's a very default, very basic map. So a lot of the players, whether Los is having their issues on attack, it doesn't matter too much because it's a map that every single pro player in any league, in any region, should be able to understand the fundamentals and the basics. So, you know, it's very difficult for you to mess up Clubhouse, but obviously the great teams are able to excel on it. And I think at the end of the day, Los, we want to see them put up a fight. ENX, at the end of the day, I think everyone wants to be able to see them win to keep that potential going into the next Playday to maybe make that top 6. Obviously, it's ENX's game to lose, but it hasn't been easy for them. But if we saw the performance that we saw yesterday going into today, yesterday against Loud, if they can keep that level of confidence, that level of consistency, they should be able to get out a win.
Los have played it so far twice this stage and lost it both times. ENX have yet to play at this stage, and so far they're just trying to add another map to their pool and see how well they're able to use it in Tier 1 play. Let's bring in our casters real fast. We got Ace and Dez on the horn for today. Good to share a screen with both of you gentlemen again. It has been a hot minute. The number 9 and number 10 attacking teams could make this an even game on paper, or Los could drag ENX down to the cellar with them because they've already been knocked out. Dez, is there really a favorite in this game in your eyes?
You're really scraping the bottom of the barrel there, I think, Jacob. I'd probably say no, only on the basis that you can look at numbers, you can look at stats, you look at the opponents have had to face along that journey, though. Those are the things that have mainly influenced those outcomes. I think it'll be a real battle between the two, and it's hard to call which one comes out on top.
Same question to you. Any thoughts?
Yeah,
Favorites?
a favourite would
He's
be a
40
strong
years old
word,
now. You
I
don't know how
think.
to follow it. Don't worry. It's all good.
A favourite would be a strong word between these two, realistically. ENX have got more to fight for, but who doesn't love spoiling a party? Los are going to be out for it. I think ENX come away with it, if I'm honest. I think Los, a poor attack, poor on Clubhouse, it'll be them.
Los have already stopped the drive. ENX are trying to survive. We head to Clubhouse as the racetrack, and Dez and Ace are in the booth for this one.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Yep, first game of the day about to come up, Tim. It's been, God, it feels like episodes are cast together now, but it really hasn't been that long when you think about it. The best part of, what, a week and a half or so? And we're back and good to go. But the region itself, I mean, we haven't been here for the last 2 or 3 weeks. We were here the first weekend, then we've let others take over, and now here we are at our penultimate Playday.
I know, it's absolutely rattled through, hasn't it? You know, we're going to be into playoffs before we know it, and this is the bit that I love of every stage. You just really get into the decisions. You get into teams making it, teams not making it. So the stakes for this one, as we've said, Los already can't get into that top 6. ENX can, but not directly with a win here. A win here will take them up to 7th place and 2 points behind Black Dragons. So they're still going to be reliant on kind of other results going their way. But it's like I always say, you can only win your own games. You've got to let the rest take care of itself. And ENX, they need to come away with 3 points on this one.
Absolutely agree. I mean, as you've already heard from the desk saying, for Loss, there's nothing to fight for here. You could say it's a lost cause. Absolutely. God, we are so insufferable. We'll talk about the bans for a second here as well. We've had the Thermite ban come on through. An interesting one looking at, because we've said this about teams in the past and we've cast them across various regions. If a team struggles to get together the basics on the attack, the best thing you can do is take away some of those necessary tools like Heart Breachers and just watch them flail.
Yeah, I think that's what you do if you're Los. You just come in and just make life as difficult as you can, really. Just be a complete and utter nuisance. You know, we've seen them now take away the Thermite, take away the Blackbeard, just take away those operators that you know that teams are, in Blackbeard's case, going to abuse, in Thermite's case, going to be essential. And look at this, straight away, absolutely beautiful peak, takes down Sexy Cake. That's going to be your Yingon.
It's not a
good start for ENX.
It is not. You're right. That Ying being the one that's gone. I mean, it's less about the operator in this case, and truthfully, it is Sexy Kate, because as we've heard the desk speak about, and speaking to Fresh earlier, you know what his thoughts have been over the last few weeks as he's worked most of these days. That Sexy Cake has kind of been the guy for him, the point man, and he is surrounded by these other players, so I've got a bit of experience, but maybe not quite to the level that he's got. We know how much of a story player that he is, and I think him being offline is what's going to sting. Only real upside here, of course, is he can now sit and be that intel or the shot caller for his team as they try and make something happen, but they're already getting absolutely crumbled on here. Not quite sure why Legacy fancied himself out of a window. And then, in fact, no, it was Kurtz who was trying to jump out of a window. There's a swing coming in from Farius as well, out towards the side window, and that's that south balcony shut down. So, despite what I said, the jump out looking a little bit weird, I actually think it was pretty good from Lost 3 players, all springing out at once, and it's absolute chaos in the ENX camp. They can get nothing going in this round. A nice first round win here for ENX. Oh, sorry.
Yep. Great start. Great start. Gets them something going at least. Like you say, Loss, that's just what they're going to try to do every single round. It's just make a nuisance of himself. We're going to see those spawn peaks. And the thing is, ENX should be ready. Sexy Cake's been around this. You know, the other players have got experience, but Sexy Cake's been around this for a long, long time. He should know that coming in here, they're just going to be looking out of every window. They're just going to be an absolute nightmare. It's going to be like playing with a wasp in the room. So, yeah, they need to be more prepared for that is the top and bottom of it. They can't be giving away these attacking rounds. They could have this effectively won in the first half, really. Get themselves a really good 4-2 on the attack. And ENX are going into the second half absolutely laughing because we know that Los have been really poor on the attack. So, yeah, get your rounds in now and force them to do it in the second half. And, you know, you've gone a long way, but they've just given one away to kick things off. Not a good start for ENX. And we move on. They're going to be attacking CCTV and Cash this time.
Like I say, steady on. I mean, you and I have had a recent experience in a couple of cases, a few games actually, over in EML, where we were like, oh, 5-1, like they're playing out of their skins. Think about G2 versus Virtus Pro being the great example. It seemed like G2 were out of that game when they were 5-1 down the first half, but managed to bring it back and win in overtime. After seeing games like that, you just don't know what's going to happen in either half of the game. Like, it could be an outright domination here from Loss. ENX come back and dole out the same one. They're on defense, and then before you know it, we're talking about overtime. That's the kind of madness that we could yet step into. Of course, still a long way to go, so nothing to really talk to us right home about just yet, but I'm kind of at the point now where I no longer feel safe saying, oh, yeah, they could easily take this in the first half. I'm like, nah, they couldn't.
Let's get into it then. Us are going to be looking to prevent them getting access into warehouse particularly. And you can see they've already got the mirror window. That's going to be opened up. It's not going to stop that Selma charge detonating. That's going to force that. To be honest, that does the job. It's nice if you can get the wall open completely, but you don't really need to if you're ENX. So long as you've got that line of sight, so you can play somebody on rappel. What's going to happen now is Los as defenders aren't going to play in CCTV. So the breach has done its job. So ENX can just play somebody on the rappel, watch cash door, which is you want to stop this as army bouncing back and forward into CCTV. You want that line of sight so they know that there's danger there, and then you can start thinking about where else you take it. Looks like they're stacking up for a heavy construction-sided push. They are going to have a problem on doing this, though, and it's going to be a big clash-shaped problem.
Yes, I mean, there's a lot here to slow them down, right? Looking in towards the mirror, in towards the clash, as you say, also in towards that castle, the keeper barriers, lots of constructions they've got to try and work their way through. And this is lots, I think, acknowledging that ENX aren't going to be particularly quick. It can be a good way to waste a bit of time. Our main concern is already, as you've seen, they're starting to ask those questions of what's going on inside the site here. Maybe bit up a little bit more than they can chew here on the side of Loss. Sure enough, a second kill comes on through. A 5v3, and I was about to say, surely Loss have got to spring into action. They were so active on the defense last time round, but Sexy Cake does its thing, Tim. 2 kills come out. It's a 4 versus 1. Legacy with it all to do, and half a round still to play. This is not how I saw this round playing out, because that composition really wants to play a little bit more slow, wants to play behind its utility, but instead they're going out and around the map trying to contest. They're not reinforcing off basic walls like this. It feels a bit much from Loss.
Yeah, way better round from ENX. Just went in and took advantage of every opportunity they were offered, really. Like you say, you know, certain walls not being reinforced, Loss kind of trying different things. They just isolated them, picked them apart, and did really well. Loss need to take a lesson from that. If they want to play spoiler here, if they want to make ENX's life difficult, that's what they should do. And by playing behind reinforcements, by getting the traps out, by slowing the rounds down, that's how they're going to achieve that. You know, sort of throwing a dice and saying, yeah, we'll give this a go. I get it. It doesn't really matter too much to them. It's a good opportunity for Loss. You know, sometimes we look at these situations and I think this is a great opportunity for Loss. You've got your scrims, but scrims are scrims. We're in an official game here. You're going to get a different performance out of teams against you, so it's a good opportunity, if you know that you can't get into the playoffs, to actually try some stuff, possibly, and say, you know what? We're going to come in here and we're going to see if this does work in, you know, the clear light of day, you know, outside of a scrim. So I don't blame us for giving it a whirl. But, yeah, if they want to steal a few more rounds and make a game of it, I think, rather than trying to, you know, go for the sort of pocket plays and trying to confuse the NX, they're just going to get run over more than likely from an ENX that know that they need 3 points here. I think it's a case of slow them down, you know, give them a good roam to clear, give them traps to play through and make life difficult.
Don't get me wrong, a lot of it was on Sexy Cake's 2k in the mid-round that really set that round up for a win for ENX. I think outside of that, maybe actually the more aggressive strategy works out. And look at this, Tim. Speaking about aggression, they're trying to go in nice and fast here. Maybe bypass Legacy. Let's put them in the backside a little bit here. But they're in and trying to look themselves to go for a plant. Already being shot the whole way through. There's Sexy Cake with a nice shot on towards Legacy after he just about found out Ages on the step through. So we're into a 4 versus 3 here for the defenders. Make it a 4v2. It feels like Loss has staved off that aggression, Tim. But it wasn't without merit, to be fair. ENX have tried something here. They've just been hard shut down by that clash shield that slowed them down the entire way through.
Yeah, Loss were ready for it. I'm fully expecting to see a clash ban come in from ENX after this round, to be honest. That round 4 ban, I think, will be taking away the shield because Loss have been putting it, at least in this round, to good use, and you just know that they're going to keep abusing it if it's left on their side. And having taken away the electrification and denial already, ENX do have the freedom to do that. But 2 versus 4, 1 minute 30, time is on their side at least. They need to get the next kill. That's the top and bottom of it. Whichever, you know, where this shakes down, if ENX want to win, it's going to start with getting this next kill and getting back to 2 versus 3. Praying that they don't get droned here, but Kurtz will be drawn. Going to relocate, but they know he's there now. There is no excuses for ENX to walk into him. No,
that is
too
crazy.
Easy, too easy.
Yeah. I mean, I thought he was taking a massive risk in charging his way across the front door then. I was like, you know they're nearby. Like, we're over halfway through the round. Of course they're going to be nearby. Could have lost his life for free there, but no, managed to slip that net. They had no idea what was going on. and he's got himself a freebie there. Florio's got it all to do, and I just don't think in a 1 versus 4, as we saw last round, it's going to be recoverable unless he can hit 3 more shots like that one. But we really are asking for something special there in saying that.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen realistically. Florio goes for the second, manages to get it. Kurtz was super low health. That was an easy fight to win.
Oh, here we go.
All he needed was any bullet to connect. Hand, foot, leg, didn't matter. Anything would have done it. He's got a clash to go up against. They're just going to play him behind the shield. They'll get it locked down on the ground and then peek around it and find the kill onto him. There you go. Easy as that. There was no way that Lost didn't win that one out. It was a nice sort of, it was a nice fantasy. It was a nice dream. But no, it wasn't going to happen down into basement, that one. So Lost take round 3, go 2-1 up. And if ENX don't ban Clash, they might just be trolling.
I completely agree. It's been a terror for them across all 3. I mean, okay, first round maybe a little bit less so, but I think across those 3 rounds, that has been the big difference. They need to see it taken away. That goes away. You take away a lot of the strength of Arthur, who's been playing an awful lot of it so far as well. There we go. The Montiel, though we interestingly only saw it in that last round, is also going to follow. So I'm always a bit uncertain in this case when you've already mixed and matched bans a little bit here. You still need things like the Blitz Online. We know that some teams have been running things like Fuse as well. They still have shields they can play behind if they want to. Clearly feel more comfortable going off against a Blitz here. Of course, whether or not we'll see them step onto that is a different conversation. But for ENX, I wouldn't be shocked if you do see more shield play coming out of them.
No, absolutely. Just bring the Blitz instead. Like I said, it's not in the lineup at the minute. But over the next 3 rounds, I think, yeah, definitely use that to be an agitator to try and disrupt this defense. ENX don't need to kind of, reinvent Siege here. They just need to come in and disrupt this defense. Just force them out of positions, play the Deimos, play the Ying, play the Grim. Make it very difficult for them to stay in the positions that they want. Take ground, don't rush in headlong. We saw that in round 1. You just get picked off at the beginning. Just get yourselves in, confidently established inside of the building. This time we're on gym and bedroom. So what do they want to do? Get jacuzzi wall open, get CCTV wall open straight away. Basics, tick boxes. We're on a tick box map, the tick box map, realistically, with Clubhouse. Just get those 2 walls open, get Logi Hatch open, and then get yourself into CCTV, top red, take cash, move into control. Just slowly take that map control away from the defenders and just force them to move around inside. Once you've got those windows, they'll give you picks and you'll end up winning the round.
I'll say now, one thing I'm slightly nervous of is the amount of hard breach being brought in this round. Like, think back to the days when you basically knew what 3 of the 5 operators that attackers were going to bring to this map was. It was always going to be a Thatcher, and there were going to be 2 hard breaches at the very least. Now, of course, variety has been introduced to those hard breach gadgets. I'm a little bit nervous that the Ace is our main hard breach. Ace fell off the...
What's going on? What is going on here?
Sure, he hasn't gone off from falling off the wall, has he?
Whatever's happened, Des, we're in the first minute and your Carly's downed. I've just said, coming in here, all they need to do is make sure they tick in the boxes. Don't lose people, take map control, and then displace the defenders. That's all they need to do to win rounds here. And I look up and Carly's down.
I'll report back in 3 minutes when I've seen exactly what the hell just happened there, because I am extremely curious to know what's happened, who's he been shot by, as he fell off somewhere. Like, I need to know what happened. We missed it in the moment, but we'll find out, no doubt. But like I was saying, your Ace is your own real hard breach. If you lose Florio early on in this round, you're absolutely screwed. He's managed to use one of the Selmas, but on this site in particular, there's quite a few things you need to be able to chew your way through. Looking towards the CC breach, looking towards Jacuzzi breach, often the VIP wall. That's a lot for 3 Selmas and 2 hard breaches to get done. So I'm a little bit nervous they won't have all the tools to get the job done. Especially not when it's being used on the construction wall. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. ENX not doing badly here. They've got themselves into cash room. If you remember, I spoke about map control. They can now start using those windows. So Sexy Kate can start using the utility from the Grim to force defenders to move, and they should get picked up as they move from the windows. That's the plan. But they need to make sure they're doing that. Bok is going to lose those 20 HP that he was given back. Going to be taken down. That's your Kali gone. Not ideal, because generally I would have expected that to be probably the person playing on the windows looking to pick up those kills. But they can replace it. Always not lost for ENX. What is lost for ENX? It's a lot of time here, Des. 2 minutes 30, and they've not really started disrupting this defense. The defenders are still in the same positions that they started at the beginning of the round.
It's that measure of botheredness against him, and it's not super bothered right now. Saying that, a nade gets a kill of all things to start things out. Arthur to fall himself down here, bring us back to a 4 versus 4. It's doable for ENX team, but with them still pushing in towards smokes, I'm a little bit nervous for them. The trade coming out, Sexy Kate being caught out at the same time. That pressure starts to build, but they've got to go now. One kill to Farius, the second player in the window he didn't know about, and now maybe they can get the plant down. No, simply not enough time to make it happen. ENX can't get it over the line, and Tim, again, I come back to what I said there towards the end. The defenders weren't really bothered until there were 10 seconds on the clock, and that feels like a little bit late to start applying pressure.
It is too late, Des, and I've got the answer on the card there. Fell off the roof. So, you know, I don't know. That can't be happening.
Give me time. I'll find out what happened.
No, it is. They fell off the roof. I've just checked it back. Fell off the roof. So, ENX, I'd love you to get the 3 points. It's nothing against loss before you all start shouting, Pious Gas. It's not. I just want somebody else in the mix for them playoffs. Loss can't get themselves there. I'd love to see ENX take the points here, get themselves up, put some pressure on Team Liquid, put some pressure on Black Dragons. Big names. You know, let's have ENX in that fight for those top 6 spots. But they're just not helping themselves at the minute. Yes, Loss are poor on the attack. Yes, they are probably going to have a much more successful second half. I still think 3-3 should be the minimum they should be aiming for here on the attack themselves, because it just then gives them that foundation to think, you know what, 4-2, we don't need to do anything spectacular on defence, and we get this 1-1, we get our full 3 points. They don't want 2 points, they want a full 3. They don't want to go to overtime. And right now, I just feel like they're not doing the basics, and it's a little bit frustrating to watch. You can't be falling off the roof. You can't be giving that kill. Have you just watched it? You can't be, you know, giving that kill away to Kurtz. If you remember on the last, you know, where you've droned him out, you've seen he's at main door, and then you're still just approaching, and you let him step across and spray you down. Like they're making too many mistakes right now, ENX.
I couldn't quite believe you when you said that he managed to fall off the roof, and I was like, how can you fall off the roof there and go down? He's gone onto the ventilation system and then fell off that diagonally to get himself down. That is pretty
takes
special.
Some effort, that does.
I'm actually very impressed. Don't know how someone's managed to achieve that at this level of play, but here we are. Anyway, a lot of pressure is starting to build up here. As you saw around that main stairs, 2 or 3 players all gather together. It'll be enough to force back the defenders. Lost just happy saying, okay, then cool. We forced a little bit of space here. We can step back now. Fine. I don't mind the way they played the defense so far. However, we're seeing quite a bit of pace being shown out by ENX. That blitz, as I said, might come along at some point, has now arrived in Sexy Cake's hands, and they're starting their march on forward. And almost by himself here, he's forcing back the remaining Lost defenders. Less than half the round gone, and they're already starting to ask questions at this front door. But, Tim, what about the main breach?
Yeah, Sexy Cake's done great work on the blitz there. It's not easy on the blitz to keep your feet covered.
Stop talking, Tim.
Up to that point, Sexy Cake had done some great work. Forced his way into construction, taken 0 damage was my point. It's not always easy to do that on the blitz, but then he's going to be shut down. And again, Los are standing up well to the pressure.
Have we not got main breach?
You asked is very... I was going to say, the question you asked is very, very valid. What has happened with the hard breaches? And this is the problem. Look, they are able, Lost, to just stand defending inside of CCTV, and they're taking full advantage of that. They've got angles onto the windows. They've got angles onto construction, which is why Sexy Cake died. And now we open the main breach with a hard breach charge. It's not really enough. It does give you those angles, so they can't play quite as freely in there. But there's only 45 seconds left to go. ENX need to get moving. Los are actually playing them really well at the minute on the defense. I want to give Los the credit here as well, because they're not getting overexcited. They're not getting over-aggressive. They're kind of allowing ENX to make the mistakes.
Yeah, you've had Boxer real late on here rotate over and use one of those hard breach, kind of like the tin openers as we call them on that main breach, which is something, but like you can see here, it's not like the end of the world, I think, for the defenders to say that, as they do finally lose Arthur out to that spot, and now we have all the utility starting to rain on through. Plant is going down, but it's a 3 versus 2, and they haven't cleared out all these key positions. Top Red was still in control of the defenders, and Lost just almost really wait for the attackers to lose the round there, I want to say. This has been, questionable.
They've done a great job of that. You know, what's the old saying? Never interrupt your enemy when they're busy making mistakes. And I feel like that loss are actually playing that really well. They're just like, yeah, that's cool, no problem. You know, if you're not going to open the main breach, that's fine. We'll play from CCTV until you do, and we'll get a couple of kills. And they're just using it really well. So from Loss's point of view, I think the opportunity spotting is good. I think, you know, taking advantage of the mistakes that are being made and the opportunities they're being offered, I think has been good. ENX, I'm disappointed. I can't put it any other way. Yeah. I'm disappointed. From a team that needs 3 points, I think there's, you know, they're just not ticking boxes on Clubhouse of all maps. This isn't Nighthaven Labs. This isn't Layer. This isn't something that's big and brand new and, you know, lots of stuff to figure out. This is a map they've been playing for years.
Yeah. I'm always like, I mean, I say always, you're normally the person, and many others would agree with it, is like, yeah, you praise the ones that are winning rather than looking at those that aren't doing so well. But there will always be questions. Yeah, you do always try, granted. But it's hard to be able to do it too much when, Loss are beating what's put before them. What's put before them, though, really, like you say, isn't befitting of a team that knows they need these 3 points to be able to stay competitive. So, we have really got to see ENX shape up here. They get away with 2 rounds off the back of this. Okay. You can forgive that when you go back after this game and look back at the standings and see, okay, they got 2 points attacking Clubhouse. All right, it is what it is. Maybe you say they should get more from the bottom place team. Fine. As long as they come out and defend well, you can forgive it. But the attacks have left a lot to be desired.
Here we go. This is going to be a good last round for ENX. The Ying is good. I'm manifesting it. I'm manifesting them getting
don't cast the curse it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Manifesting them getting back into this one. Right, they've got, what have we got? We've got Legion up on the catwalk. Gone. Good. Sexy Cake takes him down. They've got the breach open. They've got the angle to prevent him playing there. Don't forget, this is a basement defense, so they are clearing a top floor roam here. This is not pressure straight onto site, but they have made it difficult for Lost to play up there as defenders. But they've Lost just up the aggression a little bit and find a good kill again. They always seem to have an answer to this ENX attack, but Nigel managed to take down Legacy. 4 versus 3. The question now, what can ENX do, and will it be enough with the man advantage? They've got plenty of time. They need to make sure they force these 3 final defenders back down to stairs or kill them, back down to basement or kill them, which is going well. 4v2, slow down now.
I mean, the problem is, though, Tim, Outlaw's just so keen on getting into fights here and now leaves himself down to nothing. He's the last man left alive and he's inside a garage here. No way! He's on for the ace to clutch at the round for his team. What an outcome this could prove to be. And Florio's got to work his way forward here, too, in this 1 versus 1. He's had a good round by himself, mind you, Tim. Florio has opened up a couple of chances for his team, but Outlaw might be able to completely crush that here. 13-2. Could make it 14-2 if he finds this last kill, but there's still a minute to play.
You look at it, you think, you know, would the score still be the same? I don't know. I think it possibly would. I think he's got himself a lot of kills, playing fantastically well. But as I say, I'm not saying he's been fed them, but ENX have certainly given opportunities. Florio does just tease a little bit with that diffuser. He's going to actually stick it this time, is it? Now he manages to shoot out the nitro, but he's locked. This is whoever wins the gunfight. Outlaw comes away with the ace. Absolutely beautiful stuff. There was nowhere that the Hibana could go. It was whoever came away with the headshot probably wins that fight. Simple as that. And it's no surprise to see Outlaw 14-2 now. Absolutely flying for loss, but there is still a big question mark in the air, and that is the second half of this game. Loss have not been good on the attack. Let's just have a look at their win percentage on the attack, because they're going to have to do it now.
I said it was like down at the bottom of the table, wasn't it? It's really
33%, so not good. But on a 5, honestly, the problem, and this is why I'm so frustrated with ENX, the problem now is that 33% Des is actually good enough for Lost to win this. So they don't even need to improve on their bad attacks. It's enough. It will get them 2 rounds and they win.
Bad is enough.
That's the situation now. Bad is enough for Lost.
It is.
To win this and take 3 points.
But what I look at in that last round really is it really summarised a lot of the half. Like Lost, as we said, played the game before them, but that game before them often felt like watching a ranked game where every player was keen to be out of windows, at doorways, being aggressive around parts of the map that, being honest, you wouldn't normally see at this level of play. And I honestly think from Lost, it's a game plan they're taking in, is knowing that ENX aren't the most coordinated, they can disrupt them in the early round, they can catch out a couple of players by playing in spots you're not used to, i.e. not letting ENX play PvE for the first 2 minutes of a round. That's where they find the win. So it looks like absolute chaos from Lost, but I think actually that more chaotic style favoured them really, really well. They probably could have won also by being a bit more sat back, as we saw in the one round that they did lose. But you know what? A 5-1 half, I think you'll take that here. Like you said, they've now got a shot they can do. They've only got to play to their standard. Let's just hope that standard was better than what we saw out of ENX here. And again, for Lost, this game means nothing. They can fight 9Z for who finishes bottom and who finishes second from bottom. It's not really that big a deal, other than a little bit of pride.
I'll say the same for Lost as I said for ENX. They don't need to do anything special here. They just need to do the basics well. They just need to come out and get the right breaches early. Clear the roamers. Don't lose bodies while you're doing so, and give yourself time at the end of the round to have an opportunity to execute. If they do that, I would expect them to pick up at least the 2 rounds that they need to win. But we expected better out of ENX in the first half. I think it's only fair to say that. We didn't expect them falling off roofs and failing to open walls for over 2 minutes. Let's see what we get out of Loss.
Oh, okay. Onwards we charge. And of course, bans, we get to that second half, we get the rebans come on through. Same defensive bans coming out, double electrification. On the other side, it's a double shield ban. So naturally, with the Thermite being left to go through, Outlaw is straight onto that operator, because when someone's 14 and 2, Tim, why wouldn't you force them onto Hard Breach? A kid, I'm very sure he's happy playing on the role. Hard Breach, I think historically you'd always look at them and go, oh, only a support player would play them. But as we've seen from a lot of entry players, things like an Ace can also do the job, especially on maps where you require quite a lot of utility in Hard Breach. Use a 3 Salmers, and then you're a free walking gun. You could argue it's the same here for Outlaw. When he's already got these walls opened up, use both exothermics, he is now a free gun to go and do as he pleases.
Running will continue for now. They've got the walls open that they need to start taking control of cash and construction.
Shoot the booty. Shoot the booty.
Misses his opportunity, but no, Kurtz walks in and manages to find Angels. Gets himself a second. ENX they've not responded well to this. The Ying is going in. Bok is down. It's 4 versus 2 effectively. Lost come away with the win. Guarantee themselves overtime. Take away at least 1 essential point from ENX. And honestly, the way they've played today, I don't see any ENX taking anything away from this game now. I don't think that Lost are going to lose 5 rounds in a row.
Yes. I struggle to see how ENX fight their whole way back in. They're taking their time out now. Probably would have trusted seeing that more in the first half when they were losing quite a few of their attacks. That would have been the time to squeak out an extra round or 2. But now you're at this 5-round deficit. It is a massive mountain to climb. I know what we said earlier on, or at least what I said earlier on. I've been looking at games that are 5-1, just thinking, yeah, this game is so done in the next 2 or 3 rounds. And before you know it, you're at overtime. With how that first round played out, I could see Lost getting this one done and dusted here in the next round, unless ENX can really buck their ideas of going into this next round.
It's going to have to be a hell of a tactical timeout, put it that way. It's going to have to be a hell of a tactical timeout here. You can kind of see it on the faces of the players. They already look beaten to me there. They're, very downcast. They know that they needed 3 points out of this one. Let's be honest, 2 points is better than none. So, yeah, still try and get that overtime win. Try and fight your way back into it. Do everything you can. But I don't know what's going on with this team today. We've certainly seen better performances out of them over stage 1. They've got more talent on the team than they're showing us. But it's just not happening.
I reckon.
We all have bad days. We all have bad days. But this is just a really bad time to have a bad day, because you need that win today if you're ENX.
I mean, part of what probably throws it is the map choice, I think, as well. For ENX, Clubhouse is their least preferred map. It's the map they just refuse to play. They will not go to it. Blair is the one that they hate even more, admittedly, but the Clubhouse is down there at the very, very bottom. It's one of their least preferred maps overall. Probably what they had in their mind was that they saw it get played a couple of weeks ago. Lost played against W7M, got battered there, and thought, oh, we can replicate that result. If we take some lessons from W7M, we'll be all good. Problem is, W7M are the best team in the league, and I don't mean this in a horrible way, like, you're not. Therefore, it's always going to be a bit of figuring things out to do. They've come in and just looked very, very lost, and maybe are a bit unprepared for this map compared to what they expect, and that weakness of it not being a map they'd often play. Normally, you'd see it banned away by them. Only when it's banned away by the opposing team first or second do they not see it banned away by themselves. They haven't done the full prep for this. They aren't fully comfortable with it. And they do look at times like a team that hasn't really played the map before. They look like they're coming into it for the first time and almost being surprised by everything that Lost has thrown at them, even on the attack or on the defense.
Like, you're absolutely right in what you're saying, Des. You're absolutely right. But I'm just gonna follow it by saying, but it's Clubhouse. Like, it's Clubhouse. Like, I get it, and it may be a map that you don't want to play that up, but how many times have we said, you know, as a tier 1 team, you got to have a clubhouse. You got to have a clubhouse because you're going to have to play there at some point. You're in the South America League with some of the best clubhouse teams in the world. W7M, Furia, both fantastic on this map.
Bloody hell, Outlaw.
Absolutely terrible, you know, sorry, terribly good on this map. And so you're going to have to play it at some point, and you've got to be prepared for it. And I tell you who has been prepared for it. Outlaw's been prepared for it.
Oh, mate.
He's just absolutely decimated him. It's his playground, 15-2, and just nothing that ENX can do to stop him.
He just can't be stopped today. Admittedly, the ace definitely helps prop up them stats, but even without that, he's 10-2. Like, he is absolutely flying. But even looking at the last round for Lost, again, the checklist in their minds, we've got double hard breaches. These are the walls that have got to be open. Everyone goes and does their things inside 75 seconds, and then we'll focus on the executing, thinking about moving through the map together. We didn't see that same composure from ENS back in the first half. Either way, this one might be about to close out pretty soon. You've got the Ying on side, of course. You've got the Blitz as well. It's Flash City down there, Tim. No one's going to be able to see anything. You'll be able to start a rave with all the strobe lights going off down in that basement soon enough. To free next now, it's about holding and hoping, if nothing else, that you can win out this 4 versus 5.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, and this is, you know, I talk so often about disrupting the defence. What do I mean by that? I mean exactly what's going to happen to ENX. You're going to have Grim Bees going. That's going to ping out the defender in that position, meaning they have to move or just get challenged and die. You're going to have flashes coming in. You're going to have a shield running out. You know, there's going to be so many things that make it difficult for them to stay in the position that they want to. And that's going to be the big problem for this defence over the next 30 seconds.
Sure, and the pressure's starting to build now. Of course, all the utility has come out, so now it's about finding kills. 20 seconds to go, and they've found 1, they've found 2. Outlaw is pressing onwards here, already at 16-2. Make it 17-2. He wants a 4th for himself. The Sexy Cake goes down to Kurtz. Unsurprisingly, Loss have absolutely steamrolled their way through ENX, even though they had nothing to play for. Extremely well played. But ENX will be kicking themselves here and thinking, that's a chance of us still making playoffs, now completely gone.
Yeah, absolutely that. They've not delivered when they needed to is the top and bottom. Loss, a great victory for them. I feel like they played into ENX exactly as they needed to. They let them make those mistakes. They took advantage of them. So, you know, I want to see the positive in Loss's performance. It's something that, you know, they haven't had the best stage, but it's something they can definitely build on. It makes them more competitive with the teams around them, and a great performance from Outlaw. Gotta say that.
They just know they really don't want to be the bottom team come the end of the stage. So Tanayan said that's a big middle finger and saying, nah, we are not finishing dead bottom. Anyway, that's pretty much the end of this first game over and done. We'll go to a break. When we come back, our desk will break this game down for you. See ya in just a few.
Not quite, because we're ready right now. So close, but no cigar. And also the same case for ENX, because ultimately when they came in, they needed as many points as possible. There was a chance that they might have been able to get to playoffs had they only gotten 5 points, but now there's not a possibility of any of that. They are stuck within the bottom 4. There's no possibility of getting out there. They are the 3rd team knocked out at this stage. And for Los, that's really just revenge from when they played in Challenger Series, because both times they played, it was close and down to the wire, but the last time they played in Grand Finals, ENX beat Los. Los just got their vengeance. It was just a couple months late, Lex.
Yeah, I heard Tim being critical on Los, and I mean, not Los, on ENX, and I can't disagree. I mean, you know, you find comfort going into Clubhouse, but what we saw in Clubhouse was, to me, it looked like it was their first time ever playing Clubhouse. They didn't know how they wanted to approach it. It looked like they were trying to figure out how to maneuver the map, how they wanted to take a site. And even a more perplexing scenario is the fact that they get rid of all of the wall denial and then don't open the walls, 1, right off the bat, 2, don't open them at all, or 3, you open it with like 30 seconds left in a round. I mean, it's perplexing to watch this unfold. But as for Los, I mean, I'm very happy that they showed up. They put up a dominant performance. Granted, they're out. They're still showing that they have life, that they are still taking this serious. They are still wanting to improve. So, I mean, hats off to Los.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're ENX and you have relatively, you know, your chances of making playoffs in your own hands, and you come up with a performance like that. Obviously, Clubhouse, I mean, like we said going into it, it is really bread and butter. It's very simple. It's cut and dry. You just get the walls open, you just do your defaults, and sometimes you can add a little bit of flair, and that performance from ENX just looked so disjointed, constantly going for these 1v1s, not many trades. It was very, very sloppy from them. Nice to see Los have a resurgence. I think that's kind of what we saw in the NAL. Once everything was said and done for Los, that's when we saw them play the best with no pressure on their shoulders. So a little bit of a bittersweet moment, but they're able to gatekeep ENX today. Maybe they can gatekeep, I believe it's Black Dragons going into their next final play day. And any points to make yourself feel a little better never hurts. And there was a lot of good things that we saw from Los. The confidence is one of the biggest things. So maybe that lack of pressure is something that they work on going into the next stage. Because if we can see that Los more consistently, you know, maybe we'd have a different standings if Los showed that up in the start of this stage.
We haven't had very many opportunities to talk to Los about the way their season's been going so far, so let's get Arthur in here real fast just to get maybe a debrief on how this stage has been for them so far. Dude, congratulations on the victory. That's obviously a fun way to end it on a game that lasts for maybe about 20 minutes. So talk to me about how you approached this game. You knew you weren't going to go to playoffs at this point, so did you come into today and just think we might as well play for fun and see how far we can get?
Yeah, we felt pressure today, so we came with the game. We don't think about the game too much. We just play the game. We play our game because we don't have anything to lose anymore. So why we have to take pressure on this? We don't have to. So we play our game because the other games we couldn't. So we play our game and make this very easy to us.
Yeah, well, congratulations, Arthur, on your guys' win. Obviously, I'm glad you brought up the topic of pressure. Obviously, you know it now. There's no pressure today because, unfortunately, you guys can't make playoffs. Going forward, how is the element of pressure? How are you guys going to try and change it so that next stage, next sets of matches that you have to worry about, you don't feel that pressure and it doesn't hold you back from showing the lows that we saw today?
Yeah, we have talked about yesterday that the games that were played, we were talking too much, we were speaking too much, and I couldn't make the idea too good. So this was a bad thing for us. So we have to talk again. So today we could do our game. So next stage we're gonna train this too much, train this every day. So we can do this every game.
Overall, I think one of the best things for you guys was coming from the NAL and trying to figure out how to play in that league system. Didn't quite work out, but now in Brazil, you have more wins in South America than you did in North America. Does it feel like you're home and where you guys are supposed to be now?
Yes, playing in NAL was too hard because we are not country traveling, so a lot of pressure from the teams in Brazil and the teams in NAL. Anyone like us here, so so we just running against ourselves. So we couldn't play our game too. That was because we couldn't have any wins. It was something really strange for us.
Well, you've already doubled your win count, and you've gotten as many wins in SAL as Los had in NAL last year. So again, congratulations on today. You still got one more, so we'll see you next week, man. Take care.
Yeah, thank you, man. Take care.
Good stuff from Los. I feel like I still want to harp on the fact that this was ENX's game to win with their future on the line, even if they needed help from a couple more teams, and that's how you go into it. This was the third time that Los was going to Clubhouse, and ENX kind of looked like they didn't really have any ideas for what they wanted to do, even if they were attacking side first. Kind of to Tim's point, stuff like falling off the roof as Cali just felt like it was small mistakes compounding over and over again, Lax.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, whether it was Cali falling off the roof, whether it was not opening up walls, whether it just wasn't playing the shield properly, I think it was funny enough. Tim was like giving praise to Sexy Cake, like, great job, he's using the blitz efficiently, and then he just peeks into Cash, which both me and you kind of question, like, why'd you peek that? There's nothing to follow up on. Yeah, I mean, ENX, is in their hands. They squandered it. But again, for Los, I mean, I was happy to hear Arthur that, he's smiling, he's excited, they're learning, they're taking things from this entire stage, and that they're going to implement it into the next game going against Black Dragons, and then into the next stage of SAL, however that looks. I mean, that's the important thing. Sure, you're at the end, but there's always ways to dig yourself out, and I think they're doing it good now, and they're also having the right mindset to improve overall.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about it with Arthur just now, the pressure, and I think ENX felt the pressure, obviously, for these teams that, I don't want to call them rookies to the league, but obviously teams that are, more developing. It takes a lot to be able to combat that pressure. Sometimes when you have all the cards in your hands, that's when you don't play like yourself normally. That's when you fumble the most. I think it goes without saying that's probably the hardest thing as a new player, as a player that's trying to be on an established team, is how everyone deals with pressure. And when you have a great supporting staff, that makes things easier. And at the end of the day, Los didn't have any pressure, and that's what we saw today. And wow, I mean, what a game from Outlaw. Yeah. Obviously, almost getting to 20 kills in a best of one, even though it was a 7-1. For him to get 17 kills is
like
outrageous.
Getting 17 kills in one map isn't super crazy.
Yes.
But to do it in 8 rounds is ridiculous timing.
That's outrageous.
I mean, getting 7-1 on Clubhouse is outrageous. I mean, you should be winning a few more of those rounds, given, the defensive side on that map. Very easy. But yeah, I mean, Outlaw, his one ace in particular was beautiful, very well mastered class, the way he played in the end in that 1v1. I mean, it was a great C4 being shot out of the air, but then he ends up just swinging wide, getting that pick onto boxes. But I mean, 17-2, 100% cost. I mean, he was Mr. Do It All. He was the one-man army.
So we go from one game where there was one team that was still playing for their tournament lives. We're going to get the exact same thing coming up in the second matchup, which is just going to be compounding for these first 2 games. We said that both of them are going to be bottom 4 teams in both matchups, with 2 teams that still had opportunities to vault themselves all the way up into playoffs. ENX are done. We've knocked out 3 teams. We still have the opportunity to knock out 1 more, and then everyone at that point is guaranteed for playoffs. But that's only if Team Liquid can't still keep this comeback going that they've been doing for the past couple of games. They've got their next game coming up against 9Z, and that's coming up after the break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
NineZ and Liquid have never played each other before, ever. At least the players haven't. This matchup has only happened one time before, more than 4 years ago. Liquid won 7-0, and the only person from that matchup still on the team is Nesk. So maybe a new rivalry can get born today, or maybe Nesk just wants another 7-0 or something at this point. I'm Jacob with Laxing and Foxay. 9Z is already knocked out at this point, Fox, but Liquid's not, and they still need all the points they can get, and they've got a pretty good opportunity to do that today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if we were talking this a couple days ago, everyone was writing Liquid off. Definitely struggles upon struggles, but they've slowly been making their way back into it. And now, again, it's in their cards. Everything's in their hands to be able to win and make it back. They obviously would have to go into the next Playday and win that to be able to have a chance to make it into the top 6. But it's very plausible. And we talked about, with Los just in the last game, pressure. 9Z has no pressure, so it'll definitely be a lot harder of a matchup than we'd expect.
while they continue to make this push further up the standings, it's felt like a 5-0 was something that was always insurmountable, but there are always teams that feel like they're able to qualify for playoffs with a losing record. Do you think Liquid could be that team this stage?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think they can. I think they have a really good opponent, similar to ENX going against Los, as you would have thought. I mean, you know, what we've seen so far in Brazil, any team can win on their day. You can't really write off anyone given their performance. Like Fox said, we originally already wrote off Liquid that they weren't going to be able to possibly qualify. They weren't showing up, but as of recently, they have. So to count out 9Z, I mean, sure, they haven't had the best track so far given their stats, but you don't know what today could look like. It could be a brand new day. Again, the pressure isn't applied. We could maybe see a low situation where they just absolutely pop off. So it's not to say that it can't happen, but for Liquid, again, they need this win more than anything to keep their dreams and hopes alive of even just making it into playoffs and making that statement piece that they are back and that they can be competitive.
It's been fun to see what 9Z so far have been able to do, but let's talk about them first. The newcomers that have already come into the league and got knocked out prematurely. They played against FaZe yesterday on Lair. They lost it 2-7. On the one hand, Fox, it was against the world champs, but on the other, they played very slow when FaZe were expecting a very fast team, so they continue to sit in the bottom three right now.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue that 9Z faces is obviously preparation, going to maps. Obviously, when you go against a team like FaZe, taking them to Lair is very questionable. And even in their matchup against Furia, I mean, obviously going to a map like Bank, which is one of Furia's best maps, it doesn't really bode well for me that necessarily their preparation going into games is the best suited for them. But one caveat is also their opening kills and opening deaths are constantly just losing these opening man advantages. But they really are an anomaly because 9Z has amazing individual players, even against in their Furia matchup, which FaZe, obviously, they got blown out by. But in their matchup against Furia, I mean, Tuku's a player that we've been talking a lot about throughout the whole stage. Zhao's been a player that we've been talking about throughout the whole stage. These are players that have been able to compete against some of the best teams. And when you look at all of their matches throughout this last stage so far, they are keeping it extremely close with the teams at the top, which says a lot to be able to have that confidence, to be able to have that team play, to compete with these top teams. That is no easy thing to do. Now, the one issue of that is their games against some of the bottom teams, really a head scratcher, losing 7-2 to ENX. What is going on here? How are they able to stay so consistent, even with losing that man advantage against the top teams? But when it comes to playing against teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard, that's where we see 9Z struggle, and it's just the overconfidence. So maybe that confidence for them has been a double-edged sword. It's not getting them the wins against the top teams just yet because of the opening kills issues, but against the bottom teams, that overconfidence is giving away those opening kills. So if they can just reel it in, manage that confidence, and focus on not giving up those opening kills at first, they'll be in a good spot. And they have the position right now with no pressure, and they can gatekeep Liquid from being able to play in that playoff. So, you know, it really is Liquid's games to lose. But at the end of the day, 9Z has a really good statement on why they could prevent Liquid from going on to that next phase.
Arguably, their biggest achievement this stage was taking both Loud and Furia to overtime, and if they do that against Liquid, then suddenly they're going to be in a much bigger hole because Liquid still need every single point if they want to climb out of where they currently sit in 7th place. And when they played yesterday, 7-2 on Labs against Los. The team that just won 7-1 got trounced yesterday by this Liquid team. Very quick tempo, they love their push plays. They set the tone early yesterday, Laxing, and they never let it go.
Yeah, I mean, you know, setting that tone, I think it really started with their game going back to Black Dragons, winning that 7-3 on Consulate, and then going into their yesterday's match, winning 7-2. I mean, the horse is definitely leading the charge now, and this is what we need to be seeing out of them in order to make their climb back into top 6, make it into those playoffs. And yesterday, what really stuck out to me more than anything was really their opening kills. They were allowed to get every single opening kill, which was heavily playing a huge favor in their then conversion round 1. So going into this game, I need to see that same pressure being applied from Maya and Nesk in particularly, especially on those entries, being able to get those opening kills and turn those into opening round wins. And for me, I mean, what it really comes down to is just the consistency more than anything, because what we've seen from Liquid as of recently is that consistency. But now it's a matter of your back is really against the wall here. You don't show up today, you don't have the performance from the past 2 play days, it's not going to look good, and you're just going to keep that chance of you making top 6 10 times harder going into then their last match, which I believe they are then going to be going against Loud, which again, Loud has been no slouch. So it really starts today for them to really start out strong, really come out the gate running, and just kind of keep applying that pressure that they had against Los.
Still possible for them to get to playoffs, but it is a tough path. They need 2 wins, preferably both in regulation. There's a way forward if both of them are overtime wins, but it's a lot harder, and they need Furia and Black Dragons to continue to lose out. So map pick ultimately is super important to make sure that that 7-2 result from Labs yesterday carries over into today against 9Z. But 9Z don't exactly have a phenomenal map pool. The only map they've won on so far is Clubhouse, and Liquid have won on both Cons and Labs so far this stage. But Clubhouse is taken out right at the very end. We get some Cafe instead. Gentlemen, thoughts, Lax?
Yeah, I mean, they did lose to Furia last on Clubhouse. It was an 8-7. It was a very close game. But again, this is definitely a comfort pick coming out. So Liquid should feel comfortable. Again, we've talked about how default of a map this is. I think this plays into Liquid's hand far better than 9Z's, just for the simple fact is you aren't going to be able to surprise Liquid. You just have to play your game. There isn't going to be anything that you're going to have to focus and harp on too much. It's just about making the least amount of mistakes. So for Liquid, I believe this is a great scenario for them where 9Z isn't going to pull anything out and be able to catch them off guard. It's just a matter about playing perfect.
Yeah, really good map pick from Liquid. They're completely understanding their playstyle right now. A lot more passivity that we've seen from Liquid in this stage as opposed to previous renditions of Liquid. Cafe matchup works perfectly with their lineup of their roster, obviously, because of how much slower that they have been playing. And they're taking 9Z, a team that is a very gun skill orientated team, to a map that is very limiting, very difficult to get into that building. So they're cutting off 9Z at the legs right off the start with this map pick and putting them into a position where Liquid really does have the opportunity at hand to be able to get that win for today. 9Z though, you know, still playing with no pressure. Obviously Cafe, the biggest issue for them is going to be the entries. If they are not able to get those opening kills, get in the building, that's where we're going to see them struggle. And I mean, you can see the stats on the sheet. I mean, almost 60 deaths in opening kill department compared to the kills. So obviously very difficult position for them.
I just gotta say, my screen was cut off, and I thought it was Glove, but it's Cafe. I mean, I think this still speaks into those opening kills that I was talking about. For Liquid, that is going to be a big factor here, especially starting out on attack. So if they really want to find their stride, I do believe it does have to start with those opening kills. But as you were saying, like, it's a very linear map. They really are going to have to be clearing from top down and so on and so forth from there. But I think Liquid can get it done. And for 9Z, it's really just about slowing down Liquid, not allowing them to get into that building and really just playing trade games and forcing Liquid kind of into unwinnable situations.
You want to bring Ace and Dez back in here for a second? Because I'm curious about something. Ultimately, I think there's... I mean, I was doing a stats deep dive last night, like super deep, all the way in the weeds last night. Dez, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with what that's like. In both stages in Brazil last year, there was always one team that snuck into playoffs with a 4-5 record, and they were the only team that consistently had 10 teams overall last year, so it's a good analog for what this stage might look like. But Tim, to you first, do you think it's possible for Liquid to overcome that 0-5 start and be that 4-5 team in playoffs, or is it too deep a grave to get out of?
I think it's possible, but I've just been having a look at it myself of how it's going to look. And the problem that they've got is out of the 4 teams that they're really chasing, Black Dragons play Los tomorrow, NIP play 9Z, and Furia play ENX. If they get the 3 points from those games, which we would expect them to, that puts them out of reach of the maximum that Liquid can get, which is 14. So Liquid have got to focus on Loud. They need Loud to lose to Furia today, and then Liquid play them tomorrow. And I think that's their most likely path of making it, but it's still not going to be an easy one.
Very largely agree with that as well. I was doing the same thing, Tim. How do they build that synergy? Apparently by looking at Wikipedia together. Those games tomorrow for the other teams, they'll take something from it, and Liquid need to get everything from these next 2 games. I don't think I see them taking the whole lot. Know what you're saying, Jacob? History is a beautiful thing. If maybe they'd had one more overtime loss in there somewhere, maybe you'd favour them a little bit further. But I think we're just asking a bit too much. I think they don't make it into playoffs, to be honest.
The best thing that they can do for themselves right now is regulation wins. Overtime's probably not going to cut it, even if you were to get a tiebreaker somewhere down the road. Still not looking too good. Overall, situation same as last game. Liquid want to steal a playoff win, but 9Z could steal their souls. And Dez and Ace are giving you a guided tour of the heist on Cafe Dostoyevsky.
Thank you very much, Jacob. We'll certainly do our very best here. We've kind of said all there is to say, really, about this, to be honest with you, Tim. They have to get all 3 points here. It feels bonkers that we're saying this about Liquid. They are a team that we've seen at the top level for years and years and years, but it feels like this stage, something just isn't quite clicking.
Maybe there's a world where those other 3 teams don't get the 3 points out of those games tomorrow. I really would expect them to. So, like I said, that takes them well clear of the 14 max. Loud are already on 13, and that's why Liquid really can't afford to drop points today. They've got to put the pressure on. If they get the win here, full 3, go on to 11, Loud then play Furia. That's a losable game in anybody's book, and the pressure's on because they know then that they come tomorrow needing something out of the Liquid game. So, yeah, I think it's a big one for Liquid here, and it has to be 3. Nothing else will do.
I mean, looking at the players themselves as well, like... It always feels like in a way there needs to be no introduction for a lot of the players on Liquid. We know they're highly capable players. Like Myers had a good stage so far. Diaz has jumped in and had a big impact as well. They've all had good impacts, but it means nothing if the team can't get the result. Here we go, though. We're loading into the map now. Starting things out, as you know, and know by now, with our operator bans, and then we'll see how 9Z's fare on their defense. Because, Tim, they could take a good few rounds off Liquid if Liquid aren't careful here in this first half. Yeah,
definitely. And we've seen Liquid play with nerves over the years, and it's never ended too well, has it? You know, realistically, those big games are the ones where they have fallen down. So now is the time to start showing that this new lineup is one that is capable of overcoming those demons. Not on the same scale yet, not on the same stage yet, but it is, even still, a very much must-win game. Full 3 points needed against 9Z. Don't get me wrong. I think Liquid probably do it. I think they have been, in terms of this game, I think they've had a good couple of results over the last 2 Playdays. They've been beating teams that they, you know, quote-unquote, should beat, and this is another one of them. So, yeah, Liquid, come in. They need another 7-2, 7-3, confident win. Take those points and then sit back. It's like I said in the last game. All you can do is get your result. Then they need to sit back and watch Furia beat Loud. That's, you know, if that doesn't happen, then they need to start really praying for tomorrow to go their way. But all they can do is get their win.
10 seconds to insertion.
Sure, it's that kind of thing where all you can do now is get the win. Of course, there'll be questions around previous games they could have had the win in, but this is how things stand. This is how it is going into our penultimate Playday. A reminder again that we've got one more Playday to go, and you mentioned the teams earlier, the teams play. Liquid have got a hard ass against Loud to come into. The job should have been done a long time ago, is all I'll say to this one. Start things out, though. Quite a cheeky little bout count coming out from Nazar here as well. Losing it just underneath and trying to get himself a cheeky little, I'd say a bit of a late spawn peak coming out at the same time that Zhao goes for a run out, but instead it's been 9Z coming away the losers off the back of that one. A down player that's certainly recoverable, but that was not what they intended.
Big loss with the Vigil gone. You know that you want in that Vigil to waste time. And in the first 30 seconds, gone. Doesn't get a kill either. Maya manages to find Will on an attempted run out. Looks like 9Z have come out of the traps, much like I said in the last game of Loss. They don't have much to play for, so let's just go at them. Let's just try a few things. Let's get out of some doors and windows. Well, this is what ENX should have been doing to Loss. Team Liquid have punished them. 5 versus 3. Maya's taken some damage. It doesn't really matter too much. The Vigil's gone, and they can just start focusing towards sight.
I really don't blame them for this style of play as well. It works against a team that's a good start, to be fair. I mean, I should have known that was coming. But again, I don't blame them for this style of play, because I think when you come up against a team that you perceive as not being like super impressive on the attack of a given map, this disruptive style of play early on is perfect. It can win you rounds inside the first 10, 15, 20 seconds. Anything that's a little bit cheeky to shut down Liquid is a good idea. But the thing is, Liquid look ready. They aren't being shaken by what 9Z have thrown at them at the start of this round. Yes, they've lost Ass now, but they've got 2 kills. They have the composure, the knowledge, the discipline to slow things down at this point and win out a 4v3 very comfortably with the 2+ minutes they still had available at the start of this passage of play.
Beautiful from Diaz again. Tuco just giving himself away a little bit easily there. You can't be dying in bar back storage from the skylight. It's one of those no-go areas. You know that they're going to have a line of sight down there. But have Liquid picked up on the man hiding behind Cigar? Counter. Again, I would say it's a little unforgivable if they haven't. Nazar manages to walk around, get one. They didn't know he was there, but it's okay. Good reaction from Maya, gets the trade. That's what you're looking for. 3v1. Liquid win this with trades. Simple as that. Nitro, gonna take a lot, not a lot of damage, gonna take some damage. Gonna take a lot more as Ness manages to find him from Piano. And that's gonna be a good first attack from Liquid. Solid stuff.
It's exactly that. Like, I feel there that 9Z have really thrown the kitchen sink at them in round one. You know, 3 very attempted earlier plays, the Valkyrie, the Vigil, the C4 up on towards the Sledge. Only one of those worked out, and they lost 2 players in the process. Liquid, I think, have made a big statement in round one that we are composed coming into this. We know what the game plan is. We're not getting caught up by any stupid little spawn peaks or attempts like that to really cheese us out of a round too early on. They look good from that first round. I think it's a really, really promising sign. Of course, there's a whole half still to play here, and 9Z will change up their playstyle, no doubt, as well. You won't see them doing the same things in this half, so Liquid's now got to face a new challenge. We'll really see how composed they are now coming up against a more standard round of Siege.
Yeah, attacking onto the basement this time. We'll call it the basement. It's really the ground floor, I guess. Attacking onto the ground floor. It's going to be Kitchen. Got Maestro to deal with. I'd like to see maybe that Brava brought along. It's not something that has been banned out, but I think given that the Maestro was led prone for the majority of that, they were trying to keep him off the drones, which I'm guessing they've maybe been successful with, because we're not going to have the Brava pick coming along. We do have Nesk on the Twitch, so that may be used. And the reason that I sort of edge towards Brava, so I think Brava's a great operator at the minute, and if you're not playing a lot of Brava in ranked, you probably should be. Absolutely fantastic at the minute, and I think taking those Maestro cams rather than destroying them, I get that there's the Goyo canisters there, so the Twitch kind of ticks both boxes, but it can just be such a big thing to grab a hold of early in the round and get that intel out of what's going on site. But it's not a criticism. Liquid do still have the tools that they need. They've got the Sledge, the Ram for the verticality, they've got the Sense for the execute, they've got the flanks covered off with Maya on the gridlock, they've got Nest to deal with that utility inside of site. So it's all looking good in terms of the setup.
What I did find interesting is the bans out of Liquid as well. We didn't really have a chance to talk too much about those. 9Z's, double shield ban, no surprise at all. On the other side, it's that double architecture operator or architect operator that we've spoken about a few times in the Azami and the castle being taken away. Castle I can understand, it can be really frustrating. The Azami, of course, you understand is one of the most popular bans in the game, but as a pairing, you take away a lot of the kind of mini games that you have to play when trying to navigate through a site or through the map that these teams might have set up. They're almost trying to kind of make this a very direct, straightforward engagement with 9Z, where it is basically guns up, and that is why it's going to limit things a little bit for 9Z on being able to lock things down and make life hard for Liquid when kind of like in the more PvE sense, coming up against the architecture of the map. Instead, they're saying it's more about the gunfights you want to get involved in, engaging the operators and players on the other side. I think it's just really, really cool to see.
It is the try run out again. Nesk is there and ready. Just going to send a message. Takes down the smoke. Big loss there. A lot of plant denial has just gone. They don't really have any other plant denial. I guess the Maestro cams maybe, but it's a tough one. You've got to be on it straight away when they start putting that diffuser down if you want to stop them being able to successfully plant. Liquid were good in terms of time. They've been swinging this hammer around for 20-30 seconds on the mid floor, so they're getting all those verticals, forcing those defenders out of sight. This now is all about just creating that space. Going to take down one of the Maestro bubbles with a nade. Nicely done. And now they can start thinking about how and where that diffuser goes down, but you better believe it's going to be behind those screens coming in from the Sense.
We've really got to ask what the hell Joe is trying to do there. Like, he's been holding on White Corridor for the longest time. After 60 seconds, decided that he's so bored that he's then stepped off, had a little peek at the door, stepped his way up White Stairs, come charging back down to challenge on towards Nesk. It almost feels like he didn't just that. He got impatient and wanted to go for a gunfight, and they've lost all 3 smokes in the process. Not quite sure what the thinking is. However, Liquid have now put themselves in a spot where they've got 20 seconds to play, but there is no smoke to stop them on the drop through. Joe might genuinely single-handedly cost them around here.
I love that use. I was going to say, I wonder if they'll use the Sense gadget to just screen off VIP so that the Warden can't do anything. That's exactly what they've done, and it's great. But Liquid, 5 seconds left to go, not in a position to put the diffuser down. Maya grabs it and will start. Nesk with an essential kill on the cover, takes down the Warden. The plant will be successful, and that's where that loss comes in. But kills have all gone to 9Z. Can Nesk hold on to this? If anyone can, surely it's him.
They're going to have this held off, and sure enough, there we go. It was a good hold and response from 9Z, but truthfully, Tim, never should have been in the spot where that diffuser was going down. Again, not sure what Joe was up to, far too aggressive. His job was to hold that shield that the Warden was sat on and get smokes down into that default drop. They could have ended the round from that spot. And it's a good thing they got that flurry of 3 kills they did, because otherwise they'll be kicking themselves there at why on earth he's let that round slip away from them. Close to going to Liquid, but I'll give it to the rest of 9Z. Well played there to ensure that they won that post plant very comfortably.
Yeah, Liquid just left things a little bit late, it felt. It was a minute 40 when they had control of mid-floor and started clearing out the floor with the hammer, getting the verticals in there. And it took them a minute 20 from there to then be in a position to put the diffuser down. I love the way they dealt with VIP. For, again, one you can take away for at home. It can be a difficult position to clear. We see teams using nades and, you know, getting in there trying to challenge and losing bodies doing so. It was great. Just get the screen across there, pop it up, bang, it gives you the cover that you need. The Warden can't see through the screen, so it means that you can, you know, do what you need to do, force him to play through that. Nest holds it. Great stuff. But yeah, just lost too many bodies in sacks. I think they were rushing. Ultimately, the planter got dropped. It meant they had to reposition, pick the diffuser up, and they just hadn't really left themselves enough time, Liquid. So, yep, Nancy get away with one there. It's going to be 1-1, and we head into round 3.
All right, onwards we march. We've had both teams show a little bit of what they can do, I feel, at parts. We've seen that early aggression from 9Z, maybe ill-placed aggression at times as well, but also the ability to play around the objective and wait for Liquid to be the one to put themselves in harm's way. Liquid to also have a good composed round, and then one where they're taking a little bit too much time. So you're still seeing the... personality is the wrong word to use, but you're waiting to see here more about what's developing for both sides on where the weaknesses and where the strengths currently lie. At that 1-1 point piece, in a couple more rounds, I think to get a feel for how the round's going to play out from here. I'm looking at the comp coming out from Liquid, and this is the main suggester for me. They really want to try and temper the aggression coming out from 9Z. Having both a Nomad and a Gridlock on side screams towards that 100%, but they're also making sure they've got the right tools to be able to run down anyone who is trying to play aggressive. So looking more towards the Dockerby and the Blitz on that front. Those two as a pairing, I think, will be really good at pushing players back, and then it's unlocking things down with the Nomad and with the Gridlock, and unfortunately we have got the drone bug coming in here, and no matter where you switch to, we're going to find ourselves with this blurred up screen until you find your way out of it, and sure enough, there we go. The observers are so pro at getting out of that, by the way.
They really are.
It's brilliant.
Just going to be holding down that flank on red. Joe does manage to make up a little bit for the last round, maybe. Taking down Ask. That's going to be the Blitz gone. Big loss for Liquid. They do manage to find one of their own onto Nitro, leaving him now in a 4 versus 3 as again. Tuku's trying to get out of a door. 9Z, you got to learn to play inside the map. Force Liquid to do something here. 3 runouts and 3 deaths they have taken. Now Liquid 4 versus 2, and this should be a round that they're able to control from here.
I'm really not sure how Tuku got himself so stuck there. Was it a jump out attempt to try and get a kill and then paid for it with his life shortly after? It might have been. I'll double back and check on that in just a moment, because it's a very, very bizarre situation in which he's gone down.
It seemed more like he was teasing reading door, like he was trying to stand right on the threshold and see if the opportunity was there, but they just knew he was there. I think it was pre-run out that he kind of got caught out, but yeah, not good, not good.
I think he might have crouched out underneath the barricade, smashed out the lower parts, crouched out underneath it, and then couldn't get back in and was stuck outside. Very weird. Either way, Liquid in this 3 versus 1 now. Yes, a kill comes back for Will, but for Liquid, it's going to be a comfortable closeout here as yet again they deal with that aggression from 9Z extremely well.
Yeah, much better from Liquid that round. I think, you know, everything went in their favour. They got the couple of kills that they needed to when 9Z tried to be aggressive, particularly on that run out again. 9Z, it's not worked 3 times now. I think, you know, a lesson should be learnt at this point. Stop getting yourself out of the map. We're going to have fans coming in, given that we're heading into round 4. We'll see. I think maybe one of the flank watch could be taken away here. Get rid of the Gridlock or something if you're 9Z. But no, instead they're going to go for Capitao, which is an interesting one. I just want to have a look, but I'm not sure that we've actually seen a Capitao played yet. Certainly haven't seen too much impact from one. No. Okay. You've done a full rotation of defensive sites. Liquid haven't brought Capitao once. You go for the ban on the Capitao. It seems like a strange one to me.
I really thought we'd see another shield ban coming out, like a Blitz, for example, or at a push go towards something like the Sens or towards a Dockerby. Sens obviously been brought along 2 of those 3 rounds. Didn't get to really see it in the first round, but it was brought along. And in the 3rd round, the Blitz was... you make comments about the Blitz as much as you want, but as we know, very, very potent. Even like a Dockerby being alongside it would be a good thing, like I said. So I'm a little bit surprised by the ban, same as you, Tim, but knowing probably what they've seen in scrims or whatever else has come along, that Liquid have got Capitao strats in their back pocket, just don't want to deal with it and taking it away.
I mean, Capito's super strong. You know, it's never a bad ban, realistically. You know, Capito's super strong, so never a bad thing. But I just don't really see the logic. It's less of a lean
towards what they've seen so far and what they're expecting.
It seems to be more of like a pre-planned. We already know what the ban's going to be ahead of the game. We know what our bans are going to be, and just sort of sticking to that course rather than reactive to what they've actually been seeing. Like I say, I think I'd have thought maybe taking away the Nomad or Gridlock. We've got both of them played.
To be fair,
if Nine said want to keep playing aggressive, you know, I think give yourself an opportunity to be aggressive then. You know.
Across the stage so far, Capitao is Nesk's most played operator, so you can understand it from that perspective.
Yeah. Not today, though. Not today.
Not today.
Here we go, then. We're in round 4, 40 seconds into the round. Liquid yet to get themselves inside of the building. Everybody is still outside. They're going to be droning, going to be finding exactly what is going on with these defenders. No rush from Liquid. I like that. They've been pretty steady, pretty calm so far. Happy to let the round progress and find the kills as they come. I'm also glad that 9Z haven't run out of a door or window yet. So still 5 left alive. I think they might have learnt their lesson. And Liquid are going to have to brute force their way into the building this time.
Well, again, it comes back to the utility,
well,
right? The castle being banned away. The castle being taken away, the Azami being taken away. It just leads to need to try and force aggression. I do like here how they tried to change it up a little bit more, making use of the soft denial, so leading into wars like Malusi, for example, the laser gates, the mute jammers, the anti-utility of the Wamai, plus, of course, the mirror. They are still trying to sit down and play behind that, but as you rightly pointed out, Tim, doesn't mean they're not going to get aggressive at some point. And to be fair to Najri, he's got out there, got the Nomad, and managed to get himself back in. Good stuff.
I mean, you know what I say, there's 4 times a charm. 4th time's a charm. It's paid off. They've managed to get one. Resets will find Nitro. Nesk on to Joe, though. 4 versus 3. And again, Team Liquid are able to swing things in their favour. I see the nade going in just to clear out a bit of utility more than likely. And 9Z have got their battle line drawn now. They're just going to hold their positions and hope that Liquid push on in and give them some opportunities. Look at this, though. They've got themselves on to Heaven Balk there. If they're not aware of Diaz in this location, he could be very, very dangerous if they start moving now that Maya's put in that diffuser down. That's exactly what happens. Diaz manages to find one successful plant. We do see resets down, but it's likely to be too little, too late. Will just trying to duck and dive, do what he can. 1v3 effectively, 1v2 with the gridlock down, but Liquid, they know what they're doing here. 20 seconds left to go, and they're just going to hold those angles and wait for Will to have to make a move, which is coming right now. Finds Diaz, 1v1. Surely not. Surely they don't give it away. Yes, they do. Will with a huge 4K to close out the round.
Why? Just why would you give him the opportunity, boys? Oh, I mean, fair play to him entirely. He stepped out there into aggressive positions, gone looking for the kills, hasn't waited to step into a crossfire. He's tried to isolate as many fights as he can. But you hear this so often, like, I want to say it was Mint was speaking about this on his co-stream a couple of weeks ago. He was just like, I never understand people who play TCSG. Like, why won't you play where you can the Vector? And you've just seen why. That rate of fire is absolutely ludicrous. When players are already low after getting picked back up, for example, or just for finding headshots, you can absolutely fry, and that's exactly what he stepped out and done. Liquid, I was about to get ready to praise Liquid and say, you know what, Execute has been absolutely brilliant. They've got control of what they need to here. They've dealt with the early aggression from 9Z inside of Piano. They've got a plant down while there's a lot of cover and utility going on through. This is no problem. One of my big concerns, and it's not like it was like a world-ending thing, Diaz on the Deimos still had 3 tracks left in back pocket. All 3 were still there. Why were they not being used during that execute? It gives you that ability to know if someone is moving to challenge onto you. It gives you a free kill. Just one of those that I look at and think, surely in this situation, you think about making use of those crucial elements of utility that have otherwise been forgotten about. Maybe it was fear from the mute jammers. I don't know. But there's no excuse why when you're in that 3 versus 1, there isn't a trap being brought out.
100% agree. 100%. You know, we've said this about a 1vx where there's a Deimos on the other side. It shouldn't be winnable, realistically, if the Deimos has tracks. You know, you should not only be 1vx, they should know exactly where you are as well. And to be honest with you, Des, I think they did know exactly where he was. They must have, as soon as he kills Diaz, they must know where he is. When he's 1v2, Steps out. Will, you know, gotta tip my hat off to Will. Fantastic stuff from him.
Beautiful
Steps
clutch.
out, gets the double spray down. Just played it to perfection. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Made a move when he had to. You know, got the kills he could from his position without taking too much risk. And then when he knew he had to challenge, he had to move, did so, and did fantastically well. Liquid, in a game where they desperately need 3 points, could well be looking back at that moment, and they could well be kicking themselves.
Yeah, knowing they could be at 3-1 on the Attacker Cafe, absolutely going to be kicking yourself. It's not the end of the world. They've still got 2 more chances here to get this right. And honestly, like I was saying at the end of that round, I was about ready to praise them for their execute, their setup for it, dealing with the aggression. They know what they're doing, and they're looking pretty good when they're getting it right. They just can't be letting someone win out of 3 versus 1 like that. Onwards we step, though. Now, I've got themselves coming out with that first Finca Juice call pull-in. Still got both phone calls available on the Dockerbill. The second one is about to become available. First one's now coming out, and this is where the move forward might start. So that first pull of the juice was to get ready. Now it's about starting to line up for an execute.
Still 5 versus 5. NZ going to be hoping that they can get themselves that entry halfway through the round. It would certainly start to change the plans of Liquid a little bit, who, as you say, so far doing well at getting that clearance. Nesk is going to work across the top floor on the Finca. The drones have gone through, so he should be fairly confident that his path ahead is clear, and he can start working towards mid-floor control, get that sledging, start doing a little bit of work above as well. Tuku does manage to find Maya with the Nitro, though, and I tell you what, Des, it's starting to feel like I've seen this before when it comes to Team Liquid.
I mean, I thought this back on our basement site before, that Liquid were quite slow and took quite a bit of time to get a lot done when they weren't only trying to hit the top floor. It's a similar story here, and to give 9Z credit, they've stepped back as they've kind of conceded ground and tossed C4s. They've been willing to challenge like you're seeing now. They could have lost Joe there as well. And what I'll say is, although they've lost a couple of players at the early round, like they've done here several times over, it isn't taken away from their willingness to go for these fights. Because they come out on top, they win the round outright. It's just that Liquid have been so good at dealing with the aggression, it's made 9Z look a little bit silly. However, they've got the right idea in mind. Now it's a 3 versus 3. Last phone call coming out from Diaz. Liquid need to go now.
Yeah, they really do. 15 seconds left to go. I said it on the basement attack as well. It was only 20 seconds when they were trying to plant. They've been leaving it a little bit too late in rounds, and it has to go right first time. 9Z in a position where they can hold on. They can just wait for the planter to come in, and it's an easy kill, 2v2. And now Liquid have to make a move and can't, as Naza manages to find a double Nitro with a pre-place of all things. Absolutely beautiful stuff. 9Z, they take an unexpected lead against Team Liquid.
Ain't that a way to say we know everything you're going to do before you do it? The pre-place in the perfect spot to get a 2K to close. Wonderful stuff. And although that was a pre-place, again, I'll come back to what I said in the middle of that round. What's changed about 9Z going into that 5th round was, although we saw a bit of aggression inside of Reading, being willing to challenge up onto that top floor, they're holding ground, forcing Liquid to drone and clear up utility, and then being willing to challenge from below, whether it's with C4s or with guns, it doesn't matter. They've always got the next hurdle that Liquid need to kind of find before they trip over it whilst trying to wander their way through the map. So it's been really, really smart by 9Z in that last round. I love the way that they've played it. Liquid have really played more of the same, this methodical clear. It shows good adaptation on 9Z's side, and although, yes, they aren't playing for much in this game, knowing that you're that team that could knock Liquid out and stop them making it into playoffs would be a pretty good accolade to still take forward.
I love the teamwork about that pre-place. So the pre-place is there to deny a plant. They're thinking that there's a good chance there's going to be a plant spot around bomb chassis. Stick it there. If we get to that point, we can just detonate. Great stuff. But what I love about it is that they didn't do it when the plant was first going down, because they knew that they had a man in there. So, no, I can get the kill on to Ask, and then they know with 2 seconds left to go, there's not even really any communication needed at that point, because as soon as they call diffusers down on bomb chassis, no problem. I've got my pre-place. There's 2 seconds left to go. I'll give it half a second and bang, because Liquid have no choice but to go in and try and grab that diffuser. Brilliant stuff from 9Z. Absolutely love that.
All right, well, Liquid now maybe staring down the barrel of a couple of rounds here. They'll be kicking themselves and saying we really should have done better there and been far in the lead, so far out that it feels like a far gone conclusion that you're going to be able to win this game and take those 3 points, whereas now they've really been pulled back into a scrap. And I'm dead curious to see what 9Z bring out on the attacking side of Cafe, because that could really set fireworks flying. But now we've got to see Liquid get through this one. They've dropped away from that Nomad. And instead of bringing along tools, bringing along the striker, an operator we spoke about quite a lot for a number of teams, especially in this region, Tim. I asked a few that played an awful lot, why do you run it so often? Furia being one of them. And then we're speaking about the versatility that is offered by bringing along so much utility. Maybe a little bit of a nod in towards the Wamai that was brought earlier on by having the flashbangs in back pocket. Otherwise, throughout this entire half, Liquid have really enjoyed bringing on a lot of nades. 8 in this round they're playing around with, so really trying to bring the boom to 9Z.
Team Liquid really need this round. A 3-3 half is not too bad for them on the attack. They can get themselves onto the defense and start playing their own game, but you just feel that they really do need this one. Otherwise, overtime would maybe be the best that they were hoping for. They've got the intel. They know that there's a player in bar back storage. Tuku manages to continue holding for now. They have to go in and get him, and they can't. He manages to find resets at short distance with the shotgun. He's gone for the rotation. Are they aware? Ask manages to find his man with the trade, but look at the time, Des. 1 minute 5, and they're still fighting on the top floor.
It's enough time to work with here, but it's 2 minutes to clear out a sole player on the top who's also gone 1 for 1. Tuku's not going to be bothered about that at all, because now Liquid have got to work through everything else. The electro cores that are down, they've got to get the verticals set up. They've used a lot of their nades already. To be fair, 4 of them are gone here with resets falling and 2 being used by Ask. They can still afford to move these players around, but no longer even be able to see things like the IQ coming out. It's going to be a bit of a headache for them, and sure enough, this is the Valkyrie coming out here. There's black eye cameras. They are staying alive, if not already seen, because their IQ has gone at the same time. And that is also both of their phone calls gone. I'm not sure why that phone call was there from Diaz, because they haven't moved to the back of it, Tim. This could be painful.
Yeah, I mean, perfect point about the Valkyrie. They've lost the IQ who was up on the top floor the whole time, so there's more than likely going to be some intel. Good cover from Diaz at the reading door, though. Manages to get a kill, and that allows the diffuser to go down. Bodies are dropping. Nesk manages to find Nitro. We're effectively 3 versus 2 with Naza down on the ground. There is one trying to fight back up on the top floor, but I don't think they're confident in exactly where they're located. Joe manages to find Ask, but the last 2 are above. Liquid know that they need to drop. They take the kill as they do. Nesk manages to find his man. 2v1 will cut down by Diaz. And that's going to be Liquid getting themselves an essential round. Attacking reading to go 3-3.
I was really nervous for a moment as they pulled the execute that again they'd used their utility a bit early. No phone call available to them, and I was just like, oh, this could get real messy real quick. But to Liquid's fair credit there, positions in that plant as we saw from the top down view, excellent. Had everything locked down. Didn't matter if you're coming from brown stairs or pushing near side on pillars. They had an answer. A little bit scary for a moment when 9Z did get that couple of kills in the middle of it all, but Liquid were never letting that one get away from them. Nesk especially, he ain't mucking around this game, Tim. He really wants to ensure they're getting into playoffs. If nothing else, it's kind of a proof point for him that, of course, they're now in a pros Palu world, that it was the right decision. They've got to show that it was worth that.
Of course they do. Of course they do. You know, we all know over the last years and years that, you know, the Liquid rosters haven't, you know, been able to deliver that big title that they've been dreaming of. And of course, you know, you've got to make changes at a point, and nobody really wanted to see that duo split up. But like you say, if you're going to make the big calls, you really got to hope that they do pay off afterwards. And failing to make the playoffs in your very next stage, you'd have to say leave some big question marks there for Liquid. But they are not at that point yet. To remind you of the stakes, or if you've maybe come in a little bit later, Liquid really could do with 3 points here. They're chasing one of the top 6 playoff spots. They are up against 4 teams realistically. They're looking at dislodging Loud, NIP, Furia or Black Dragons from that sort of 3rd to 6th position. The best that Liquid can do is to finish on 14 points. They're currently on 8 with 2 games to go, 1 today and 1 next week. If they can get themselves the full 6, they've got a chance. But on that 13th of July Playday, you've got NIP against 9Z, you've got BD against Loss, and you've got Furia against ENX. So games you'd expect those other 3 to win. So Liquid need to set their sights on Loud, who they play on that last Playday. So and they currently have 13 points. So Liquid need 14 to jump above them. So it's so important that they get the full 3.
Feels like a very appropriate challenge given next week they face off against Loud, as you say, right? The 9Z, I think you'd probably look at and say, bottom 2 team, can't make it into playoffs, barely even worth us worried about here. We should be able to get past these guys with Liquid, right? But it's proven to be a good example of, you know, even the smaller teams can take big points away from the big dogs if you're not too careful. and Louderweight next is one of our top 4 teams. Yeah, this has got to be a big warm-up game for Liquid. Let's see how things shape up here on the defensive side. You would expect to see Liquid really pull ahead here and take out the win, I'd expect. As, you know, no doubt the stronger team, they've got those stronger players. Again, it's not trying to diminish 9Z, but it's just truth being realistic, more known and storied players, far more experience with them. You would expect on the defense side of Cafe, all things being equal coming into it as we are now, that Liquid come away as the winner.
Bulletproof Cam going to be taken out there by the Carly, so we've got 9Z doing some good work to remove utility, but they haven't got themselves in the map yet. We're a minute 30 in and not one player is inside. Nobody's dropped red, nobody's working at white stairs, nobody's taking any ground at the minute. Liquid are fairly comfortable, but as I say that, Will manages to find Nest, takes him down. Ask is there for one onto Joe, but takes a lot of damage, and look who Nest was playing. He was on the dock, not going to be able to juice the Jaeger up now, so 4 versus 4. Health points wise, a slight advantage for 9Z. They are now inside of the map and can start pressuring Team Liquid.
Yeah, we saw the constant yellow pings coming onto Nesk as well. Like, he was never going to stay alive if he didn't move his position. He was holding on Pixel very understandably. For Will, it was a freebie to come in every day of the week. 4 versus 4 down to those last 60 seconds zone. This is where 9Z have got to get a bit of a wiggle on here, Tim. Still lots of utility to work through. Asker stepped into that spot where his teammate was not too long ago as well. They might find themselves running out of time here.
Yeah, I think they've not dealt with Pixel's spot effectively there. They've managed to get the kill onto Nest, but then they've not been aware that it's been retaken, and they've lost another body, you know, with that happening. Yes, they managed to get the one out of Pixel, but they are going to find Ask being taken down as well. So 3 versus 3, 20 seconds left to go. It is possible for Liquid to hold on here. I think 9Z are just lacking that little bit of edge to get them into sight. They're kind of dashing themselves against the rocks at the minute as Team Liquid hold on. 3 versus 1, diffuser down. Will knows it's not going to happen. He'll take the few seconds to have a chat with his team. Liquid with a successful first defense. That's a good start to the second half from them.
It's time to have a swig of his drink as well. Why not? The unofficial tack time out, as we used to call it when teams would sit themselves on roofs for 30, 40, 50 seconds when they knew a round wasn't winnable, just to have that time to have a conversation as a team. Although that's less what was going on there. I think he just realised it wasn't recoverable with 10 seconds on the clock, so fair play. But no, for Liquid, again, I feel they did all the things right there. They wasted a lot of time dragging all this out around Piano. We didn't really have enough utility on the side of 9Z to deal with all the bulletproofs. You could still see one live there with about 30 seconds to go in Piano, seeing everything that was happening. There was no way 9Z stepped forward there without Liquid knowing every single step they're taking. And of course, the Magic Man himself, that I was speaking about before we even got into the game, Maya, who's having the best stage for his team so far. He's the one to net that 3K, barely moving his feet inside a cocktail, and they get the close down across bar from there. Can't go through Piano because of the intel. Can't push your way in through bar because you've got Myra at the other end of things. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. A good round for Liquid.
Liquid move on then down into the kitchen. I am fascinated to see 2 things from this Liquid defense. What do they do to hold on to VIP? Who is going to be playing there? There's no Warden in there, which is a player you would usually see in that position. Alternatively, you would see Smoke. They don't have that either. So we will see exactly what's going to happen. They also don't have a deployable shield, so they don't have many of the things that you would normally try to hold on to VIP. And I also want to see how active they get in the map. Do they bother roaming? Are they out there trying to make a nuisance, or did they give the map up to 9Z? As it stands at the minute, we've got Ask up on top floor, we've got Nesk on the mid floor, in and around Pillars, White Corridor. Those are the 2 areas that are being held. Nesk has gone downstairs again quickly, so it's all up to Ask on the roam.
And the worry there, of course, is you now got Will gone. Don't think they got anything inside a bakery open that quick. That's your only real hard breach gone. You still got the hard breach gadgets in the back pocket of Tuku, but he's only got one of those, and that one I imagine is destined for the hatch. Almost blessed in a way that I think, as we saw earlier on, they didn't reinforce off that white corridor, though. If there's the presence of mind there, you probably want to close it off and say, no, the hard breach is dead. Lock it off. They can do nothing about it, but I don't know. Definitely going to make life hard, though.
Keep it deployed.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a real blessing for Liquid, because it means that VIP is no longer as important necessarily. They can hold that position a little bit more loosely. They don't need to give the Tubarau's life for it. I understand having the Tubarau playing there, because arguably you could still deploy a Zoto canister onto the other side of the hatch when they're trying to open it. So, you know, yeah, I get that. And right now, I think Liquid are looking good for this. 9Z are going to struggle from here.
I'm less worried, to be fair, about the denying of the hatch itself. Of course, you can do it to waste time, but if they try and drop down into a Zoto canister, it's not the same as a smoke, of course, but it's still going to basically stop you dead in your tracks as soon as you drop into freezer in the first place. Very ironically, Tim, it's like actually dropping into a real freezer when that's in place. So I think for resets, that's what it's more looking towards there. If Denial wants to actually drop their way through, C4s can head in, for example, there. Got things like the Goyo canister still be able to work through as well. It's going to make life incredibly difficult for 9Z unless they can get rid of resets inside of VIP, even though it's a different kind of defense at that side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to waste a lot of time, I think, with them, and that was the issue last time around with 9Z getting themselves into sight with enough time to do anything, and I think it's going to be the same here. 55 seconds left to go. Resets is still in VIP, hasn't been moved, and 9Z are kind of a little bit static. We're seeing, you know, we're rotating around these points of view, and they're just kind of holding their positions, waiting for opportunities to come their way, but they're not going to unless you make them. Kill after kill comes in. We get a trade there with Diaz onto Naza, and that leaves us now in a 4 versus 2. 30 seconds left to go, and 9Z have just got to throw it at the wall and see what sticks.
They've tried their very best here, but again, some elements of utility are untouched on the side of Liquid. It's almost like they half clear. They get themselves into positions, but haven't dealt with all of the utility they need to make these hits work. They've tried their very best. They've made use of the sense light screens inside of sight, but they've just really struggled to get control of parts of the map that they need as Liquid, as we said before, have got those better gunners, got those stronger players, more seasoned players, and they're the ones right now coming out on top. This is what we expected in this half. You're struggling now to see maybe where 9Z can fight their way back in. It's 5-3 already.
Yeah, 9Z are looking miles better here. Sorry, Liquid are looking miles better here. Get them on the defence, and they just look way more comfortable. 9Z taking the time out, not too much of a surprise. 5-3 down now. They need to get some attacking rounds quickly, and like I said, the reality is they're not getting themselves... They're not actually doing a bad job of establishing themselves inside of the map, but they just get a bit static then. They just kind of, you know, stall out, and they're not getting themselves onto site. They've never really threatened putting the diffuser down, for example. So Team Liquid know that they can just hold their positions, hold their lines, and wait for the push to come. And that's exactly what they do. And yeah, Liquid definitely looking on top at the minute.
I was just watching back part of like what happened during that execute and why it felt so toothless at points. And I think a key thing was the two main events that happened, really. One of them kind of not really their own fault. The second one really was their fault. They had the diffuser holder stepping their way. I think it was Nitro on the gridlock who was stepping into Bakery, immediately slammed out by Maya, who was in behind Small Bake. So you were kind of screwed there. It was a 1 versus 1. They knew that he was there, but he just won out that shot. The second thing that went really wrong, and this is where things started to crumble, I think. We saw the 1v1 inside of Small Bake itself when Naza came in through the window and had that 1v1 trade against, I believe it was Nesk. The main issue came when Joe was then pushing down Red. He did that about 2 or 3 seconds after the challenge in towards Small Bake came. So you've had a step in towards Bakery, you've lost out the 1 versus 1. Someone's then gone in towards Small Bake, a 1v1 that you've then lost. And then you've got Joe finally coming down Red as the Sen's light wall is expiring. And it's a little bit like, well, now Ask inside of Rise can challenge you on Red Stairs. So this is now no longer a good push for you to work out. And I think part of the reason why he was delayed on that push down Red was because his focus was on the vertical and making sure they could get away with stepping in with a diffuser, but he's offered no value on that vertical, then been late towards the rotate. And so really, 3 members of Liquid have just stood there, planted their feet and just gone, yeah, cool, like, we'll see what you guys do. And it's felt very toothless because it wasn't all quite done in perfect sync. So a few seconds apart there is what's really cost 9Z the round. Liquid haven't really had to work very hard for that win. And this is where I fear, again, that inexperience for 9Z is starting to show. On the attacking side especially, is where teams tend to start coming undone.
Yeah, Liquid looking, as you say, pretty comfortable and quite happy to just kind of wait around and see what 9Z do and then react to it. We've got the IQ on side this time, Capitao, Gridlock, so a slightly different lineup coming through. It's try and keep the hard breacher here, give themselves a chance at anything that they want to use that Hibana utility for. That was something that they lost out earlier. Ask just being full flashed at that point, but he doesn't mind. He's going to hold his position for now. Just let them know that he's around pillars. And again, for Liquid, I think they can do this. They can just tease doorways. They can just tease angles. And it'll waste a lot of time because 9Z will then be really cautious about approaching that.
You see things like the Wamai on side. That's what they're trying to burn through with those flashes coming out. But that is a lot of their thrown utility now done. Of course, got to be mindful of those Capital bolts being caught out is the main thing I'm keeping an eye on here. Of course, if Ness catches any of those, then fantastic. You take away some of the main utility in this round for the attackers to work behind. That was all super early on, mind you. Inside 60 seconds, a lot of that exchange has happened. And now look at it like, cool, I guess we just reset into those same positions and get ready for the next push to come in, right?
Nitro was so lucky then. Liquid were playing aggressive on red stairs and really nearly caught the gridlock out. They just waited amongst the track stingers. Really smart play. Just, you know, let that utility deploy around you. And if they make the shot, look at that. Ask runs out, gets a grip. They've been teasing that door all round. So how can 9Z fall victim to it? They need to be aware of that. Naza does manage to cut down resets. So despite losing the hard breach, they do still have man advantage 4 versus 3.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I mean, I thought for a minute when that run out came through, okay, surely there's someone nearby to give a trade, right? And there was just absolutely nothing. I thought, no, it can't happen. The fact they've walked in and got 2 kills elsewhere in the map is beautiful. It does give them that man advantage. And this is again where we saw Liquid doing this back in the first half. Now you've got to slow things down a little bit, play behind that man advantage. You've got so much utility in the back pocket of Joe here to work behind. Make use of it. Don't make the mistake that DS made with the Deimos and not making use of that utility when it comes around to an execute. They've got all the resources in the world to get this done.
Liquid again playing it similar to how they have so far through the last couple of rounds, and that is getting themselves into position inside a site now, knowing that with 20 seconds 9Z have to play into them, and the next couple of kills will shape the round. Naza manages to find Ask. That's huge. Another one comes in from Naza. Big round from him as he's just walked his way through 1v3, but surely it's too much to ask. Surely as Diaz manages to find 2, can he find himself a 3rd? No. Joe manages to walk in and get the kill, but it was a little bit touch and go for Liquid.
I love how Joe's just slowly crouch walked his way forward there, knowing that the free fire be coming at head height. Really good stuff. And again, I like it from 9Z. I was like, surely they can't be losing this with that utility in back pocket, but it wasn't the utility. It was that team push forward. Now, it looked a little bit scary for a moment when they lost a couple of kills to the player on Fireplace, but for me, it was the initial push forward that really set it up for them. They get that freebie from inside of Reading and towards Fireplace. You have Nesk who's then cut off on side of White Stairs, and there's no safe way back towards site. They've just read out the situation very, very well and played it to perfection. Definitely could have improved that 1vx at the very end. But at that point, you're looking at small margins of being pedantic about it. It was a good round by 9Z.
Yeah, they got it done. Like I said, I was a little bit frustrated with the run out. They'd been watching it. They knew the threat was there. But other than that, they controlled it very well. And they actually used the space that it created as well. So good stuff from 9Z. Get themselves one back and at least put a little bit of pressure on Liquid. That's what they need to be doing. 2 rounds on the attack. If they can get them, will really, I think, put some nerves into this Team Liquid camp. It won't be enough, but it really sends a message. They've managed to get themselves one of them. I think it's a back-to-back that they need here. Get another successful attack. Don't let Team Liquid get themselves onto that overtime, that sort of match point guarantee, that 6th round, because whilst Liquid do need the 3 points, you feel once they get to that, it's going to let the pressure off a little bit. So keep the tension up, get this one 5-5, and 9Z might just be able to play spoiler.
Imagine if they do as well. Liquid knocked out by the team that's already been eliminated. It would be one hell of a story. But you can see it becoming the potential or the possibility based on how 9Z have been playing this game. They have played well. Like first half, I know it looked a bit chaotic the first round or two with the aggression they were showing, but we could understand why they were trying to do it, trying to trip Liquid up early on, and in some cases came out on top. They had that 3-3 half, fair play. In this half, it looks a little bit more shaky. They've definitely warmed into it as time has gone by as well. With that Capital being taken offline, though, that's obviously one of them to keep respect of. You will lose that fire. You'll lose those smokes they've made good use of so far. That's got to be used, or at least the replacement consideration has got to come into it, which is why I now think you're seeing the Ying coming out from Naza here. More utility dumping, just in a different flavor.
Again, just holding those external angles to start with 9Z. They did get quite a lot of joy from them previously. Will was able to get a couple of kills from that white window rappel, so we'll see whether he's able to get any success again. We've seen a lot more Kali use as well, so far tonight at least, but I think in general, just as an option to be able to take out utility like those bulletproof cameras permanently, just get the Lance and get it active in there. Need to be doing something about this Jaeger. We're going to see the pre-fire come in, but Ask will just have moved. They weren't quite quick enough on it there, 9Z.
Right. I mean, they got rid of Nest last time around. He was in this position as well as Will, who got the freebie. I believe, I want to say, that it was from the white window where he got a kill, then got a second in towards bathroom. And so I'm looking at this again and just thinking, okay, you know that Nesk is in the same spot. He knows that you've killed him here before, so surely he's going to change something up himself. Candela comes in, at least gets one away from it as well, before Joe is shut down. Grimby's offline.
Liquid looking much better here for holding on. Nesk able to juice himself back up to full health. Naza manages to take down Maya 4 versus 4, but they still haven't dealt with this pixel spot. 1 minute left to go. Nesk is just going to play here for as long as you will let him. In goes the Candela, but how about that? Absolute beauty of a headshot from Naza on the Ying. 4 versus 3 now. 9Z have got a real opportunity.
Really got to build into it though, Tim. Again, you can see the spread of the 3 Liquid players all towards this east side of this top floor. We should give a lot of room for 9Z to start moving their way through, but that storage player is going to be their main challenge. Resets is the one that they need to move away. Candela at the ready. One more smoke in back pocket. That could be their plan off the back of that. A couple of frags maybe from Nitro at the same time. Can they get away with this? Because DS is the one on the Warden who can deal with this, Tim.
Ask does manage to find Nitro. Will take down Resets. That is going to leave us now in a 2 versus 2. As you said, the Warden is going to come in critical. Ask on the double as well. And Liquid managed to get it done, even with having a man deficit for most of the round. That is a really important point in this game. Liquid get themselves a guarantee of overtime, but that's not enough. The more important thing is to get themselves 2 opportunities to grab the full 3 points that they will need.
Again, it was kind of like a right idea, but you're just being shut down by Superior Gunman on the other side there. Ask, I think, has got a 4K by the end of it. Magic stuff. One thing I do want to at least remark back on, which I thought was quite interesting. We've seen that Doc in that position before. Dug in behind with my magnets, in behind Jaeger ADSs. And 9Z just say, forget about trying to hit him with utility. It's all getting swallowed up by ADSs, all the rest of it. We're just going to try and shoot him. The first player dropping in through New Hatch, who goes for the drop and manages to get a spray down and put him really low. He heals up. Then you have Naza stick across in towards Cigar, who then goes to the 1v1 and wins that headshot challenge that we saw. They basically just said, forget about playing this mini game, the like utility meta redance that we haven't seen for a few years now, and went straight in for the gunfights and came out on top. Just, I love how they kind of said, okay, then complex problem, simple solution, go shoot.
Let's see if they can shoot their way into a full 3 then. Kitchen is going to be possibly the last site we will see. Certainly going to be the next one we will see. Just looking back through, they played it in round 8. Team Liquid got the win. If you remember, they got the kill early on to Will. The entry death for 9Z was that hard breach going, and it seemed to definitely change the shape of the round. I was a little bit concerned about the VIP hold. They've gone with the same thing. It's going to be resets in there. They've managed to get the opener again. This time it's the IQ rather than the hard breach. Great reaction from Team Liquid there, knowing that that immediate pressure was going to come, that immediate rush in through main door. They're able to shut it down, and again, it might just give the breathing space for them to hold VIP despite not having a shield or any utility to play behind.
All right, well, can they make it work with what they've still got? I'd say yes. Tons to work through, but it never looks good when you're already down early on in the round. The IQ, I'd say, not the end of the world. Of course, things like the mines coming out from that Fenrir are going to be the main sticking point for them. Other little bits and bobs, not really anything else worth shouting home about, to be fair. Everything else is pretty static overall in terms of the setup that it's going to bring. This could be it, though, for 9Z. I don't know. Getting one more back, getting second one back. That's pretty big, actually. I scratched what I'd have said. The Uzami being gone especially is a big one. Yes, you still got to deal with those mines of the Fenrir, but of course you can't drop and change where they are. And they get a third. What shooting from Nitro? Great stuff. 2 kills on the gridlock, a 4v2. They can send this all the way to 12, Tim.
Yeah, Nesk stepped in and he's retaken that counter position, but I don't know why Liquid were kind of peeking that to begin with. It was kind of like, oh, nothing's happening. I want to have a look and see if they're there, but they don't really need to, and it just gave 9Z the opportunity, and I think it was exactly what they were waiting for. They were ready, they took it with open arms, and they now find themselves 4 versus 1 as Joe is able to pick up resets. You can throw all the smoke canisters you want, Nesk. I'll be honest, I'd be very surprised if you can come away with a win in this 1 versus 4. It's going to be one missed opportunity for Team Liquid. They will have one more chance to close it out. Nesk does manage to get 1 versus 3. Is he able to find the rest? 55 seconds is a long time to hold on.
And he's got no smokes left to stall out one of those angles. Okay, Nesk, let's calm down now. Let's calm down now a little bit. Goes into the final 1v1 with Tuku, rounding his way in through a small bait, now backing off. And sure enough, the fear of God has consumed him, I'm pretty sure, knowing that you're up against demon mode. Nesk, it's into a 1v1. Nesk tries to step out. No, not taking the shot. And Tuku, well, he slays that demon, Tim. But my God, what a win that would have been for Liquid.
Nesk on the SMG. It's just a beautiful thing to see. 9Z, to be honest, that would have been unforgivable for them to lose that. 4 versus 1 with a smoke on an SMG and you know exactly where he is. I don't know why they weren't playing him for the plant. They had time. You know, they should have been looking to just get the plant down inside of sight and force Nesk to make a play into them rather than... He got 3 kills without, you know, hardly moving his feet. They just kept feeding in. So nearly a big mistake there from 9Z, and Nesk was ready to take full advantage of it, but wasn't able to. So it's going to lead Team Liquid to taking that tactical timeout and have a chat and see if they can just interject enough to change the trajectory of this and get themselves the result now. They have one more opportunity to get the full 3. And just remember the impact of this. If they don't, it means they can only get a maximum of 13 points. And that is a big problem for them because Black Dragon's Furia are currently on 12. NIP and Loud are currently on 13. So even if things go their way, and I think Loud is the most likely for them to chase down, it leaves them on even standing with Loud. So then you start looking towards those tiebreakers. I'm not going to even think about what that would look like because things will change, round difference, everything else that will come into it will change. But it's not where Liquid want to be. They've got to get this done now.
I just love how even Nas is in there, just rubbing a bit of salt in the wounds during that Liquid timeout. What he said was, one Radada, Air Carbo playoff, which is basically 1 round and playoff is finished, right?
Yeah.
I'd
be giving it to him.
Yeah, they say you get this wrong, then you're screwed, basically. You might walk away with 2 points, but at that point, you're really leaving far too much for yourself to do on the last day. And so 9Z, understandably, they can see the cracks forming, they can smell blood, sharks are in the water, and Liquid are looking like that meal.
Yeah, I love it. You know, I think... Absolutely. Bit of smack talk in there. Just give it to them a little bit. No, make sure that they are fully aware of what is at stake in this round. You know, and if you come in with an entry kill now, if Naza comes in with an entry kill, it's even bigger. It's like you got 2 kills, really. He's giving it in the chat, then comes in with an entry. Liquid need to be careful that they don't suffer any slip-ups in the first minute or 2 of this round.
Interesting one to reflect on, by the way. I remember looking at Ask earlier. I believe he was 0-4 quite early on in the game, and whilst he hasn't exactly kind of kept it back to a strong standard, has definitely wormed his way back into the game here, up to 8 and 9, and now a lot of the team really been fighting their way back through. Of course, men of the moment are the 2 players that I think we'd all expect to see up there as well, DS and Nesk. I mentioned that DS has been sort of second fiddle to Maya throughout much of the stage, coming in as their second highest rated player. But for Ness to start putting on a show when it's most required, certainly not a bad time for it. But as we saw in that last round, you can give the man 3 or 4 kills, but it doesn't mean you're walking away with the round victory. And sadly, that is the only one that counts. I see how 9Z set themselves up because once again, Tim, we're going towards a similar setup here, looking in towards the Sens, for example. Use case of it last time was to lock away that wall that looks in towards Red Corridor. So Ask, who was buried inside of Rice, couldn't challenge on towards Red. If you remember, it was that slight mistiming of the step in towards Bakery, small bait challenge coming out of Naza, the walk down Red Corridor. It was all a little bit broken from 9Z, and I'd hope to see that they've sort of figured out what went wrong last time and how they can course correct in this one. I'd be a bit worried if I was Liquid.
Tuku was just holding at the flank whilst Nitro got himself into position. They will have the track stingers out now, so he doesn't need to. Tuku moves across and starts looking down those verticals that Naza has been opening up. This is great from 9Z so far. We talk about 1 minute 30 in this kind of attack. You want to be opening those verticals up by the 1:30 mark at the latest. It was about 1 minute 40 that they started doing it, so great stuff ahead of time. They've got defenders moving around. They've got hatch being opened. It is being delayed by resets from VIP. He's playing those auto canisters onto the hatch to try and just deny a little bit of time away from 9Z here, but they are looking so far so good.
They are, but still quite a lot to chew through as key barriers keep on rolling out. You've got the Evil Eyes to contend with. You've got yourselves facing off against Vulcan canisters. F has to work your way through. There's a lot they've got to work through. Maya's already going to find himself going down here to Nitro, and this time round, Tim, it's 9Z with the man advantage.
It is Ask, as you said, 8 kills in the defensive half. Needs to get involved here more than ever, but look at this. Nitro manages to find him. 5 versus 3 now, 24 seconds. Will the clock come to Team Liquid's rescue?
Just chill, Liquid. They're so hell-bent on fighting on that double door entry in towards Bakery. Let them in a little bit. I think you've got to let this one breathe. They've got utility they can play behind, sure, but you've got things like C4s in back pocket, Evil Eyes, you name it. There we go. Nest finds one, but it's Nitro who might be the man of the moment. Steps in big. Plant's now going down. Resets with it all to do. A C4 up and over finds the man, and Liquid will win it out 7-5, but it came down to a matter of microseconds.
What a way to close out a match that you desperately need to win. We talk about these 1vx clutches whereby you just focus on the planter because you know the clock's run out. You just got to find that one shot, that one hit. And he was able to do it with the Nitro. I can't believe what I've just seen. 9Z have let Liquid off the hook big time.
What I really loved there was it was Nitro going nuts with the 3K in the round, and it was a Nitro that then won the round, just coming across from the other side instead there. So a little play on words for you. But the fact it came down to it being that closest bond, because they were in a 3 versus 1. You give that another second or so for 9Z to get into covering positions, I think we're having a very different conversation right now, and we're going to overtime instead.
Yeah, and as I suggested it might, the clock comes to Team Liquid's rescue. They now need to sit back. There's plenty that could happen, but I think they sit back and hope that Furia beats Loud.
I think I have a lot of fingers crossed, Tim, that's for sure. And we'll throw things over to our desk now. Jacob and the boys are going to break that game down for you. See you in a few.
Thanks, guys. It's just one of those cases where it feels like Liquid did not have rounds to throw away, and there were plenty of rounds over the course of that game that Liquid were so close to just nixing altogether, or that they did completely throw. 9Z had vector clutches, they had post retakes that didn't look like they were feasible, they had pre-placed Nitro cells, especially in that first half, that looked like they were going to go their way, and at the very, very end, in a moment where it looked like Liquid were about to throw a very winnable defense when they didn't have the kills that they needed, they just get one Nitro cell placement in the right spot, and that's what seals it. Fox, I don't want Liquid's games to be this down to the wire, but to them, they got the win. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be coming down this close, but obviously there's faults on both sides. A lot of rounds that should be a lot cleaner. I mean, we almost saw the round before Nesk win a 1v4, right? And he just loses the 1v1. And these are situations when you're in such a man advantage, you should not be throwing. But obviously, it was a little bit of foreshadowing. I mean, with that round of Nesk almost getting that 1v4, and then into the next round, essentially in a 1v3, letting resets get to the point where he can deny the plan with the C4, which really well played from him to be able to stop that. But obviously, it should not be getting that close to the wire. 9Z obviously letting just as many rounds go to Liquid as Liquid was receiving. And if you're Liquid, you're in a position where if you look at their whole stage, it's been pretty rocky, up and down. You know, getting a win here is a necessity, and obviously not going to overtime is that much better. So happiness from Liquid, obviously, but there's still a lot to work on going for them. Hopefully this was a wake-up call, because this is what they needed. But their game tomorrow, a lot will be against Loud, a lot will be, or in the next Playday, a lot will be on the line, even more so. So mistakes like that can just not happen against teams of that caliber.
I mean, not even going into tomorrow, I mean, they kind of have to be player haters for the rest of the day and how these matchups can end. I mean, if Black Dragons get a win, get 3 points. If Loud get a win, get 3 points. Realistically, what Liquid did today with getting the 3 points is great for Liquid. But again, if Black Dragons and Loud get wins today, it was all for nothing. Liquid can't do anything at that point. They wouldn't be able to catch up just mathematically. But again, the cards are still in their favor here. They did get those 3 points. They needed it. Now it's just, again, sitting back, reflecting what they can do, possibly going into Loud. But it really is going to come down to the rest of the day and how these matches shape up.
3-game win streak right now for Liquid. It just so happens that the team that was at the bottom of the standings gives them the hardest bout over the course of that 3-game win streak. But it also still feels like where something goes right for 9Z, something equally as good went right for Liquid. If it's a 1v4 vector play from Will in Freezer, Ask is going to get his own 4K in Freezer back in round 10. And that sort of back and forth happened just enough to a point where Liquid were able to pull out, make sure they had match point first, and put 9Z in a position where they had to get really creative with their last couple of attacks. And it came down to the wire, but again, people aren't going to look at the fact that it was a Nitro Cell that won that game right at the very end. They're going to look at the fact that this was still a regulation win and 3 points for Liquid right here.
Right. Yeah. I mean, obviously, when you look at both teams, right, the rounds that Liquid were losing rounds and 9Z was playing well, or the rounds that 9Z had such an amazing entry to the start, but then slowly fell out. I mean, that was the strength for 9Z that we want to talk about. They're very gun oriented, very opening everything up, getting that man advantage. They just need to be able to close it out, and that was their biggest issue, is they were getting overconfident, sloppiness in those situations where it should be rounds that they should be closing out, and they gave those rounds up to Liquid. Whereas I feel like the rounds Liquid have advantage and Liquid's losing, it's not so much so as Liquid's throwing it, it's a little bit of misplaying. They're constantly, yeah, I mean, I guess you can say they were throwing it. I just feel like the capacity, the difference of both teams, like 9Z was just way more pivotal on, you're just watching one body after the other. They're not trying to change anything. Liquid looked like they were making a lot of right plays, going for the win condition most of the time. Things just weren't going in their favor.
We're going to drag Sensi right back in for the interview real quick. Just out of curiosity, first of all, Sensi, I know you can probably hear me because I'm hearing something in the background. Congrats on the dub, first of all. 3 rounds in a row that you've been able to pull something together, which is phenomenal. Do you think the comeback's actually going to happen? Do you guys now have the inner confidence you'll be able to get to playoffs now?
Hello, everyone. Yes, I think that we are building up as a better team at the moment, and I think that it's a work in progress. We don't want to rush with results or points or whatever, but we are very confident. Today, I don't think we have a pretty good showing, to be honest with you. But I think it was enough to win this match. Still, there's a lot of work to be done here as a group. Individually, you can see that many of our players are pretty in a good shape, but still there's some work there as a group that I think we should improve to make playoffs. Yeah.
Well, since I obviously want to say congratulations, it's always good seeing you, buddy. It's always good seeing your face. I mean, 3-win victory. It's got to feel good, obviously, after how the stage has gone. I kind of want to know, what was the big difference going in today versus the past 2 previous games? I mean, it was a night and day's difference in terms of, you guys beating Black Dragons where people didn't think that was going to be possible. Then maybe that Los game, it was kind of off the assumption you guys would win that just based off the performance of that Black Dragons. But in today, it was just so tight, and I think the game as a whole was just a lot of mistakes from both ends. I'd say a little more on Liquid side. I am just curious, what was kind of the change from yesterday into today's match?
It's always depends on the way our team versus the other team is playing. We are playing our whole lives here to be to qualify for the playoffs. In the meantime, 9Z doesn't. So their play style is very different. You can see that they were peaking a lot. They were doing some crazy stuff that we usually don't see in a pro match. And I think this kind of games, it's always tough to face because the other team don't have anything to lose. In the meantime, you have everything to lose. So that's why I think it was very, very difficult for us to play. But yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, indeed. I mean, one thing I want to ask you guys, obviously, I've been commending Liquid on the maps that you've been going to, especially in the last couple of play days. It feels like you guys are understanding your play style to the full extent right now. So obviously, with today going to Cafe, I mean, we've seen you guys go to Labs yesterday, and then against Black Dragons, you went to Consulate. Is there an understanding now that you guys have, since picking up your newer players, there's more of a slower play style, more of a defender-sided team that now you want to go to these small maps? And also talk to us about why you brought it to Cafe today.
I think it's just a matter of preference. It was between Clubhouse and Cafe. We're pretty strong in both maps, but it's again, I think it's just the possibility of going through, the flow. I think the team was very well prepared. Maybe playing Clubhouse the way that 9Z played.
I was just about to ask, wouldn't Clubhouse, sorry to interrupt, wouldn't Clubhouse then have been the better option given their play style is a little more sporadic?
Probably.
The Clubhouse kind of denies that.
Yeah, that's what that's what we are thinking right now. But the thing is, we didn't think that it would be this crazy of a match. But we just showed for the whole team that, yeah, the other team doesn't have anything to lose. They're speaking a lot. It's a huge map that it needs to be a very good map control, and we show that despite all of these, tricky situations, we still end up in advantage here and getting the game.
Well, it's still one more game to go to get even more points, but ultimately there's a couple of other teams you're going to hope lose out in their matches later on today, so hopefully you're not watching too stressfully. Congrats on the win, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hate watch for Liquid now begins. They need Black Dragons to lose. They need Loud to lose. They need Fury they need everybody to lose, aside from the teams that have already qualified now at this point, because the teams that aren't in the playoffs, they're already gone. So the hate watch can commence for the rest of the day now.
Jacob, it's very possible that, you know, those teams could lose. In fact, Black Dragons playing W7M next, Loud versus Furia. I mean, I'm expecting them to be very close games, but there is still a chance Liquid can fight to see another day and possibly make top 6. It's definitely not out of the equation just yet, especially with them not pushing an OT. But again, it's definitely gonna be a little bit of a hate watch coming from Liquid's end.
Yeah, I think what Ace was saying, it makes it pretty probable if Loud lose today to Furia. Obviously, everything's in Liquid's hands going into the final Playday. They have to play Loud themselves, so that would give them the ability to win out and then leapfrog over Loud, knocking them out of the top 6. Or, well, you know, I don't necessarily know if it would knock them out of the top 6 based on the other games, but Furia beating Loud is the first step for Liquid.
No matter what, Liquid have given themselves a chance, and we're only going to be knocking one team out of playoff contention today, which means Playday 9 next Sunday is still going to have playoff implications. The only question is, are Liquid capable of putting themselves in that spot, or do they still need everybody to lose? And ultimately the answer is yes, but Black Dragons, Furia, NIP, and Loud still have chances to lock themselves in today, one of which comes off the back of W7M, who've already qualified, but they've got their game up against Black Dragons as game number 3 right after the break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Black Dragons have easily been one of the most intriguing stories so far of Stage 1, a hodgepodge roster from all over Brazil that have beaten 2 top 3 teams and have a winning record heading into their last 2 games. But now's when W7M could send them a pretty hefty reality check. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he's Foxe. They've beaten FaZe, they've beaten Loud. Gabe, do you think they can also beat W7M? Is that really feasible for them to get the 3-peat this stage?
Yeah, I definitely think it's possible. Now, what I'm worried for more than anything is we've seen this time and time again across all regions. Teams really start out the gate running. They start out super strong, but then they start to experience loss after loss, and then it just starts to just be this crippling effect that just keeps hindering their performance. So now I don't want to put any juju on Black Dragons. I'm actually a huge fan of them, but there is a world that they can win, but I also can see the world where they do lose this.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that's a story as old as time for Black Dragons. They're constantly in that 5th to 6th place range when it comes to SAL, and obviously sometimes they'll have amazing games. They're able to take wins from big teams, but they just constantly fall short when it comes to making those events, and that's something that we thought we were going to see a different side of them this stage. Obviously they've been consistent. It's in their hands right now, possibly playing against W7M, and they've looked so dominant when it comes to the top teams that if we need to see the consistency all the way through. But like we said, pressure sometimes can be the biggest factor on teams making it or breaking it.
Kind of strange how sometimes you can do really well against teams at the very top that you're not expected to beat, but something about the teams in your range or lower that you end up struggling with that ends up being more of a problem. But again, Black Dragons could easily punch their own ticket to playoffs without concerning themselves about the results from the rest of the series. And for BD, it's still doable, but against Furia, it wasn't. They lost 7-5 on Cafe, close the entire game. They were even up 5-3 at one point, and then dropped 4 rounds in a row and a Flastery whiff later. It was all gone. So Lax, they really need to avoid the repeat today.
Yeah, they definitely do, and it really is going to start on their attacks, because yesterday, I mean, their attacks did not look good whatsoever, and maybe you could have contributed that to the fact that Furia just really plays a very gunfight-heavy team where they will be in your face constantly, whereas W7M, they aren't going to be in your face, but they're going to be smart about their aggression. They're going to be able to pick you off one by one, so it really is going to come down to those trades. And then even yesterday, which was a huge surprise to me, I mean, we talk about Makina throughout this entire league and throughout his appearance so far, he's always been a good spearhead for this roster, being able to get those entries, being able to force the other team's hand and putting up numbers. But yesterday he was completely being shut down by all of Furia, going 1-4 on those opening engagements. Now I think, you know, again, you contribute that to how aggressive Furia plays. You could say, sure, that's why we weren't seeing that success. But going in today, I can see Mekina being able to bounce back, find himself again against a team like W7M, but that still is going to come off the backing of everybody else being able to step up here. Because again, as Fox was saying, the pressure's on now. You need these points. And if you can get these points, you almost secure your spot in top 6, where if you lose today, you're not going to be great going into tomorrow. Sure, you can't get leaped over today by anyone, but it's the fact of the matter, you want to extend that gap and that lead going into playoffs, because we all know every team loves playing best of 3s over a best of 1.
I'll take it where they can. Currently, they sit at 12 points. The minimum threshold that was established by FaZe Clan when they qualified yesterday was 15. They can get that 15 right here, right now, if they were to win this matchup. It's a little bit dubious because, again, the way that they played that game against Furia and dropped 4 rounds in a row yesterday might leave some doubt in people's heads. But again, they came in with a winning record with a team that hadn't played very much before this stage, and now they are on the track to get themselves in the playoffs and not concern themselves with Liquid, who right now seems like they're hot on their heels. Flip side, we have to look at W7M. They've already made it. They've only lost 2 games. Everything's been going right for them this stage, including yesterday when they just kept that same streak going against, it was NIP on Consulate, but yeah, it's W7M at this point. If they were to do poorly, Fox, we would be stunned.
I mean, would we be stunned? Obviously, they're at the top and they qualified already for playoffs, but it was a great game against NIP. But I mean, if we take a couple steps back on the week prior, 7-5 loss to Loud and an 8-6 loss to Furia. So obviously, it's games that are extremely close. It's games that you look at it and you're never going to count W7M out. But that being said, are they dominant? Are they, you know, a Furia or a FaZe, even though those teams have had their respective losses in the stage so far? But are they a team that you're looking to constantly be the one to shut teams out? I can't say that this stage that I'm confident in that ability. Obviously, they've been having amazing performances so far, specifically Dodes. You have to talk about him, obviously, being on that secondary flex supportive role, and he's the highest rated player in the SAL currently. So obviously, everybody on W7M is a well-rounded team. They always have their time to shine. Loban was the MVP yesterday against NIP. Him being able on that to flex on that roam. I mean, they have so many different styles of play under one roof of a team. They really are as close to perfect as possible, being able to flex and play any single which way. But obviously, it's at a level of consistency that I wouldn't say is confident to believe in just yet. And they're in a position where they've already qualified. Do they really need to show anything more? Do they want to gatekeep Black Dragons? Do they really need it that badly? Obviously, if you're W7M, it's all about pride. So yes, you're going to be putting your best foot forward. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be that thought in the back of your head of, well, we already made it. So maybe we should save some strats, save some things going into the future game so that teams don't have more footage to use against us when push comes to shove.
Closer they creep to 20 points, the closer they are to locking down a top 2 seed de facto with no challenge. But overall, if they're able to do it against BD, then I think most people would still assume that top 2 spot would be well earned. We'll look into maps real fast for this last best of 1. For BD, their map pool is a lot smaller than W7M. W7M have been very confident going to a whole variety of maps thus far. But for BD, they've kept it on just a few. So for W7M, we'll see if they want to test a new battleground. They'll take Chalet. They've played it one time and won it so far. BD have played it twice themselves. So yeah, this one should be good.
No, this is a good map for both teams. Both teams should be comfortable on it. I do like the fact that W7M does get to start on that defense. Do they start on defense?
Yeah, W7M is on defense.
Yeah, okay, yeah, defense. Yeah, I like W7M starting on defense. They get to kind of set the tempo of how they want to play and kind of, like I said, stop those initial entries from Black Dragons, especially in a player like Makina, where we originally saw him thrive in his debut on a Chalet game. So for me, I mean, this is going to be a big testament for Makina to be able to bounce back, find his footing. But as for W7M, I mean, this is just another map for them. And as you were saying, Fox, I don't think they need to show off anything here. I don't think they need to get pretty, show anything too drastic. Just play the game that they know and love. And again, it's not going to be a super aggressive team like they played yesterday, Black Dragons versus Furia. But again, they are going to have to be able to work around the defenses of W7M, being able to catch them off, or again, finding that opening pick and being able to convert that into a round win.
If Black Dragons can do a good job at isolating Loban on that roam, I mean, Chalet from W7M is something that whenever we see it at events or in matches, they're always going to have Loban on the roam. They're always going to have that lurk ability, and that's the biggest issue that W7M brings to the table on Chalet is just roaming. It's very difficult to get a grasp on how fast they are pacing throughout the map. So if Black Dragons can focus on that entry, like you say, isolate Loban on that roam, get that opening kill, then they'll be able to transition into going for those executes, which we haven't necessarily seen Black Dragons go for those executes too much. Usually they're shooting their way out of the problems, but obviously that's the first step going forward into it. W7M is just going to play their game. So yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting W7M to do anything too crazy. A top 2 spot would be nice, but once you're in that top 6, obviously it's all about the next phase. What are we bringing to the next table? So W7M is just going to be another day in the office for them.
BD have one of the smallest map pools of any team so far in this stage. They've only played 4. W7M have one of the most. They've played 6. Lex, in your eyes, does that immediately make BD a little bit more predictable, especially since they've played Chalet twice this stage already? Yeah. They've won it twice, but there's less tape on W7M on Chalet than there is for BD. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that Black Dragons isn't showing their entire hand of map pool. That's the nice thing about the best of 1. You can kind of almost guarantee a certain set of maps that you're going to play. And if you can avoid certain maps and possibly save it for best of 3, great. But in terms of, W7M kind of showing their entire length of every single, the majority of the maps that they can play, it does leave a lot of gaps for Black Dragons, especially when it comes down to the end right here, where maybe pulling out a new map could be a good stride for you to try to pull out another win, lengthen that gap, but it definitely leaves you more exposed to being able to be counter-stratted, being able to be understood, finding those idiosyncrasies of what each and every single player does. That again, when you're on that defensive end, you're already going to start out on a good footing of understanding, okay, this is what Black Dragons' take is going to be. This is what we've seen them do time and time again. So it really is going to be on Black Dragons to be able to switch up their tempo and understand, okay, we've already played this twice now. They understand what we do. Maybe it's just a simple swapping one operator around. Maybe it's just as simple as someone entering somewhere else or having a cutoff. They're going to need to be able to quick on adapt on those attacks, and then on their forefront of defense, just play their defense to the best of their ability.
I want to get Tim and Darius' take on this real quick. Obviously, because Black Dragons have only played 4 maps, we're going to Chalet yet again, which is a map that they've already shown that they can play pretty well. Are you more confident that Black Dragons can pull out the 3-peat against top teams and get 3 wins on Chalet in the same stage? Or is that just a little bit too much footage for W7M to read into? Darius, what's your take?
Feels like a little bit too much, and again, remembering you're against W7M, they're the top
That's
team
the kicker,
for a reason. I don't know. I'd love to believe it for the storyline, but I think we all know the reality of probably what's coming on this map.
Same thing for you, Ace?
Yeah, it's a bit of a bonus match for Black Dragons, isn't it? They play Lost tomorrow, and that's the one. Win that, and they're in the playoffs. So this is kind of a freebie for them. They get to go in on a map they like and just kind of see what happens. Honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised to see them getting a little bit of something out of this.
Dragons could burn another Titan today, but the Bulls could also gore them to death on their way to a top 2 seed. We'll see how this chapter of Animal Farm goes on Chalet.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Yes, it's been one of those where, Tim, I think, again, the outcome feels like it's sort of predictable. Everyone looks at this and thinks W7M, best team in the region, they're going to win this. And the Black Dragons, they had a bit of a shaky start to the stage. I'd love to think that they could get something from this game, but I think even with it being their favorite map, you're up against a team that also likes the map, it does feel like it's an uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, even with what I've said there, I still expect W7M to win? Yes, they are fantastic and they're playing great at the minute. It's not going to be easy. But also, not only is this a bit of a bonus game for Black Dragons, if they do win it, they're pretty much qualified. So, it's like a bit of a freebie for them, but also it's an opportunity for them. I tell you what, I don't count them out. I expect W7M to win, but don't count Black Dragons out.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I get the point as well. It's a chance to qualify today. They're going to fancy a go at it, but I still think you're against a team that is not yet in the clear. If W7M, for example, were locked in top 2, guaranteed to be there, maybe you'd see them being a bit more foot off the gas, maybe not quite putting as much prep into this as they might otherwise do. But W7M have still got a lot to play for, so I just think this is going to be a real hard battle to fight their way through. Either way, we're into this one. Both teams last playing this map over the last couple of weeks, both against 9Z, and both winning 4 of their attacks. So the benchmark ready to follow is 4 attacks for either team on their attacking half. Bans to kick things off. We're going to see the Blitz going away, so one of those shieldy boys, as well as the Zami on the other side.
Yeah, I think if you get one shield, you'll probably get a second to follow it. I would expect Monty or Blackbeard to go with them. If not a hard breach, I'd be surprised with anything else. W7M going to surprise me. Yes, they are. They've taken the Deimos. Okay. So 2 quite disruptive operators then. I don't hate that idea. The Blitz, I kind of say it for any of the shields. I feel like Blitz and Blackbeard particularly, because they're the more aggressive of the 2 shields. I feel like if you're going to take the one, you might as well take the other. Because if you think they're going to bring Blitz, they're just then going to bring Blackbeard. They're going to do the same job with it and vice versa. So, yeah, I'm not too sure, how much value there is in that if it's something that Black Dragons were really going to try and use the Blitz. I think, they could easily just sub in the Blackbeard in their stead. But Deimos, very good ban. We know how powerful Deimos is. Get underneath, particularly a map like Chalet, where you've just got a lot of verticality. Getting underneath, getting above when they're down in the basement. There's lots of areas that you can find those tracks and play for vertical kills and be a nuisance. So I think, great ban from W7M there.
All right, keen to see how W7M play in the defense. I've already marked on it a couple of times now that 4 attacking rounds is the benchmark, but W7M are not going to be any slouches, that is for sure. So looking at Black Dragons and how they're approaching it, looking on their attacking side, straight away Miles falls towards the Dockerby Tim. I speak to the living death about this operator. I'm sick and tired of hearing myself say the goddamn name, but I think she's just so powerful at helping you clear through a map, and when you're anticipating that a team might be out and about around the map, very good for dealing with roamers, but also when they're just sitting back on site, very good for the execute. So sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't against a Dockerby. She's always going to have a use case at any stage of the round. So just always a solid operator to bring, especially when they're leaning in towards bulletproof cams. And of course, those yokai drones, can't use them whilst those phones are ringing out.
Going to have Lobin just looking to get a little bit active down in the basement. Something W7M have done well so far through the stage, being unpredictable. Playing those positions, playing those roams where maybe they're not always going to be expected. Drone goes in to top floor solar for the time being. A lot of attention towards this side of the map coming in from Black Dragons. They don't have any major hard breach or anything going on, or any hard breach at all really going on. So they're not going to be opening anything up. They're going to have to work in through doorways. So that's going to give W7M a little bit of comfort inside a side. But I would expect more pressure coming in from Solarium because it's going to be the easier take without a breach.
I mean, he's dead to rights here. Bolts can dig himself in and try and do his very, very best, but he's getting pressure from below, pressure from above. Sure enough, he's going to find himself finished off. At the same time, Dodez, top-rated player across the whole stage, across every team so far. He steps up and gets himself a kill back on the other side, not wanting to have that throne unseated anytime soon.
Of course he does, playing on the Frost, of course. Not a terrible gun, but certainly not the best in the game by any means, but still managing to make it sing and find those kills to keep W7M in it. A little bit of aggression from him as well, playing out into Ivy, looking out on towards Mezzanine. We do see Hornet managing to get the kill onto Lobin. What a beautiful shot from Dots, though, taken in whilst a little bit stunned as well. Manages to get the trade, 3 versus 3, 55 seconds left to go, and honestly, kind of anybody's at the minute.
Yeah, great use of the smoke as well to block off that standard angle. You see someone challenge from that library hall window. Try and put pressure onto the bathroom window player, but these smokes being down do stop that. Even challenging back here for the brief moment that he has to be able to keep himself safe for now. But elsewhere, they've been absolutely melted. Dots onto a 3K in the round. And with that, all the backbone of this attack is gone. Muzi having to step his way through his own smoke grenade here in towards Piano to try and find something. Surely we don't see this round given away by W7M. They're far too composed for that. Dodez with the close. Solid first round.
Yeah, W7M looking very good there. I come back to the same old judgment that I make. How bothered were those defenders inside? Not very. There was no real pressure coming in from double window. There was a lot onto the solar windows, but Dodez was able to cut through them early in the round, and then Dots at the end. And Black Dragons never really got themselves established inside the map in a position to make life particularly uncomfortable for, you know, if you imagine yourself stood in office there or stood in master bedroom, you're going to have been reasonably comfortable for the majority of it. So no surprise to see W7M going to dining and kitchen this time, because the defense is going to be largely the same. So they can kind of just rinse and repeat. They'll try to hold on to office and master bedroom again, keep those verticals above sight. You know, we see this so often. A lot of the fight will come around master, office, bathroom and trophy. And solar, it's going to be those sort of 5 key areas. Attacking wise, Black Dragons, they've got a couple of choices. They can go in and try and get that top floor clearance, take control of it. Alternatively, you just open up the office wall from Mezzanine, you open up the dining wall from Fireplace and try and get a plant in behind the diffuser. There's relatively good cover so long as you can keep office empty. So it may be that they choose to go for that. But looking across the side again, it's not going to be that, Des, because there's no hard breach.
No, they've largely swerved it, haven't they? Which is quite interesting, rather than playing through the standard office wall. But I was going to say for a second, they've still got to work through things like these Malusi Banshees that you're going to see being used to feed information when someone is pushing in towards office. But straight away, Mackin is in there with barely, 25 seconds gone. He's already hacked out 2 gadgets, now going for the default cam as well. Got an awful lot of value from one of those clutch drones here very early on in the round.
Yeah, I don't like not bringing a hard breach at all. You know, even if that's a secondary hard breach gadget, I think you're just offering a little bit too much.
You mean you're telling me the Thermite main doesn't like it when a team doesn't bring hard breach? What?
I thought
it's only because you can't see
that...
yourself a spot on this team.
I thought that might crop up. No, I just think you're offering too much safety to the defenders. I always talk about disruption and discomfort for defenders. You want to take, as a defender, you are going to play in what you think is the #1 best spot on the map for that defense, and you've got to move them, and one way to do that is to open up those reinforcements. Even if it's secondary hard breach, just get it on their office wall, for example. They're going to have to go in and get the kills inside of office, otherwise W7M will never move out of there because they'll have no reason to. So yeah, I really don't like it. Opening kill does come in, we get one either way. Dots taken down and rare, big loss with the Blackbeard gone as well. W7M are going to be cut down out of office, but look at what happens, you see, because they are pretty comfortable. 2 versus 2 after a flurry of kills.
They really don't seem bothered there, and they managed to get the cross back in.
There you go.
I mean, Moosey's just inviting that from Volps as well. He knows exactly where he is, but gives him all the room in the move to step in the world to step whatever the hell he wants to. And now it's father and son, Paolo and Volps, stepping up together against Flashtree, who has got a lot of work cut out for him, even with over a minute still to play.
And the thing is, back to the hard breach. Should Volps have been able to play in that position at that point? Had office wall been opened with a secondary hard breach, ace, Hibana, anything, he wouldn't have been able to play in that position. He wouldn't be able to exercise that kind of freedom to just breeze in and out from Ivy into half wall and to make that challenge. So I think, I think Black Dragons kind of just sowing the seeds of their own destruction a little bit with the lack of hard breach and the lack of taking away that defensive safety. But W7M have played well. Don't get me wrong, Black Dragons did well with what they had, going in through doors, going in through windows. They managed to find 3 of the kills, but ultimately it wasn't enough, and they found themselves 2 down pretty quickly.
Well, they've lost the 2 attacking rounds they were allowed to lose. Tim, again, that reminder of the last time both of these teams played this map, both against 9Z. They won 4-2 on the attacking side, and they are a single round away from not being able to repeat that scoreline. Surprisingly, you are against W7, and they'll definitely make it that bit harder for you. But enough that it draws in quite an early tack timeout. And I don't know about you, Tim, we spoke about this before, but I'm generally a fan of an early tack timeout. If you see something is going wrong, whether it's communication, whether it's a massive flaw in the game plan, a coach stepping in and at least forcing the guys to talk for 45 seconds can be enough, or offering them more correctional advice themselves as well. W7M have had it, I don't want to say extremely easy so far, but it has been a bit of a walk in the park for them. They haven't massively challenged just yet, and I do want to see if Black Dragons are going to swap things up a little bit here. And horror upon horrors, Tim, one of those changes may well be a hard breacher being brought along.
Thank the Lord. I was just going to say, what do you think I'd be saying? It's tactical time to play. Bring some hard breach. Yeah, like I said, it's not absolutely everything in terms of an attack, but we see so many rounds in Siege revolve around this gameplay. You know, whether it be bandit tricking or Kaid tricking, or banning those denial operators to be able to get walls open. And I know it's not always about opening a wall directly onto site and getting a plant through that wall, but like I said, it's about disrupting that defensive safety. VODs was a great example there, able to play in and around office half wall because the wall hadn't been opened in any way, shape or form. So yeah, I think definitely bring some hard breach along. It's going to be the 8. I was really worried when the Maverick was 6 picks away then. It's going to be the ace, thankfully, that is brought in. And I think we'll just see, hopefully, for Black Dragons, W7M disrupted a little bit more. Not able to play in their favoured positions. They get away with one there as well. But yeah, definitely a better opportunity coming in for Black Dragons.
I was going to say, just thank God it wasn't the hard breach maybe getting picked off super early then. Imagine. I was a bit nervous that it was the Maverick. Like, you can use a Maverick on this site. You come up through the garage stairs. You burn at the bottom of the wall. You won't have them players sat inside a stock. I much prefer the ace site. It's a much larger hole for you to be able to see through and, of course, shoot through. Granted, they do work both ways. You really want to see if there's a player tucked in. I think they may have just about seen it. They know that there's someone locked in here. Now it's a case of playing this dance of death against Wamai magnets and ADSs to unsettle that player.
Yeah, it's not an easy one to do if you've got all 3 players up on the top floor. As it is, Lobin is going to be forced away. He knows there's a lot of utility raining in, so it does weaken that top floor defense a little bit. It means that more pressure can be applied onto the mezzanine player, and then in turn, if you clear that out, you can then start pressuring towards library stairs. So it's just a case of step by step removing each of those positions. It's a good start from Black Dragons in getting a little bit of library control. They just need to pressure onto mezzanine now. They haven't been able yet to get onto main stairs. I like this from Dots. He's really trying to hold that position. You spoke about the hard breach that they're looking for to try and give them access. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful stuff though coming in from Black Dragons. That should now allow the ace to get in there, open up that wall onto the little connector, the storage area, and just prevent the defenders playing in there. Except
it's exactly that. I was going to say it was really smart how they played around the Capitao and made use of rare pushing at the same time to come away as the winners in that situation. But like you say, it's kind of all been undone. At least keeping themselves square in this one as well. I was about to say, we've seen this happen a lot where Twitches don't quite manage to destroy the bulletproof cams, and it does look very, very strange. However, this time around does manage to get rid. The key thing is, though, Tim, we're down to the 3 versus 3. W7M won't mind that they've traded members down to this one, especially when it's already the Jaeger and the Wamai, whose main gadget use is inside of library. That's already been covered out by the attackers, so they don't need those two operators anymore. On the other side, as you remarked, the hard breach is now gone. That's the real stinger for them, and in they step. Hornets in for a kill, makes himself good for a second, Machina another, and now it's Volts to go big.
He's going to have to if he wants anything. He knows the player is there, takes his shots, can't find him. He's going to have to reload soon. There's the danger. Just manages to play behind the pillar, though. The plant does go down. 1v3 becomes a 1v2. And the problem here for Volps is that Black Dragons have had time. They've had time to get themselves into post-plant positions. So now, W7M seriously on the back foot. We've got them both outside of the map. There's very little Volps can do here. He's just going to have to play with that diffuser sound a little bit. Try and bait them in. Doesn't know exactly where they are. Got about 15 seconds left to do something with this. Does he just stick it and see if he gets away with it? No. Comes off and tries to take the fight, but Hornet cuts him down, and Black Dragons get their first round, despite still not having a successful hard breach done yet.
Could have been quite spicy, to be fair, if they got away with... you've really held up on those hard breaches, aren't you? Could have been quite spicy if they managed to get away with winning that fight inside a lobby that little bit quicker. Maybe he could have gotten and challenged the player, putting the diffuser down. And then we could have been into a spot where potentially it's a 1 versus 1 in the post plant. Although you still favor the attackers there, things start to become a little more shaky for the side of Black Dragons. But they kept it nice and simple. Focus on the spots they needed there to get control of. Got a couple of kills just before the execute. Left it in a 3 versus 1 and closed things out pretty comfortably. Turns out tap timeouts helped them out there, Tim. Now we'll see if they can build on any more in this round, or if W7N get back to winning ways in round 4.
Yep, we're going to see the bans come out for round 4, Castle and Brava.
Like the Brava
ban. I spoke earlier about, the strength of Brava at the minute. We're seeing, so many of those electronic gadgets brought along on the defensive side, bulletproof cams. We always talk about intel in Siege. We focus so much on the drone economy of attackers, but when you look at the defensive side as well, you've got operators like Valkyrie with the black eye cameras, you've got the Maestro cams, you've got the bulletproof cams, you've got Mozzie. You've got so many options to gain intel with those electronic gadgets, and it just sees Brava, her power go up and up and up when teams are going to try and use them. So I think a good ban coming in there. We did see the Twitch doing a lot of work last time. I think we might see some more of that over the next couple of rounds. Not going to be in this one. We do have Rare again on the Ace, so going to bring along that hard breach, and again looking to force them out of position. As it is, it looks like W7M have actually left office wall soft. I think they might have done that last time around as well. So maybe less important for Black Dragons, but it still gives them some good options to deal with the wall in Solar, for example, in towards Master Bedroom, and again, just make it less comfortable for W7M.
Exactly. Still a lot of the map to try and work your way through, and still lots to fight over. Starting things out inside the garage here is Machina. And whether or not you see that Nook, regardless or not, it's not seeing anything anymore. Shot out nice and early on. These early phases more about getting that set up and into the building quite safely. It's always going to be that primary focus. The key thing, of course, to regard for Machina in this round is going to largely ignore the bulletproof camera, those yokai drones, lots of things that may well stack up here, where he could potentially get a bit of a sideswipe. And Machina is a player that I've really enjoyed watching. Tim has had a quiet game so far, but I think when he's on, he looks absolutely fantastic. Just hasn't quite been the case so far today.
Yeah, we'll see how he does through the rest of the game. We quite often see, players who maybe excel on defense or attack, and we might see him really come online and come alive once he gets himself onto the defense. But for the time being, Black Dragons need to focus on getting themselves inside of the map. They've only just done so. It's going to be Machina who moves in through basement. Interestingly, with that knock, we'll see whether he can put that hell presence reduction device to good use, keep himself off the cams, and maybe just sneak himself into a tricky position. I'm not sure. He's maybe going to work his way up blue stairs, maybe try and get a bit of pressure coming in through Ivy or something. Exactly that.
Here we go. Star.
However.
Oh, hell, I was about to say he's right in front of your nose, bro. What's going on? So Kamusi gets the kill into Volt's dead easier. Trade secured. However, Black Dragons, it means they've got the 4 versus 3 team. That's the kind of numbers they're looking for. I was about to say, Dots might be leaving himself in a very dangerous position here. A second time in the round where arguably the player on W7M had a free kill waiting before their nose, but just narrowly missed the player.
At 4 versus 3, W7M still able to hold on to that half-wall position inside of Office. I think that's something that Black Dragons need to address. If they're going to try to push from that side of the map, they need to make sure that they're getting that position cleared out. It's Dots on the Echo, so it'd be a doubly big loss, realistically, for W7M, because they would, of course, lose active use of those yokai cams. Look at this aggression coming in from Dots, though. He knows that they're inside a library. He just wants his opportunity to try and open this up here, but sees his man too late as Hornet manages to walk in from behind and get the kill. Palu on the trade, but that could be a big loss for W7M.
God, there are so many Siege timing moments in this round. It is a thing of beauty. Plant is going down, though, mind you. They know exactly where Loban is coming from on this Jaeger at the same time. The fuse is complete, and we're back where we were in the last round, Tim, where it feels unrecoverable for the side of W7M. Black Dragons, fair play. There's been definitely good parts of the round, a few lucky moments as well. But all that matters is they've got another one on the board. That is now 2 in a row. I'm very curious to see if we see W7M coming with attack time out here, just to have that moment to breathe and break the momentum of Black Dragons.
Yeah, that was great stuff from Black Dragons. I'd be really interested to see exactly where Hornet came from there. So much pressure on the office side that W7M must have, I can only imagine, have switched off a little bit there and have just completely focused on that office half wall and mezzanine and Ivy and thinking everything's coming from there, and Hornet's able to just walk in. And not only does he get a kill, he gets the critical kill. The one holding them at bay in that situation is your man on the Echo. He's playing in and around office, half wall, making it difficult for them, challenging them in library, mezzanine, everything else. When Hornet gets that kill, you could see the pace of the round increase because Black Dragons knew that the piece of the puzzle that was blocking them had been taken away. Able to get in and get the diffuser down. Great attack from them, recognised when the opportunity was there and took it and levelled things up 2-2. W7M have got a game on.
Oh boy, oh boy. And no timeout like I thought we might see, but clearly holding on to that one for the second half of this game. Almost a step then for Black Dragons, building into momentum now, and I start to worry for W7 that you could let a couple of rounds bleed away here, and suddenly what was a flying start, 2-0 up at the start, starts to very quickly fall away from them. This round is a pivotal one, though, to see who can pull themselves back into the lead. Now, Tim, once again, we look across this team, we cast our eyes over that lineup from Black Dragons, and once again, there is zero hard breach, not even a tin opener being brought along. But to some degree, the electrification being brought along by Loban, it feels somewhat redundant to them here. However, of course, they're not to know that. They'd expect to see an ace being brought along, or a thermite potentially. Neither, of course, on side here for the attackers. So, really playing a game that's keeping us guessing, it feels, on the Black Dragon side.
They're just going to be continuing to drone for now. Going to be looking for, again, similar to last time, that top floor presence. Try and get them moved around. Make life difficult for them. It seems to be more Solar-sided attention at the minute, so try and take control of Solar and Trophy and work into site a little bit more directly rather than going down the breaching option, because again they've chosen not to bring in that hard breach, so it doesn't give them any option. How are they going to deal with the half wall? Straight in through West Main, it has not worked out. They're going to have the Blackbeard cut down. Hornet goes down with him, and that leaves them now 5 versus 3. Nades coming out, but there's absolutely nothing happening for this Black Dragons attack right now. W7M are locked and loaded in position, and they are not being moved.
Bit more stabilised for sure. Might even get this one out with a flawless round, assuming they collect this final kill. Rare really is in there fighting for his life, but nothing can be done. W7M hold on against that burst of aggression coming out from the other side. And just like we saw from Liquid in the previous match, Tim, you tend to see that in the more experienced teams. They can deal with this aggression when it gets thrown at them.
Yeah, really good from W7M. They weren't panicked. There was no rattle in them. And they just held their lines of sight. They were confident in the positions they'd taken up. And they used them to the full, even when it was a Blackbeard in their face. It pretty much, as I suggested with the bans, really, taking away the blitz, like, I get it. But I feel like if you don't take the Blackbeard as well, you can't. It's kind of you're picking your poison then, rather than just saying, I'm not taking any poison, rather than just removing it altogether. So that's exactly what's happened. We've seen, proliferation. It's also interesting to see the way that teams are starting to play around these banning strategies, because I think I'm right. I will just double check as I'm saying it. But I think I'm right in saying that they didn't actually play the Blackbeard for the first 3 rounds because they didn't want it banning out. And then as soon as that round 4 ban comes in and it's not Blackbeard that's taken out, then they start using the Blackbeard, pretty consistently. We've had it for the last couple of rounds, and we see teams do that now. They're playing around that. They don't want to give everything away, and they're thinking, right, we're actually going to use this operator for round 4, 5, 6 because that'll prevent it being banned out. And so, yeah, definitely seen a bit more Blackbeard. Not much success with it yet, though, I will say that.
No, definitely that. I mean, for Paul Machina again, I really want to see him warm into this game. Player that normally rate quite highly, but has had a bit of a struggle here to fight against the side of W7M. See if fortunes turn here in the last round of the half, though. To get things off then, we're going to start things out with that Blackbeard nading away through and towards Library. Of course, hoping to deal with any frost mats that might be down, any barbed wire, anything that might impede the entry in towards Library. That's where the point of push comes in. And very common to see that as well, that Library is one of the main ingress points on this map. You start out with control there, start working your way forwards. Of course, good for attacking downstairs into bar and gaming. but also just generally a good entry point in towards site because it leads you to 2 sets of staircases very quickly. Lobby one or the blue one, or of course you're attacking top floor. It's as far away from the site as possible. It's a good entry point where defenders can sometimes hold up. Here we go. Wants to charge on towards this med side here. A nade straight in front of him as well. So try and deal with that FNAT going off. And the nade actually finds a kill. Realizes he can't step away from that one. It's a bit of a freebie. But a trade comes back elsewhere as Lobin finds rest. Still things stay. All square at 4v4.
Great team play from Black Dragons so far. The way that they've worked with that Blackbeard to provide the gun power as well. They have lost the Monty along the way, which could be a problem for them when we get to executing. But they do still have the Blackbeard. Ying going as well is really not going to help though. 3 versus 3. There was the Warden on side for W7M, so maybe not, you know, kind of a guaranteed win for Black Dragons having the Ying there. But 2 versus 2 as the downed Volps will be cut out of it. A direct trade there as Palu picks up Muzi as Muzi finds Dots. And it leaves Palu now 1v1 with Hornet.
Very significant ending 1v1 this as well. Either you have that dead even half to close things out, or W7M leave with a 2-round advantage. That's just how much is relying right now on the 1v1. Poor Volts, by the way. Every single nade that remained in the game, I'm pretty sure, went his way. Frags, flashes, you name it. He was not getting out of blue stairs alive. And rightly so, was cooked and charred. 50 seconds to play though. Hornet has got a lot of time to work with. Still 2 juice pools available. Not that that's too important coming into a 1 versus 1. But now it's about information. He needs to know where Parlo is. Parlo can afford to play the waiting game. Sees him at length. And the last thing I think Parlo wants to try and get engaged with here, Tim, is a long-range firefight. The closer he can make it, the better.
Yeah, exactly that. Especially against an LMG because...
That's the diffuser.
Hornet can just
downstairs
keep on firing. We'll keep our eyes out and see if we can see it. The arrow is certainly pointing downwards, so it's either behind him or underneath him. But as you say, I think he's already committed to playing for the kill here. And Parlo's movement is just slippery. He's just keeping himself away from this engagement. And as soon as he hit, that's just Parlo's experience coming out there. He knows where he is because he's bounced back and forward. And as soon as he hears the footsteps pace increase, he knows he's running and he can't be ADSing, so bang, he takes his peek at that moment. Brilliant stuff from Palu. He wins out the 1v1, 4-2, and a great start for W7M.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation there, trying to play out for the kill was always going to be a big risk, I think. Palu's got that experience. He'll play the dancing game every single day of the week, and you're pre-firing these angles, understandably. You're just giving away exactly where you are, and Palu played it to absolute perfection. Gives him that 2-round advantage. That definitely sets up quite a hill for Black Dragons to climb. First ban's coming on through, just like before. We've got the Blitz and the Azami being taken away. Wouldn't be shocked if it's a second shield ban coming out from Black Dragons here. And on the side of W7M, it could be quite variable in terms of what they ban.
Yeah, definitely could be. Maybe the Mirror, something like that. Maybe, one of the like Valkyrie, a bit of an intel op. The Castle, double up on that architect type of style. It's actually going to be the Melusi. Interesting one. So just trying to take away those Banshees. We see the Black Dragons have gone more down the line of what I was speaking about. If you're going to get rid of the Blitz, get rid of the Blackbeard, and it takes away that aggressive shield option. Yes, there's the Monty, but the Monty's a bit more of a passive shield rather than that direct aggression from the other two. So obviously not wanting to face any of that Black Dragons.
I'm quite surprised by the Melusi ban, to be fair. I haven't really seen much of it played. And look back at the last time that these teams play on this map as well. The Black Dragons really play it? No, they didn't play it once. So they haven't got a player that's got it in their top 3 operators across the stage so far. They didn't play it last time they played the map. So it's a curious ban coming out from W7M. Again, whether it's the thing they've seen in scrims and just think, okay, we'll not see that one coming through today, I don't know. Or it's because they've got their own ideas on how they want to be playing things here, and feel Melusi is one of the main impediments to being able to be successful with their play style. We'll see if she starts to rain on through, and the other side is, as we remarked, that double shield ban coming out.
I mean, those 2 bans from W7M screams to me that they want to be aggressive. They don't want to be pushing into, a position with keeper barricades, or where they're going to be slowed down by Banshees or given away, their position, their push is going to be revealed. So it sort of screams to me that we might see a bit of aggression in the first couple of rounds. We've got Dots on the Monty, maybe just trying to get in there quickly. We could have this breach straight away. We know that there's the new piece of corrugated metal on the updated version of Chalet for Siege, so it could just be bang straight in there, try and get a plant down, and obviously something like a Banshee is going to prevent that or make it difficult to happen. Yeah, get the Rara on connector door. If you can manage to get it onto blue door as well, all you've got to watch is the rotate them.
I think you can tell we're still in the kind of the find out stage with Rara a little bit. Teams are still experimenting around with her quite a lot. She's got the lowest win rate in the game at the moment of any operator, which sounds bonkers to say. It's down there at like 36%, quite a miserable output. I think because teams are trying to rely on these executes, making use of those roll down doors, but they're not actually being able to plan for the response from defenders. And it's still, like I say, a bit of a discovery phase overall. When it works and when she pulls out the gadget and manages to make it in use of the right places and it surprises defenders, I think it's absolutely wonderful, but it's just very rare so far we've been able to see that be a thing.
I think W7M are very conscious of that top floor. They just need to be careful that they don't get lost in the source here. They've got the utility to just go direct to site and put this diffuser down, which is exactly now what they're going to try and do. We've seen the mirror window smoked out. We've seen the Raura on connected door, but Black Dragons are ready for it, Des. They've cut them down at every opportunity. Flawless round. Great stuff from them. I think the Malusi ban, as we said, was to give them that direct or quick option in towards site, but it hasn't paid off at all for W7M. Complete failure on that push, and Black Dragons managed to get themselves back within one.
It's just such a bizarre round because there were only two players that were really focused on their push on towards that front side, right? They were almost trying to bait in that there'd be a double execute on the go and therefore leave it to the other side to be a bit confused by it. Well, we had the Monty going in of Dots going for the plant. You had Dodas, I believe it was, on the cover. Both of those two went down pretty clearly to Machina, who literally just walked down lobby stairs and killed them both. And I was a little bit like, okay, that's very, very weird. Whereas on the other side of the map, you had Volps and Lobin pushing in towards Trench, and they were both literally just sat there, like in Trench itself. So Flashtree pushes out through the double wall and just kills them both. And I'm like, what are we doing? Like, what's going on? It's not even like they could provide any cover because there was a smoke in the way between the two sites onto the single wall where you commonly see a mirror. It just felt very, I don't know, fragmented and fractured from W7. Like, it really lacked any real focus or purpose. Almost like there were two teams within a team trying to do separate things at the same time. Very, very weird as a round from them overall. I'd hope to see it improve a lot more going into this round. And for Black Dragons, they bring us back within one. And to be fair, Tim, when a player can walk down lobby stairs and kill two players like that, you deserve to win the round.
Yep, I'd agree with you. We're going to move into round 8. We've got the Monty brought along again, and we've got Volps on the Thermite. So again, I would expect pressure towards that office wall. Try and get control of fireplace, mezzanine, library, and get that office wall opened up. Maybe put Monty onto office door from office balcony. Pressure in a little bit from there with the shield, and just force W7M back into the master bedroom. Force them to defend at range. Piano, maybe play from piano window. Get aggressive on there, take a jump in as the execute's happening, maybe mix it up a little bit. But first and foremost, they got to do a lot of setup here. There's a couple of defenders that they need to move. They could come unstuck very, very quickly as Flashtree, he's in position. He's ready and waiting.
He is. I mean, Dots is in a pretty good spot as well to start the march on forwards. At least have the sniff here as to what's going on. Already drawing out some of these folks early on too. Again, we spoke about the entry point being library upstairs. Here it's also working in on the downstairs nice and quickly, just to deal with any roamers that might be looking to cause a little bit of bother later into the round. That's a lot of smokes that have come out quite quickly on though, and saying that, a smoke from both sides as Dots has used one as well to cut off 90 and start his march up towards this top floor.
Surely they know that Flashtree was on the lower level of stairs there. He's just going to hold himself in that position until the moment is right, unless there's an air jab gone out or something to force him to rotate elsewhere. But this could be a big mistake in the late round from W7M. They have got themselves in a position to breach the wall, so it is going pretty well for them elsewhere. Right now, Flashtree is my big focus point and concern for this W7M attack.
I would love to say that they definitely know about it, but I'm not 100% sure myself. I know they've had Dots and Parley were droning the living death out of those stairs earlier. Surely the presence of mind was there to drone onto him at the same time, but no, he starts his march at the backside, and there's the freebie. How have they had so much drone time on these stairs and missed out on this one, Tim? Now down to a 4 versus 2. These last 2 rounds have been a car crash for W7M, and Black Dragons have capitalized on the chaos, losing only 1 player across 2 rounds and bringing us even to 4 apiece.
Just see Machina on his player cam there going absolutely crazy as well. That's how much this means to Black Dragons. Like I said, a win here. I'm not certain if it mathematically guarantees them playoffs, but there's about 99%. It's, you know, FaZe have already qualified with 15 points, and it would put Black Dragons on 15 points. I'm just not sure whether the last fixtures next next Saturday it will be, next Sunday, 13th of July. I'm not sure if the next ones allow for a little bit of juggling of those positions, depending, who's who has left to play. But yeah, Black Dragons really going for it at the minute. Like I said before, this one coming in, Des, it's a bonus game for them. They're going to be looking towards that loss matchup as being that's where we really lock it in. But if you can get it done now, then fantastic. It's a bit of a free chance at it, a little bit of a freebie. And W7M, I'm sorry, you've got questions to answer there. You've been one of the best teams in the world for the last month, and that is just poor. You've been fighting with Flash Tree. They've been smoked by him. They knew that he was in that position. They knew that he'd been playing on Library Stairs. And for him to be able to just drop down a flight of stairs and stay off the radar, come back up and break the back of the attack, it's just... you can't be doing it, W7M. Sorry. If you're going to try... if you're going to be playing at the level they play at, that just can't fly.
Absolutely not. No, we've got to see improvement in this round then, because for W7M... start to feel a bit nervous about it, Tim. I mentioned at the start of the game that they're far from in the clear themselves. Yes, they are in the top 2 for now. If Black Dragons win this game and go on to win their last game, for example, things then start to look very, very scary for W7M. A reminder that if you finish in those top 2 spots, you do guarantee get a top 4 finish, which we know unofficially leads to an invite to EWC. That's a big thing to, of course, account for here that we can't be ignoring. That's got to be in the back of the minds of a lot of these players. They need to get some success here, W7M. But let's see if they can shake things up here in their third round of the half. No! Rare finds one for free. It's again another bit of a freebie onto Volts this time around. A trade back the other way. But some of the damage has already been done. Admittedly, they've got the smoke dead on the other side. That's pretty good, but they've lost their hard breach. Volts is gone.
Yeah, they have lost the hard breach, and we saw in the last round a little bit of the impact the hard breach can have getting that office wall open. They didn't win the round for them, but they certainly got in there and made a little bit of chaos inside of sight. We're going to lose the Lion as well. That's the E1D scan's gone, and of course the Monty, every time somebody on his team dies, he becomes that little bit less powerful because it gives more opportunities, more times where the Monty has to drop his shield and make the challenge himself with the pistol or the revolver, and it's tough for him. So all of these deaths make him less powerful. He gets taken off the board there. That leaves us now 2 versus 2. Minute 15 left to go, so W7M have plenty of time. Honestly, it's another round I could see Black Dragons winning.
Sure, they brought it down to the 2 versus 2, and at this point anything starts to feel possible. C4 available, of course, in back pocket. I was going to say, you've got an IQ on side, but it feels a little late for the impacts of that operator to really be being brought onto the 4. A couple of nades to play with, one being tossed out by Loeb in here. I think more towards trying to move players than anything else. But for the most part, Black Dragons can just sit and wait here, right for that right opportunity, and then strike.
35 seconds left to go. They've got a little bit of intel. Lobin has a look, tries to open that up. Damage does come in to Dordes. He's just trying to duck and dodge and dive. He actually manages to force Rare into position, but it comes down to a 1v1. Hornet takes him down. Successfully wins out the 1v2. And that is Black Dragons with a 3rd round in a row.
Oh dear, W7M. Now you start to worry. Just when coming into this, it's like, yeah, top of the table, like finishing top 2, guaranteed qualification spot, absolutely fine, no problem at all. And even we all said coming in, okay, for W7M, it feels like a bonus game for Black Dragons in a way. Again, remembering it's their best map, they're coming in and looking very good on the defense, very much the opposite of what we saw from the last games, where again, it was the attacking side where both teams really started to fly. W7M have got to show something magic here. And again, I wouldn't be shocked if attack timeout, there we go, as I say it. Attack timeout needs to come in at some point over those first 2 or 3 rounds. They've waited until the 3rd because, my God, is it starting to look a little bit ropey.
Yeah, they definitely, Norris definitely needs to be injecting something here into the proceedings that is really going to change the flow, because right now W7M just cannot buy an attack. Nothing is going right for them. Black Dragons have got the read on them. We know that Chalet is a good map for Black Dragons. They're showing exactly why. They are dominant. They are winning this. There's no 2 ways about it. I think, there are elements where W7M could probably improve. We spoke about that first attempted attack onto basement. It was kind of neither one nor the other. And, so definitely things that they can do better. But I think, you know, we've got to give it to Black Dragons here. They are winning rounds. They are coming out and taking gunfights. They are using their utility well, and they are winning these rounds. It's good stuff from them.
Absolutely. The key thing for me, again, is getting aggressive in the early round and being able to trip up the side of W7M. Because we spoke about it back on the Liquid game, again, to refer back to some of our games from earlier today. We said at the time, for team looks a little bit offbeat. They aren't like droning everything properly. Their attacks are a little bit, they leave something to be desired. Tripping them up in the early round is the best thing you can do, because they just lose all sense of structure from that point forwards. It's all good saying, yeah, we'll get these 5 operators together and kind of here's how we're going to approach it, as we've prepped and thought about already. Once you lose a couple of players, that all goes out the window and you've got to really be thinking on your feet. And I think Black Dragons done a great job of making sure W7M never really feel comfortable in this game. Maybe that changes now after we've had the TAC timeout. There's a couple of changes on the operators last second over towards bringing the Hibana, as well as the Ram on side. W7M, the ones that are reeling here, and Black Dragons could be on for a massive 3 points, much to Liquid's chagrin, who, of course, as we said earlier on, could all be hate watching this game, just preying on Black Dragons' downfall.
Yeah, that's it. It's, like I said, Liquid really, you know, you're kind of looking towards the 13th and the games on that day and saying, well, yeah, Black Dragons probably get their win there. You certainly don't want them doing it ahead of time. It just piles the pressure on more and more. Dordes will pick up an opener onto Machina, manages to take down the Goyo. Of course, the Vulcan canisters will already be in position, so it's no loss of utility. Bad flash throw as well. Uncharacteristic for W7M. I know it's a little thing. I know it's very critical, but again, this is why I say it. It's uncharacteristic of them, as is letting somebody slip through the net. Rare manages to get one, and look who it is. He's taken down Dordes, the top-rated player. The Hibana's gone. So it now all comes down to the hard breach of the Thermite.
I don't know there if that's just genius timing from Flashtree or what, but I think he started his move as we've had Loban, who was on the Ram, meant to be the player that was watching front door. In fact, I'm pretty sure he was there, and it's just let him get through the net there by trying to focus on getting himself upstairs instead. And that's what has opened up for Rare to be able to make the play that he has. These small mistakes and small gaps being left in the net that W7M are building is what's leading to moments like these where they're losing players in really silly positions. Now, thankfully, it hasn't been fatal as it has been in past rounds, but it's still going to destabilize the team. It's always going to have you worried, oh, what if a player comes from behind here? Do I trust that my teammate has got this covered? Because across a few rounds now, we've seen them losing players in silly ways to moments that really should have been caught on a drone.
Just going to have a little bit of repositioning from Hornet, looking to hold on to his position, and more importantly, the dining hatch is, of course, going to make it more difficult, as we know, to think about a plant inside of Wine if he's playing in that position. I don't know if they've got the hatch open or not. I'd like to keep an eye on that and see whether they have. See if he can directly impact the plant or not, or if he's just looking for the defense of it. But again, they've just let him slip through the net and take out Lobin. Palu manages to find Hornet. 3 versus 2, that's a big one. Having cleared the dining hatch, W7M pounced on it. They were there ready and waiting for that vertical kill. They take out the 2 men in quick succession and they level things up. 5-5. We're going to see all 12. And honestly, I hope we see more than that. This is a great game of Siege.
It has been one of those back and forth games where you can probably see it go into overtime, and it deserves it too. As you say, both teams have just been so neck and neck and so at it as well. Really enjoyed what I've seen from Black Dragons, not wilting away from the challenge, being willing to step up and fight W7M. For W7M, it's felt like battle stations for the most part, trying to fight their way through. But when it all comes together, it comes together beautifully. 5 apiece now. I really can't tell you who's walking away with the lion's share of these points, Tim.
No, absolutely not. It's absolutely anybody's. Given that W7M have managed to just stop what was becoming a bit of a runaway train of Black Dragons round after round, that's a big one for them. Let's see how Black Dragons bounce back this time on the defense, whether they can continue to hold W7M at bay. It might just be one of those moments, those turning points for W7M where things start to click a little bit. As I've said, there's been the odd mistake here or there. Even in that last round, uncharacteristic of them. You know, they allowed Rare to slip through the net and find a kill. It then happened a second time later in the round. And it's not like W7M to not be fully aware that those challenges are going to come. It's not so much losing the gunfight, it's when they're getting shot in the side, getting shot in the back, and they've no idea the player's coming. That's what's unusual for them. They would usually, you know, be well aware of that. But 5 5-5 on the scoreboard. It's all fives at the minute, but we've got 7 drones left on the board. So W7M need to make sure that they are using them and not getting caught out on the flanks. They've got Palu on the gridlock this time. Let's see if it helps.
Oh, I mean, last round we saw them missing out on this front door player because they didn't manage to catch out the push coming up from Rare. But here, well, Dots is most definitely ready and waiting. It's a freebie onto Machina, but I don't think respects that someone could have been there with that door opened up and do some real damage. And now Rare in a cheeky spot. No! Just as the gridlocks come out to try and lock down the angle, they get the freebie off the back of it. A second kill follows. And what started out so well for W7M with a man advantage is now a man disadvantage.
Again, W7M, you have 6 drones and no clue that there is a player on main stairs, that he's stepped up there. They're just too reliant on those track stingers. If you stand still, they're not going to do you any damage, and he can just hold his position there and wait for that shot to come through. Takes down Palu. Yes, it's great that the Grim goes at the same time for them. There's the Deimos, and it's going to be Black Dragons that are getting the match point opportunity here. Almost certainly 4 versus 2 now, and very little utility for W7M to use. They've got the breach off, which is great. It gives them something to work with, but they have to push in. They have to brute force this and try and find the kills.
I really don't think they managed to get the kills they need here, Tim. Not coming up against 4. They'll try the very best. He tries to bait the swing, but Black Dragons, so well drilled. A great 2v1 swing, and then Hornet steps to the other side and gets himself a second. Beautiful bit of play from him and the rest of the team. Now they're at 6 and 5, and W7M might well be getting dragged back into this race here for those top 2 spots.
They have to improve their intel game. That is the 3rd kill, not in a row, but in 2 rounds that we've seen where, again, I said it before the round, they're getting shot in the side, shot in the back with no idea that it's coming. And that's what they've got to stop. They've got to be making sure that they're using those drones. I don't know if they're maybe just trying to play too quickly, or, you know, you've got, where is everybody? Have we got a head count? How many are on site? How many are off site? Where are they located? Let's make sure that we've got a full picture of everything before we are assuming that it's all good and just running across doorways, because Black Dragons, I'm not even going to say they will punish you. They are punishing you time and time again. And it's been brilliant from Black Dragons. Yes, it's been a little bit sloppy on the side of W7M, but it's been brilliant on Black Dragons. Right place, right time, repeatedly, to punish them for it.
Boy, oh boy. Will they break the back here? Will they snatch away all 3 points? It comes down to what could be our last round of the game. And if nothing else, last round of regulation. Hornet very clearly wants those 3 points. Tim, he's set up at 14 kills across the map so far, giving no room to the other side to get involved in so many of these rounds. And a beautiful thing to watch. And what is going to trip W7 up in this round? In every single round, there has been something that W7 have missed, or a player that's just found themselves in a great opportunity on the side of Black Dragons to completely upturn a round on its head. I have a feeling it could happen again. W7M almost in full panic stations here. Back towards the Dockerby and the Lion. They want full control of the chaos going on around the map because they know they've been leaving gaps throughout their setup so far, or at least in their approaches to the map. And they want to make sure that's shut down here. No more errors are allowed, or this game is done.
They've got at least a little bit of, or plenty of disruption, really. They've got the Dockerby, they've got the Lion, can work in tandem, make it difficult for Black Dragons. But I don't feel... I kind of feel it's a little bit of a response to the way they've been getting flanked and the way they've been getting hit, you know, in surprising areas. So it should at least prevent that. But I feel like Black Dragons have been very solid on site as well when pushed. They've been able to hold their positions well. But this is better from W7M. They've forced roamers away. They're not running into anybody blind. They know where everybody is now. It's been a better game in terms of intel.
Is first phone call, or second phone call, sorry, about to become available. The key thing here, of course, in regard is if both of those are now down, which they are going to be, as the rest of the team aren't really ready to move in or make anything happen off the back of that, this is just them being fearful to him. Again, it just screams that as soon as they come off cooldown, they've made use of them just to get themselves inside the building and start opening up walls, for God's sake. Don't forget, that top floor is not where anything is really going on. It's already been froze out here by Muzi, of course, playing on the two brow at the same time. They're just wasting the clock here. And I fear that without those Dokkaebi calls on side, they're about to walk themselves into death.
Yeah, they haven't even started looking towards the actual site yet. They need to get the wall breached from Fireplace through. It's going to be an attempt at a plant on the bomb chassis, so they need to get that office control, but they've still got a clash to deal with. There is a lot for W7M to sort out before they can think about getting a plant down.
I think they're trying to keep it really shallow here and just make the plant extremely simple. They've used one of their smokes already in Bolts' back pocket. They've got a second one to play with. I just worry that when you've got 3 C4s to face off against, oh, you're asking for trouble here. Nade comes on through and Flashtree, he goes 1-for-1 with Parlu out there on the west main window. That only is going to help the defenders here as we step on forward. Those EE1Ds are not available. 2 fall on the side of Black Dragons, though. It's looking pretty good for W7M. Mackinac getting one back, almost into another, but that plant is going down, and now things start to look very unrecoverable for the side of Black Dragons. W7M might have just done enough, Tim, to send us into overtime.
Yeah, I think we're almost certain to see a few extra. We are indeed. Muzi takes the peek onto Solar Stairs, and that is going to send us through to overtime. Honestly, I couldn't be happier at getting overtime out of this game. It's been beautiful Siege to watch. I don't know which way each round is going to go. W7M did a great job of picking the defense apart that time. They're going to move on to the defense, but it's been 4-2 halves in favour of defense. So you'd say it maybe gives W7M a little bit of an advantage here in the overtime, but honestly, at the minute, anybody could take this.
And I think I know where most of us are leaning at this point, Tim, especially given they start on the attacking side. It's Black Dragons kicking things off. I'm just a bit nervous there with them being on the attack. It means that W7M, as we've seen this be a relatively defender-sided map so far, we'll see the defenders come away as the winners. That's W7M. But Black Dragons have been the one who've looked, I think, more up to it so far. Because again, remembering, back in that first half, the first 2 rounds, W7M came out pretty strong. Off the back of that, it's been all Black Dragons, really. It's been enough that W7M managed to fight their way through to where we are now. But I just fear that Black Dragons may be meeting their maker here in overtime, which I know sounds weird to say because of the momentum. It's a hard one to call. I think we're probably going to see all 15, truthfully, as well.
I agree, and I think W7M probably win, I would expect. But there is a really important thing at play here. Black Dragons have they haven't done enough, but what they've done is they've taken the pressure off themselves further. So currently they're on 12 points. There's only Liquid that could overtake them so that they would lose a spot out of the playoffs, if that makes sense. Liquid can get onto 14 points. So that's kind of the target. If Black Dragons can get 15, currently on 12, if they can get 15, Liquid can't catch them. So it means they're safe. They're not going to get overtaken. By getting a point here, it means they don't need all 3 against loss next week. It means that they can go to overtime if needs be. If things go, they're not going to plan for that, but if things go wrong, it doesn't put them into a terrible situation. So even if they don't get the win here, they've still done themselves a huge favour.
Completely agree. Of course, can't be forgetting that last play day. A lot can still change going into it, but you certainly do yourself a lot of favours by getting the win here today. Onwards we step then. Now, W7M keeping themselves dug in. No one being too adventurous, it looks like, overall. You look at the locations, bottom right corner of your screen. Either all in sight or sat just above. No one going too bonkers, so really it turns towards Black Dragons now, and their safe entry in towards the building and forcing back these W7M players, which so far they've done pretty well. Library is theirs, it's in their control, and no one is around to challenge them.
Mackinac is the only one in the building so far for Black Dragons. He's currently on mezzanine, but it does mean that they've grabbed a little bit of space, a little bit of map control. They can now treat as a beachhead to start getting more players in there and pushing forward. There's attention towards Solar as well, which we saw from Black Dragons previously on the attack. I'm glad to see that Muzi's brought along the hard breach this time. They at least have an option of opening up some of those walls, particularly office wall. They're not just going to allow W7M necessarily to play everywhere that they want to play.
Here we go. It's Pilot to start things out. Hornet, the first one to fall on that Nomad. I remarked earlier on, that he was the player that's been doing a lot of work for his team. Not that the others haven't, but Hornet has definitely been that man. You've seen your kill feed more often than not. No, this is an unfortunate one. They forgot about the player that's stuck in on those solar stairs. That wall can't be opened up. They can't get the longer angle through. It gives a lot more room for the defenders to play around here. Our Dragons have got about 45 seconds to figure this puzzle out.
Yeah, they've got one more Selma in hand, so they just have to deal with this player, essentially. Maybe, I don't think the Grimbees are going to prevent him from going up the stairs. Dodes manages to find Makina. Muzi's going to lose a lot of life as well. So 3 versus 5. Last Selma charge goes in. It's going to just try and force this player out of mastery. It actually does the job. Flashtrade manages to find the kill onto Lobin. 15 seconds left, and it is time for Black Dragons to go. They're pushing in 3 versus 4, 2 versus 3. As the kills come raining in, it's W7M that are on top. Experience is paying dividends, and they look like they're going to get themselves the advantage and 2 match point opportunities.
Kind of expected to see W7M come into throne here in overtime like a remark. So I do still think it will take all 15, but I just think they'll show a bit too much composure, a bit too much discipline, and we'll see them walking away as the winners out the back of this one. However, Black Dragons are going to the defensive side. It's where we've seen the majority of rounds being won throughout this game. You'd expect to see them send it to 15. Anything can happen in that last round. It can be a rush. It can be a massive muck-up by the side of W7M. You just don't know what's going to come. So don't count either team out just yet or over the finish line just yet. God knows which way it goes. The key one to remark on them, I was looking at the numbers a second ago to double check as well. Look at obviously currently sit 1 point behind Black Dragons. Black Dragons walk away with 2 points here. They've already got quite a significant round difference going into that last game. I think even if Liquid step into a point where they win that game, assuming Black Dragons win this one, they basically won't be able to catch them outside of Black Dragons getting absolutely stomped on that last Playday. This could already be wrapped up and Liquid could find themselves without the, let's say with the inability to go through. Of course, still got other games to play today where they could still catch it out, but Black Dragons would be safe and away from that potential challenge from that team that's currently sat in 7th place.
Yeah, that's it. There's other teams that Liquid can catch, but it basically removes one of them. It takes Black Dragons out of their reach, at least. Like you say, a 2-point win all but does it. You know, it's not necessarily a guarantee, but I think it all but does it. We haven't done all the maths at our end. I'm sure there's somebody sat there with lots of stats and lots of numbers going, well, actually, doesn't it? But, you know, in reality, it's all but going to do it. I still am of the feeling that they're going to come away with 1 point here. I think W7M have just kicked up into an extra gear now. That last round, they were really, really dominant on the defense, and I'm not sure that I can see Black Dragons overturning them should it go to round 15. So it's a big ask for them. But like I say, even if we look at 14 as the threshold for them, possibly, getting that 1 point means all they need is overtime out of loss. It doesn't even matter win or lose at that point. So again, I think it's about as big as a point comes in reality.
For those that are, of course, curious on how the numbers work and are running the maths in their own head using Wikipedia or whatever else as well, these tiebreaker conditions, obviously it's points first, then round difference, then head-to-head, then map win percentage overall. So lots of things we can still work on through. All will become apparent next week when we go into that last play day when this stuff really starts to matter the most. But today, of course, like I say, some of this could already start to be wrapped up. In this round, though, things have started out relatively slow. Got Makina back on that vigil. Always unsure about the Boss G. I think it's remarked by a few people now. It's quite weak at range, not quite the monster that it used to be. However, Dodos is straight in and has been gunned down. This is the second round now. Both teams have made the mistake, Tim, about not respecting that there is a player playing on these solar stairs, and it is a freebie to start things off here.
Lack of intel. Again, I've said it a number of times for W7M. They deal with that position quicker than Black Dragons were able to before them, though. Volks taking down Rare. 4 versus 4, and W7M now managing to gain control of Solar. Look how influential it can be. Dots has taken his own man out, but at least he got the kill. Sometimes you just got to shoot through your own, Des. If you think the win is on the cards, 3 versus 2, and an age for Black Dragons to survive, but Makina, he manages to find one with the Boss G. 2 versus 2.
Far from over, but still quite a lot of time to work with here, Tim. Let's not forget, too, you got the smokes to roll out as well. Plan could go down even without them, apparently, as Dots has stepped in, is getting this one stuck. Muzi springs into action, but where is the cover coming from? They're not 100% sure themselves. Neither team quite aware of where the movements are coming from. Makina steps across and finds one, and Parlo has got to go nuclear from the window here if he wants any chance of saving this game for his team.
He knows where he's going to be challenged from, but can do nothing about it. They push him from 2 sides. Smart play from Black Dragons to take us all the way to 15. Great stuff from them on the defense. That team kill. W7M might just be looking back at that thinking, what if? He was just trying to find his man on the long angle, but clipped his own guy instead. Maybe with that extra body. Volts, he was looking like he was going to clear a few more out before he was stopped short.
Oh, man. I said it earlier. I thought it was going to take all 15. That's exactly what it has come down to. And again, if you look at how the game has played out so far, you favor W7M winning it here. But in round 15 is when you can see real madness start to take place. Do Black Dragons surprise us? Do they bring out something the W7M simply aren't expecting? There's not a ton of surprise that you can bring to this map, to be fair, but maybe it's a bit of a change in formula compared to what we've seen. And going back to what we have seen, we were speaking a lot about a lack of hard breach to him. They were trying to keep things relatively direct and simple, and they were paying the price for it. Does that change in round 15? I'm not saying it's all dependent on hard breacher, but there could be a lot that changes.
Yeah, we've seen that the stats have continued tracking as they were previously, with the defenders winning the rounds. W7M take us to the top floor. It was Kitchen and Dining that they won last time around. Looking at the lineup for Black Dragons, they do have that. I know we keep talking about this hard breach, but they do have the hard breach on side for Machina. Last time they tried to use it to open a bathroom wall. They tried to use it to open solar wall. It didn't do a great job. They've got a half breach that has been opened for them on the office balcony wall. I would still love to see them get a Selma charge on the other side of that, open it wide up and try to prevent that position that they know W7M are going to try to hold down, just around half wall, an office balcony door. They want to control the map from there, and they can't let them.
Absolutely not. For now, no one going down early on, so no early madness, no one holding external windows or looking to get too cheeky-peeky. Probably a good thing. Shield, of course, going to be the spearhead of this round. Is the key thing to look at as well. Rare, you know, he's been a bit of a rat in a couple of these rounds. He should know what it feels like to get shot in the back. He's been the one doing a lot of that shooting himself. This is the one that, for me at least, has got to take things quite carefully here. Not to get too excited, not to go charging through the map. You can afford to take it slow. Chalet being one of those maps where it isn't about fast, rapid control of large parts of the map. However, no, he's heard about it as well because, of course, Tim, they've got the Dockerby on side, and there's Flashtree for the collection off the back of it. This is why this operator is so powerful, so versatile. That has just saved Rare's life.
Save Rare's life, but maybe not Black Dragons, as W7M managed to find two. Can they get the kill onto Dordes? He's going to be the next big sticking point, but the Monty is just taking so much damage and grief from these Maestro cams. It's beautiful stuff. The Bravo wasn't available, and W7M have lent into it by bringing the Evil Eyes, and right now it has done a huge job for them. Look at the health left for Rare, but Dordes is in a similar position. 3 versus 3. This is on a knife edge right now.
A few more zaps from that Maestro, and he's cooked at this point, Tim. They've got to be so careful of that. Still got a phone call available, of course, knocks those off for a short amount of time. That has to be their go point, though. That has to be when they decide to make their move. The challenger standing outside a bathroom, and here comes that call. Now is the time to start their march on forwards.
Just going to open that window up. Rare is taken out, and that is the Monty. The tip of the spear has gone. They've got Dorkerby. They've got some Grim. No, they don't even have any bees left on the Grim. They're out of utility. They've just got to take this brute force. 2 versus 3 and find some kills. W7M are playing this super smart as they are deep back and dug in, waiting for the challengers to come. 1 versus 3, 1 versus 2. It's all up to Muzi. He's got one either side and 20 seconds, living on a prayer at that point. Can't get it done, and W7M, after a hard-fought game, are able to lock it down on the defense.
Wow, what a game that has proven to be. I mean, fair play, W7M. They've held on there. They've walked away with a lion's share of points. They all but secured themselves a spot in our top 2. And again, there's calculations to do beyond all of this, but for now, they are very clear at the top of the table, and it is going to take a lot to catch them up. For Black Dragons, and I guess somewhat to Team Liquid's chagrin here, they get themselves a critical point that keeps them ever so slightly safer in that top playoff spot. That last Playday is going to be absolutely fire for both teams.
Guaranteed Black Dragons will have wanted more from that, and they were so close to taking it. Great performances from both teams, but as I said, a critical point. I don't think there's a bigger point in Siege than the one Black Dragons have just taken in terms of what it does for them heading into that last Playday.
Amazing stuff. Well, I'm sure I've got a lot to say about that game because that has been a chalet for the ages. Let's go over to Jacob and the boys now to get their thoughts.
Thanks, gents. I don't know about you boys, but I think for me, that's one of the games at the stage. And I don't mean that as a one of the games of all time type beat. Easily one of the most interesting ones to me. The trade games were crazy. The engagements on the untraded picks ended up being the main reason why we were winning so many of these rounds in the first place. Like, this was all about the engagements and easily one of the most entertaining chalets I think I've seen in a hot minute, Gabe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was having a lot of fun. I was a little worried in the beginning because we talked about Black Dragons. We wanted to see them have a better attacking half. All they needed was to really came down to the defenses, really for both teams. I don't think any team looked too convincing, but what I will say is convincing from both the teams was their trades. Their trades were extremely impressive. Honestly, both teams are number 1 and 2 in terms of deaths being traded, so it kind of goes hand in hand in terms of how this game was back and forth. It was just a very good ping pong match. I mean, even for players like Machina, I mean, he hasn't really had the best performances. I believe on that attacking side, he went 1-6 and he was able to bring it back. But really, W7M, I was just really impressed, especially in the last rounds. They really identified where Black Dragons were struggling on their attacks, where they understood, okay, we realize now, I was talking to Lynx, we were saying, okay, they just need to understand Black Dragons was waiting for them to make the mistakes, and then they were just then sitting still, which then Black Dragons were bleeding out the clock, hemorrhaging time, hemorrhaging those rounds. And then in this last round, what I really liked was the Evil Eyes. One was set up on K9 window, the other was inside library, and it took so much HP off of Rare on that Monty that I think had that not happened, this round could have possibly then went into Black Dragon's favor. But overall, I mean, this was just quite the match from both these teams.
Yeah, last round, I mean, without the Evil Eye being able to do damage to the Monty would have never fell down in that 3v3 in the final situation to give W7M that edge in the final seconds. But obviously, yeah, it was such a beautiful back and forth matchup. I mean, when it comes to those opening kills, getting trades, I mean, when you look at it, W7M, everybody across the board is so consistent. They were so phenomenal on their trades. Yes, some people may have been having rough times, like Lobin, I believe on his defenses, he was having a difficult time finding some opening kills. So what we talked about for Black Dragons, isolating those roamers, they were doing a great job at that. But then we saw W7M slow it down. They were able to focus on team play as opposed to just trying to focus on that lurk game. That's where they started bringing it back. And it's a shame for Black Dragons not to walk away with nothing more than a point, because when you look at how every single player was playing, like their opening kills was really good. And I'm glad you highlighted Machina because he died opening 4 times. So it's almost like, wow, like if one of those rounds, 2 of those rounds, Machina wasn't losing that opening kill, this game could have been Black Dragons. But again, it comes down to Black Dragons. The pressure was on them. They're able to win rounds. Even if they have the advantage, sometimes they still let it slip due to that overconfidence. So still great position for them to be in. They get a point. Black Dragons is going to play against Los in the final Playday. So obviously, I mean, you know, we can't be too certain that they're going to win, but obviously great position for them to be in. As W7M though, consistent as ever.
One of the closest games, I think, of the stage that didn't just fall into absolute and total chaos. And it wasn't that either team was playing sloppy that got it all the way down to overtime. It was close both ways. I think we called it in the call while we were waiting for this game to finish up. A defensive masterclass that had a couple of opportunities for the attacking play to sneak through and really take control, but it never really did. It was still the defense that carried this match all the way through, and it was ultimately why W7M were able to get the win. Let's talk to Lobin for a couple minutes about this one real quick, because I think, I mean, I want to know how this one came together. Congrats on the win, dude. That was a lot of fun to watch from our perspective back here. There was never a lead in this game of more than 2 rounds, and you had it 2-0 up, then they call their timeout, and suddenly it becomes a lot closer, and then you win by only 1 round in the end. What do you say to your team when it's that close? How do you make sure that when you're trading all over the place that you're actually able to keep those rounds as close as they were?
I think we are pretty like used to it. We've been to a lot of situations that we have close matches, or even like more important matches, you can say. So everybody is experienced, so we don't really think about that, I think so. But Hopes was always like calming us down and saying, guys, let's relax. We have the control of the match. Like all the rounds that we are losing, most of them we could won, you know. But it was a good game. I went to good teams. Everybody's having good gunfights. It's really to the details in the end of the round. So we weren't like really thinking about it, but we knew that it was a tough match.
Well, Loban, you're getting obviously very familiar with just coming on here and talking to us and talking about your win. I kind of want to talk about you guys' map pool. You guys seem to have an understanding of the majority of the maps. Now, going into playoffs that you guys have already secured yourselves, are you a little worried that you've shown your hand on a lot of the maps, that a lot more teams are going to have prep going into playoffs? Or are you still very confident going forward with what you've already shown?
No, we are confident. We know the maps that we are good. Probably the teams don't want to play against us. Even so, they have like intel and all of that. They don't want to go there because we have so many variations. We do counters, so a lot of times there's things that we do in a match we're never gonna do it again, like in a year. You never know. So yeah. I think it's very tough to try to counter us. I think so. We are pretty confident.
Sounds good.
Hey, Loban, I have just a quick question. Obviously, at the start of the game, you know, when we talk about Xiaolei, everybody knows how dominant you are as an individual. And when the start of the game was going on, Black Dragons was doing a good job at limiting the amount of opening kills or kills that you could find from them. Just when you're on a roam or you're trying to play like for those picks and you aren't able to really find kills, what's the next best thing for you in your position to do to impact the game?
I think it's always communicating with my teammates. Like, guys, I'm gonna put some pressure here, and you get the frags for me. Like, literally, I'll get the attention of the attack. Like a lot of times, I was the main point of their attack, so it's tough to on those matches. Like Chalet, I love the map, but when the whole attack is attacking for you, it's very tough sometimes. So I just focus on giving the best gunfights to my teammates. Like if I die, but my teammates are getting like 2 guys from the back, it's fine for me. I don't really care.
Loban, I just gotta say, was Dotes on the Maestro that last round?
was Dots. He cooked the guy.
I just got like, yeah, I just gotta say, you gotta relay to Dots for me. That was a genius play from him to set up those Maestro cams, those evil eyes, and be able to do the damage to the Monty, because we were talking about like that really decided that last round and really put the nail in the coffin, was bringing that Monty from like 80 HP down to 20, where I believe, I don't know who C4'd him, but it instantly downs the Monty. And then, yeah, I mean, that was a masterclass Evil Eye. So definitely give Dots my praise.
Like I said, like you try to study us, and then we put a Master that we didn't use like in a year or more. So it was the first Chalet we used that Master, and then it just brought it back, and
it was genius.
Worked so much.
Which is crazy because I don't think that's the kind of Maestro cam I can use in my ranked games, because it's just so situational. But you played it perfectly, dude. Again, congratulations. You're already in the playoffs. So is FaZe, but that's the last game that you've got at the stage coming up next Sunday. So even if you've both already qualified at this point, go out, have a blast, give us a show. You did that today. Do that next week, man. Again, congrats. We'll see you then.
Sure. Yeah, thank you.
Close game overall, but I still think for BD, you can't be too salty about the loss overall. No. I think collectively for the week, you're a little sad that it's a 5-7 loss to Furia, and then this game doesn't go your way either, but it's not terrible. It just means that you only get the 1 point additional over Liquid before you have the chance of being overtaken. So it's a slimmer margin, but it's not the end of the world, and this BD team, Flax, they're still looking pretty good to me.
Yeah, they are. And I think speaking from a player perspective, and I'm sure Fox can attest to this as well, is there's a difference when you lose outright where a team is just better than you, or you just didn't show up that day. But when you lose, when you give it your all, where it really came down to just very close rounds where it was just based off one gunfight being lost or one entry engagement not going your way, you can't really be too down on yourself at the end of the day. You got to take from it and realize you put up one hell of a performance. Everyone across the board, I mean, you look at the stats right now, everyone on each side was playing to the best of their ability. It really just came down to moments like Fox said, you know, had Machina just won one more entry or just one more engagement, maybe played one trade a little bit better, we easily see it going maybe in the favor of Black Dragons. So both teams, and specifically Black Dragons, I think you wanted the 3 points, but the fact you walked away with a 1 point and the fact you put up the performance that you did, you can't be too hard on yourself.
No, you can't. I mean, they're keeping it close with the good teams, and that's what we talked about. And at the start of the game, keeping it close with the good teams for a team like Black Dragons, I mean, that is a very big task to do. So obviously, if they can just clean it up, keep it a little bit more consistent, obviously they shouldn't be losing to teams like ENX. especially with how close they're keeping it with teams like, Furia, FaZe, W7M. So if we can see Black Dragons go on into that playoff phase, which, still 1 point, and again, they do play Los in their final play day, so hopefully we'll see them in the playoffs. That being said, if we can just see them tighten up a little more so that they're not throwing rounds or losing rounds that they shouldn't, maybe just keeping it a lot cleaner from that opening kill into the end of the execute, not just trying to get an opening kill and snowball the round down. They keep it a little bit cleaner. I think a lot of these games against the top teams will be more favored towards Black Dragons, especially on playoffs. I mean, that'll be the biggest question, is the pressure for Black Dragons.
Go out on a limb and just assume Palu is MVP, given the way that some of those rounds came down. Just a wild guess. Yep, right. Called it. Didn't see the graphic beforehand, just wanted to be sure that's where it was going. For them, going from 16 to 18 points, the closer you get to 20 means the closer you get to locking down one of those top 2 spots. So they're very, very close. And again, it just means you have less BO3s to win in order to make sure you guarantee yourself top 4, so they are well on their way to getting to that point. For BD, you came in at 12, you leave with 13, so you still have the possibility of being overtaken by Team Liquid at this point, but Team Liquid's hate watch, I think, is still relatively successful at this stage, and they're going to have to keep on hating for as long as possible because they're going to need Furia to lose their game against Loud, and that game comes up next.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Neither of these two teams has a playoff spot quite yet, and now they have to go through each other to get to it. A rematch of the Reload quarterfinals is up on deck where Loud had a chance, but Furia just made them a footnote on their way to another trophy. That game was 2 months ago, but for Loud, revenge could still be coming all the same. I'm Jacob, he's Gabe, he's Davide. Something for me that I'm curious about, you guys were both there in Rio watching that match. It was close even if Furia still took the dub in the end. Is it still going to be the same game here, Fox? I'm curious if it's going to be.
I mean, I feel like we have such a different situation. When it comes to events, you're always going to bet on Furia. When it comes to interregionally, I don't know, Furia has their ups and downs. Loud in Rio, we were impressed to a certain extent. It was cut short, and then the start of this stage, they've looked quite dominant. So obviously, I don't know, in my opinion, I'm favoring Loud just because of the underdog story. Furia is a team that we know they're probably going to make the event. When it comes to that inland tournament, that's where Furia turns into a different beast.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. I mean, we've talked about it from the beginning of this stage. We've talked about it in previous stages. I mean, Furia internationally, by far, one of the best, if not the best. We already saw that.
You'll always give them a shot, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. But then, yeah, within their own region, they aren't the strongest, which is kind of funny, which we've talked about this time and time again, whether it's a lack of respect for other teams, whether it's not taking teams to the utmost serious in terms of land presence. But they are on the cusp here of not making top 6, especially with a team like Black Dragons gaining one more point, and then you have Liquid that is looking for you to lose today to Loud. So if you want to extend your gap, you want to make yourself be able to make it to playoffs, you need to do it here today, and you need to get that 3 points.
It's funny how they've only lost 2 games so far, and that's enough to put you in a hole, especially with a region that's usually this tight. So we'll talk Furia first, because those 2 losses did happen very early on in the stage. It was that NIP game and then that game to FaZe. Those both happened within the first 3 play days. But since then, several game win streak capped off with a 7-5 win over BD on Cafe yesterday. They ripped a 4-round comeback to get to match point first and got 3 very badly needed points. So for as rocky as that stage might have started, Lax, they're still the same old Furia.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely the same old Fury. The aggression is really what keeps this team alive and thriving. But for me, the biggest player that you're really going to be looking at here, who really makes the impact, obviously you could speak on all 5 players, but KZ's really been the player to me that really has been the linchpin for this roster, whether or not they have success. When he is performing, when he's having the game and the career games that he's been having, currently the 4th highest rated player in the league, 4th best on the team. I mean, it really comes down to KZ, in my opinion, so far this stage. I mean, you can just look at the stats. I mean, 80 and 56, everyone else within that 50 range. Sure, I don't want to put all the pressure on KZ, but realistically, I do believe a lot of this comes off the backing of his success and how much he is the impact in a lot of these games and their rounds.
You know, funny enough,
have a bad game challenge impossible for the most part, right?
Yeah, funny enough that you mentioned the fact that he has 80 kills, because he's actually running it right now. He has the most amount of kills currently in the SAL. And that just goes to show that even though Furia is having their ups and downs, I mean, KZ is just constantly performing, and it's not something that we're seeing from the rest of the team. I wouldn't say anybody's playing bad, but I would say that Furia's biggest downfall is their confidence. You know, we're so used to seeing them be such a top performing team that when it comes to interregionally, it's almost like, you know, a cakewalk to them in their minds, because they're so used to winning events. The meaning for them is, you know, let's just make it to playoffs, let's make the events, and then that's where we're going to turn up. That's where we're going to be the Furia that everyone knows.
Was it, did they running the table up until that W7M game just happened? Were they number 1?
Yeah,
And then Dodes just overtook?
That's been added from this recent game. But KZ was still at the top.
Way to make me look bad, guys.
I was saying, I find it funny he's making a point and then production puts up something that just nukes the whole thing right in the bud.
They definitely just added that.
Yeah, well, for KZ and Furia, that's one of the big things they'll need to maintain, because you look at KZ, he's the only Furia player so far on this entire top 10 list. And Loud, for their part, have 2. Both SDK and Perez are both still on this list. And they won 8-6 on Chalet against ENX yesterday, but that's kind of weird to go 8-6 against ENX, who just got knocked out of playoffs today. Way closer than it had to be. Nobody led for more than 1 round until Loud finally got their act together in overtime. But I don't know, man. The fact that that game went as long as it did is a bit weird coming into this matchup now.
Yeah, it is very strange when you look at it at face value. Obviously, ENX did play very well, but I really think it came down to the map that they went to. They played on Chalet, a very aggressive-sided map, and obviously, I think Loud's intricacy, like the interesting part to Loud, is the fact that they are an aggressive team with passive tendencies, because, you know, I look at them almost as like a hybrid of FaZe. They have 2 very aggressive players with Perez and SDK, as well as having such a consistent and strong backline with the other 3, as opposed to FaZe's 4 supportive players and then Cyber. So Loud preferably likes going to these more defender-sided maps, these maps that you can take your time, that you wouldn't expect players to be able to find picks on, something like a bank, a cafe, a consulate. And even though it was a close game against ENX, we can't just not talk about the week before, which the only 2 teams above Loud right now are FaZe and W7M. And they 7-5 W7M and 7-4 FaZe. So some of the best teams in the league right now, Loud is beating pretty convincingly. Obviously, it's going the distance. But still, to be able to compete and beat these teams interregionally, obviously we've seen so much improvement since they were that previous E1 roster, since we saw them at Reload. I mean, I'm just getting so excited about it. I'm stumbling over my words, but Loud has been performing so well, and they've been improving so much. So now it's a matter of just consistency, and I would hate to see them lose to Furia just to play Liquid on their final Playday, to potentially be in a situation where they could maybe get knocked out or something of the sort. I would love to see Loud qualify into the playoffs.
Feels like BD beating several top 3 teams is a bit of a new roster buff sort of situation for Loud, because this core has been together for as long as they have. Beating top 3 teams is almost the expectation at this point, given what their event finishes have been like. But to do it against Furia, and this is a point we'll get to later, it's never happened before. So we'll see if it can finally happen in a best of 1. We'll check map bans to see where we go. Furia's pool this stage has been a little bit bigger, and they've won on just a few more maps so far than Loud have. Loud have only gone to 4: Bank, Chalet, Cafe, and Labs. And we do get a repeat on Cafe, so Furia have to play it 2 times in a row, and this is already a map that we've seen Loud play and win. Fox, I heard a grumble. What's going on?
No, I just think this is going to be an insane matchup because I think Cafe is one of Furia's best maps. They play such a defender-sided map so aggressively. KZ holding piano with the Azami, them playing so aggressively in Kitchen, going for these overextended like roams. And then Loud has just such a it's such a slower, aggressive playstyle to Furia, and we saw Loud be able to beat FaZe on this map. And if we can use all three of those teams, it's almost like rock, paper, scissors. You know, Furia is scissors, FaZe is rock, Loud is the paper. They can kind of do a little bit of both. So they beat FaZe. It scares me in this position because I know how good Furia is on this map.
I was gonna say, you know, I honestly am more excited for Loud here. If I'm in the Loud boot camp, I'm definitely happy with a map like Cafe, because when you think of the teams that Furia has lost to in terms of aggressive playstyles, they lost to NIP, and NIP is notoriously one of the other aggressive teams, losing 7-5 to them, where Loud has beaten teams like NIP that does play an aggressive pace siege. So they're already going to be used to an aggressive style of siege. I think it's really going to come down to Furia being able to adapt and be a little more passive, being able to play off one another, where for Loud, I mean, they can use those shields. We don't see Furia too often adopt the shield meta and being able to work that into their rotation and being able to take map control where it can really be pivotal on a map like Cafe. So for me, if I'm Loud, I'm extremely comfortable going against Furia, even on a map like Cafe, where it is going to be heavily contested the second you enter into the building.
Let's rope the casters back in here for a second. Fun fact, this Loud core, they've never beaten Furia, like ever. Not as Loud, not as Raza Academy, not as E1. Tim, if they do pull it off today, in your opinion, how do you think they go about doing it?
I think they've just got to be unpredictable. With Furia, you know they're going to be well prepped coming in. You know they're going to know what you're doing before you do. So, yeah, they've got to bring something to the table that they've not shown before. Furia, great on Cafe. It's going to be difficult, but I think, yeah, get aggressive with them and just don't let them play.
Well, I'm so glad you said to be unpredictable, Tim, because this map veto, I think, is exactly that. You look at the map, the ban like trend so far coming out from Loud. They haven't banned Lair once. This is their favorite map. They always want to play it. Teams always ban it against them. And Furia kind of said, which map do you want? Where do you really want to go with this one? They've let them go to Cafe. This is a surprise. It's their worst map. I'm dead excited to see what happens.
All right, Loud sit on 13, Furia sit on 12, and Liquid's still waiting in the wings, trying to figure out if they can get any more points or one-up Furia in some way. We'll go to Cafe, and then we'll see which one of these two teams inches ever closer to playoffs.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Yeah, and again, just to double down on this point, team, to dig in for a second. Again, for Lair, it's the favorite map coming out from Loud. 0 bans by them, 7 bans against them. You look at Cafe, it's been 5 bans by them, 1 against them. The only map they've banned away more is Clubhouse at a 7-0. Knowing they had the choice between those two maps, I guarantee you Furia expected we would be going to Lair here, that's what they'd be baiting them into almost. The fact they've flipped it around and have gone to one of their worst maps and one of the better maps of Furia just says Loud are cooking something here. They have got something in mind. They've got a game plan. This is going to be very interesting.
You see, we see teams do this. We come in thinking they've got a plan. They've got something
I like
going
it, though.
on.
I like it.
And then it don't work.
I would rather they try. I'd rather they try.
We will see whether it happens or not. Liquid, I think, in all, just as a reminder for everybody, there's you know, a reasonable bit at stake here outside of this specific matchup. So Liquid at the minute are currently sat in 7th place with the top 6 going into playoffs. But Liquid's best opportunity, realistically, getting into those playoff spots is...
Oh, wow, look, Loud won! Wow!
There you go. I would say the most realistic is for Furia to beat Loud now, because Loud is who Liquid plays next week. So it's then in their hands. If they beat Loud, they will jump above them if Furia beat them today. And they only need one team to jump above. So, but if Loud win this, then Liquid need to rely on ENX, Los, or 9Z, one of them 3 getting a win next week. So you don't really want to be putting your eggs in that basket. So yeah, Liquid are probably going to be sat there thinking, you know what? This is actually fine. Like, Loud have gone to a map that they don't generally play, that they usually ban out against Furia, who are great there. this might just play into their hands a little bit. I think, honestly, if Loud end up not in the playoffs because they lose this and Liquid beat them next week, we're going to be talking about this map ban again.
Maybe so. Maybe so. Well, at least as things stand, of course, we're still waiting for the game to get underway. Sorry about the slight delay, of course. Rehost coming on through. We'll be able to get ourselves back into it. It does set up a story for a very, very spicy game, because coming in for me, I did think, yeah, Furia, I know they struggle domestically, but I'd still imagine towards the sharp end of the stick of things, you would see them come out swinging and start playing far better, and that Loud will be the one struggling. But I think with equally Loud are the ones that have given that slightly slower play style. The fact that they've deliberately chosen to go to this map says they've done a lot of prep in readiness for this game. They win this game today, they basically all but lock themselves into that top 4 spot. They're pretty much safe at that point. It's going to be a real slog and a lot of miracles and find themselves getting dragged down, assuming, of course, they win in regulation. But I just think they're in a great spot here, as you can see on the screen now. Thank you very much, production. With how things stand, they're in a great spot. They go up to 16 points. And although teams could technically catch them if they lose on the last day of the stage, again, you need a lot of things to then come alive with round difference, head-to-head outcomes, you name it. I just think there's a very real chance to get this done and dusted here if Furia are the ones that don't come out on top. And then things start to look spicy because it's Furia that Liquid are then starting to eye up and saying, you know what? Quite fancy jumping over them on our last play day.
I mean, realistically, if Loud get themselves onto 16, they're fighting for top 2 at that spot. You know, they'll go into second depending on what happens, you know, with FaZe in the last game against NIP today. But overall, you're thinking it's definitely possible that maybe they even, you know, snag one of those top 2 spots and get the bye straight through the playoffs. Or into the next round of the playoffs, but that'll mean that they qualify out of it effectively, or move on. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff coming up between these two. But it's a gamble. Look, it's a gamble. I'll hold my hands up. It's one of them that if we come out of it and Loud have won and played a great game, we're going to say they're geniuses. If they lose and then are facing that, you know, matchup with Liquid to even qualify into playoffs next week, then we're looking at it saying, probably a bad decision that. It really is. They really are going to live and die by the outcome of this map.
Agreed. And Tim, obviously we can talk about Siege forever here as well. It's been a long night so far, still a couple of games to go. I'm curious, what do you do during the break between games? Obviously the desk come on and they talk some wonderful words of wisdom. What do you do to get yourself ready for the next game?
Well, tonight, I've eaten a pizza in one of the breaks.
Oh?
I had a pepperoni pizza with some garlic sauce on it. That was good.
Delicious.
I'm currently eating a sweet. I've got, you know, like a giant strawberry, the sort of chewy sweets. So it's been very focused around eating tonight. But generally, I just try and cool my room down because it gets absolutely boiling in here.
We're quite fortunate, actually. This broadcast has landed in the middle of heat waves. Like, I mean, it's in like 2 separate heat waves.
Too bad tonight.
It's nice and cool, but by like Thursday, Friday, we're back up to 30 degrees again. So it's going to be roasting next weekend. And I don't think we're casting next weekend. So we're in the clear. We get to avoid and try and keep ourselves nice and cool.
Yeah, I think...
in fact, no, I'm casting on Saturday. No! I spoke too soon.
Ah, yes, you swap. I've just brought up my calendar as you said that, and I thought, well, I'm not casting on Saturday, so that could be a problem for me. Or I didn't think I was.
It turns out you are.
I think you swapped it. You know, you swapped today, I think.
Is this where you agreed to the trade with them or something? I have properly screwed myself over here, haven't I?
To a trade with I think.
God,
and that's why you're doing the 12th.
Well, I'm going to enjoy cooking alive, Tim, while you enjoy being in a swimming pool somewhere, staying nice and cool with a pina colada. Can't wait. Anyway, our game is underway and we're good to go. Cafe is restarting. I'm not quite sure what the mix-up was, but things have been sorted and redressed now. Bans coming out are quite interesting, admittedly. Seeing that Castle ban that's becoming quite popular, especially against top teams that like to make a lot of use of Castle. Seen it being directed against them. The Mirror also the same. And once again, I want to say that we saw this the other day, a gridlock ban coming out in place of something like a Nomad. So Nomad being let through, but the gridlock bans are starting to grow in number, Tim.
I think I found your mistake, Des.
What's that then?
I don't think there are any games on the 12th.
Oh, is this the one that got cancelled and I missed it because it's sandwiched between a bunch of other events?
I think it's the one where we had the wrong date, yeah.
Get in! Cancelled.
There you go, you see? You don't need to worry about the heat wave anymore.
I'm definitely not casting on the 13th, so we've got a spa day.
But Loud, you still need to worry about getting this one.
Having a massage and everything.
They're going to massage and everything. They're going to go into... It's funny that we're covering SL. I had a great massage in Sao Paulo. I think you did as well, actually, in the hotel.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I came out feeling like I had a new back. It was fantastic.
We went back for another one soon, mate, because how you hit 40, I'm sure that one's knackered as well.
I was going to say it lasted for all of about 3 hours, but it felt great afterwards. Right, let's get into it. We're going to be up on the top floor. It's Furia on the defense to start with. You feel that Loud just need a really good start. Couple of rounds here. They've gone to a map that is a surprise for us. They normally ban it out. It kind of suggests that they're keeping it, that they're saving it for a big game, which this is. Are they going to deliver a performance here, or are we going to come away saying, yeah, they probably should have banned it out as usual? We'll find out over the next few rounds, but that's why I say they need to come in and make a statement at the beginning.
I mean, the statement could be in the form of the Rara, Tim. I'm very interested to see what the game plan is here, because as remarked, you don't come to this map, one of your worst maps, against Furia, one of their best maps, without a game plan when Lair was on the table, which is a map that both teams quite enjoy. They've definitely come in with a game plan, and I think you're going to see some really cool set-piece executes and very, very niche defenses that they'll have in mind to deal with this. And already you can see one of those Raras coming out here. I imagine that was onto the double cigar doorway. Now angling themselves off towards the bathroom side to put some pressure on, and sure enough, one's fell. They almost get 3 kills off the back of it, Tim. I tell you what, if they got those 3 kills, we'll be having a big conversation right now. They've found 2 already, on for a third potentially, as Nade and KZ are both dangerously low. They've figured them out in this round.
Yeah, they really have. Taking Herds out after he juiced himself up was real good value. KZ, however, has something to say. It's Felipox on a run out, though, that really does some damage. Dafo's down to half health, and we find ourselves all of a sudden in a 2v2, and that is the danger of playing against Furia. You can feel like you're on top, but you're not always. Perez manages to get Nade, though, 2 versus 1. Look how low he is, though. Dafo hardly any health as well, but the nade is going to take Felipox out.
Well. They have cooked in that first round, Tim. They've walked in there with a game plan and executed it brilliantly. And a lot of it came off the back of Perez on his charge towards Pixel. On that Blackbeard, shield at face, has charged on forward, along with pressure coming in. The key things that they did, Casey, for example, was the White Stairs player in that round. He's getting pressured from God knows how many places. One, we've had Lumber smoked off, so he can't challenge on towards Pixel to support his teammate. You've got Dafo and Basetto both on the window, trying to challenge him from White Window. You've got STK, who's on the Rara, also playing on the White Corridor window. There's just like no ability for him to do anything except die in the spots that he stood in. It was a wonder that he managed to stay on 1 HP for as long as he did. But even with that smoked off, it meant there was very little support to be able to stop Perez from marching towards Pixel, killing 2 players and completely breaking that round wide open. You might look at it and say, okay, it's lucky that he got 2 kills, but the fact there was no damage coming back the other way tells you that Loud completely caught Furia by surprise then. And as I said, I think you're going to see more of that throughout this half. They're going to have some nasty surprises in store for Furia. Great stuff.
Certainly was a plan, and it got them the result that they wanted. 1-0, and we are going to see Furia move on. Quite a common thing now. Win or lose, teams will just move on to the next site, and we used to have it much more frequently that they would give it another go on the same site, try and get it done, try and make those alterations. But honestly, I think this way is better. Mentally, it's just a fresh start every single round then, and you're not thinking about that last round that you've just lost. So Furia go down to the kitchen. Loud up to the top, says that they're going to go for that vertical clearance. They've got live on the book, so they've got the utility that they need to open up those verticals and start moving the defenders around. Just having a look, it's going to be Herds playing inside of VIP. Didn't know whether it would be the Tubarão or the Smoke, but it is in this case going to be the Tubarão. No shields on side, so much the same as I said earlier on tonight about holding that VIP position. Should be reasonably straightforward to deal with.
Sure, I mean, the first call comes on, so the first scan comes on from Dafo, and they start their march on forwards. And straight away, that drone is there as bait. It's STK on the window to find another. At least now we're trying to see Furia being a bit proactive about this. They are trying to hold more dangerous positions against the side of Loud. Of course, you just saw there the Yokai's going outside too. They're trying to capitalize, but everywhere they look, there is drones at their feet, Tim, making it hard for too much ability to be exercised in the round, and they'll find themselves getting their heads bit off. They're not too careful.
yeah, they switched players around in VIP as well. KZ moved in to allow Herds to aggress up White Stairs. He was taken out, but it leaves the smoke in position of VIP, which is probably a little bit more familiar to us. You can use those Toxic Babe canisters then into Freezer to try and deny the drop from the hatch or a push in to try and get a plant there. But we are a little ways away from that. Just looking at the positioning of all of the Loud attackers, they are up on the top floor at the moment, apart from Basetto that we've got in front of us here, just looking in through Bakery Door. But it means just a bit of time being taken to get themselves into position to start opening up the ceilings above these defenders.
It's also checking out where the defenders are. They're trying to account for every single one. That they know the nade is inside Bakery. They know that KZ is playing on white. They were looking for Felipox. They found him inside of sight. So now really it's JB that's currently sat on front door that is maybe the main point of concern for them. But like you say, once they've got the verticals angled up and they've got the utility starting to rain out, as we're seeing now, this is when the push can start. In comes the blast and they try for a swing, but no! They've got everything accounted for at this point, Tim. It doesn't seem to matter what they throw at them.
Nade was in a horrible position then, just players stacking up on both sides of him. 5 versus 2. Daffo gets picked up as well to maintain that numbers advantage. JB92, the first time I say his name in the game is for him to be taken out. Perez with a double, a flawless round. Loud should have been playing Cafe all along, Des.
I tell you what, Tim, it's like I was saying, they do not come to this map without a master plan specifically to counter Furia. And they're making it look so... There's a couple of moments in this where Furia have looked... how can I say it? Very lost in themselves. The Echo there, for example, granted, you're being pressured from the south. You got a pressure coming into North Bay. You got no idea where they are. He saw the gun barrel of the player inside Small Bay, but just could not get the kill off onto him in time. I think probably panicked himself and had to look away to deal with other pressure coming in. But just when it looks like Fury are showing a little bit of aggression, they're dealing with the occasional drone, they're challenging onto White Stairs, they're getting intel from the Yokai drones. They're just getting chewed up and spat out by Loud, who I love their play, specifically coming down red. That smoke off on towards Small Bake was what really isolated the Echo there. He had no ability to get any kind of support from anybody, and it doesn't matter what Furia seem to do. There is always a second or third Loud player ready to pick up the pieces and get a freebie. Again, that reminder, that was a flawless round out of Loud. They have executed that to perfection.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful stuff. Just dealt with absolutely everything. Just in position, all of the Fury players were just in lose-lose situations. There was just nothing that any of them could do. It was great stuff. And Loud, I always think back to that E1 roster, you know, the stage that they played as E1, and they just came in and surprised everybody they did things a little bit differently, a little bit more aggressive. They played without a care of who they were up against, and they are looking like that today. Absolutely phenomenal first 2 rounds. We move into round 3. Nitro goes out. Live is ready for it. He's going to keep himself out of the way. No damage done. That is a big bit of utility gone. And round 3, I think, is going to see us in a reading room defense.
All right. I imagine at this point, Fury is starting to have conversations like, oh, God. When's the next bulldozer coming through the window? Like, what's happening now? What are we about to get slapped around by? Because, Tim, you might point it and say it's down to the shield, but I'm seeing Basetto running around on that fuse. And I'm thinking to myself, knowing how Loud have played those first 2 rounds, there's no way they haven't picked up all 5 of these operators for a very specific purpose. They've got a game plan in mind again. You might see Live getting in below and trying to make use of that soft destruction through Kitchen, for example, if we're going to try and be a little bit creative about this. But the options they've got to play with are going to be absolutely bonkers. In fact, you've already got STK downstairs inside a Kitchen. Look at the bottom left corner of your screen. He's down on the first floor, whilst everyone else is focused on the top floor right now, including the defenders. Very interesting.
Also worth pointing out that in those first 2 rounds, Perez is now 6-0. 4 kills in the first round, 2 kills in the second, an EPS of 282 after the first 2 rounds. So going...
Might be taking the piss a bit there, isn't he?
I think he could be. Furia need to do a little bit of something about that. Maybe just remind him who he is playing against exactly. They know that there's one inside a barback storage. This army is just dipping in between Freezer and the Kiba barricades. Perez, make it 7-0, steps around, gets the kill onto Nid, and that is again advantage Loud. 3 rounds, 3 entry kills. Could it be 3 on the scoreboard?
I want to say that was too easy there. I'm pretty sure Live saw him on a drone. It's as simple as stepping across and getting the freebie. However, Daffo didn't quite have the back line covered inside the red stairs, and that's when Felipox has walked up and found himself a freebie. Hard Breacher, has gone offline. Not the end of the world for this site, I'm pretty sure you'd still rather have your top fragging player alive and on the field.
Yeah, it's certainly not the end of the world, but as you say, it's not ideal either. They're starting to get that top floor control. They've got 3 up there at the moment, and just looking to chase anybody else away. I think everybody, yes, has been pushed away for Furia, so they can start with the verticality. We're going to have the fuse charges going out. That's looking to clear utility and force players away. STK... I don't know whether he's expecting a Roma down there or whether he's hoping
a C4.
Yeah, whether he's hoping to surprise them late. I don't know.
In this case, they've been took down by Felipox, who's been a little bit too mobile for their own good, and he won't really be able to offer too much for them. I think very late round there, STK tried to explode up red stairs, but it was just a little bit too late. That definitely says to me, though, they've watched how Furia play this. They've seen them play C4 denials before, and that's what they're trying to account for. But Felipox there, rather than heading downstairs to try and make a C4 play happen, has kept himself on that second floor and just engaged directly. So a small change here. Maybe Furia reading, okay, what is it that we typically do? How do we change that to be a little bit different here so they can't read into it? Has yielded a round win for them.
Yeah, Loud struggled to really get going in that round. There was a good couple of minutes of not much happening. They got top floor, couple of fuse charges down, but they were just left with a shield drop to try and put the diffuser down at the end, and didn't really have significant enough control to be able to complete that execution. So unfortunately for Loud, they lose one out. Furia get themselves back in the running, managed to lock down their third choice site. It's going to lead them back to the first, which is up on top floor. I may disagree with Furia about that, especially if they lose it again here in round 4. We've got the additional bans have come on in. As Army and Blackbeard, we've seen both. I mean, we know that they're both really powerful, but we've seen both used. We've seen both used to great effect so far in this matchup, so no surprises whatsoever in the specific context of this game to see those two taken away.
All right, then, let's see what other madness they can cook up in this round. The Raura is making a return once again for Perez, so stepping away from being on that Habana for this round at the very least into round 4. You've got the Capital being brought along too. I'm seeing, of course, once more the Nomad here, and that Lion stepping forward for a little bit more control. But you see a Raura, Tim, you're not just bringing it along to drop onto random doorways and windows. She's always there because you've got an execute in mind. So once more, it's on Furia to be the ones to try and trip up Loud in the early round, or at the very least, have a response when the execute comes through, but that's going to be very difficult. What I will give to Loud is their droning has been excellent so far. They've checked every single position when it comes around to an execute. It's hard when players like Felipex are always on the move and it's hard to tie them down. But when they've known the general positions that players are in, they've always been able to react very well in setting up crossfires or crunching down those players, something pretty spectacular.
Trying to send a Rotero drone in just to clear that barbed wire underneath the skylight. Not often that we see a skylight drop, but certainly something that Furia have got their base covered for. The Rotero drone wasn't successful in taking out the utility. We saw it shot out before it could be detonated. So for the time being, Furia's defense will remain in that position. Interesting to note as well, the gridlock being one of the earlier bans coming in from Furia from the beginning of this. But we've seen a couple of important flank moments, particularly in that last round for Leapox, able to move up the stairs and challenge onto Perez, take him out. So definitely the bans having a direct impact on some of these rounds.
Sure. There's two bonkers at least to start things out. At least one player starting to push themselves around red, and Felipox seems somewhat aware of that. The scan comes on through, momentarily pinned down, but here he is sniffing around red. And I tell you what, he hasn't even seen Live there. And Live has got in with an absolute freebie because I believe yet again he was sponsored by spotted
by droning.
Sponsored by drone racing, apparently. No, spotted from a drone that was sat at the top of Brown Stairs.
SDK manages to pick up Herds 5 versus 3 now, and
So
Loud looking great inside this round. As you say, they're just aware of everything that Furia are doing or are going to do, and they take full advantage of it. KZ does manage to take out Dafo. That's going to be the Nomad gone, but the air jabs will be deployed by now, so not a huge loss for the side of Live. They do need to be cautious of this angle from Pixel. JV has to dip back out of that fight. He's only half health as well, so definitely needs to watch himself.
I respect it because they know that SDK has been holding this angle. It's how they managed to get rid of Herds early. They need to re-challenge this. They can't sit back and give all these angles away for free. Nade's going to find Perez as well, who was stepping his way, I believe, in towards Bar at that point, has exposed himself to the cocktail player and now paid the price for it. They are getting challenges back from Furia, but now we're down to a 2 versus 3. It feels like Furia should be able to walk away the winner, and here we go. KZ on walkabouts. He wants to get rid of STK.
Yeah, Furia have been so cool and calm throughout this round. Look at that, beautiful stuff from KZ in behind the cigar shop counter. And that is going to be all as the time ticks down. The job is done, dropping the diffuser inside a bar. It was two things that happened. Basetto came in on the Capitao and was downed and dropped the diffuser, but at the same time, Perez was taken out on the Raura, as you said, moving into bar. They were obviously primed to try and go for that plant. They wanted the Raura in to close off the doorways, to give them access to the plant spot, and they just couldn't get it done loud. There was a plan there, there was a scheme, there was a strategy, but Furia just put a stop to it.
The key thing that went wrong there, and it's a bit of unfortunate timing for Perez more than anything else, he stepped out to challenge Nade, who was sat inside a cocktail. At the, basically, I won't say exact, it was about a second and a half later, we heard a smoke grenade go off, and that smoke grenade went down in the middle of bar. That was designed to cut off the angle from Nade being able to challenge. So KZ, who's inside of storage, is completely pinned, because you had Live about to rotate over towards the east windows, take over the spot where Dafo died, challenging up from it earlier on. But the problem then is you've got Basetto going in solo to go and plant with no real cover, because remember, STK was holding on towards Pixel, you've got Live holding east windows, Basetto has no one to cover the plant going down. They're always going to find themselves losing out in that situation. So I don't want to put all the blame on Dafo, but him going down without the team being anywhere nearby on the east windows was probably mistake number one. Perez getting a little bit too eager and trying to peek on towards Nade without really needing to do so was the second mistake, and at that point Loud don't have enough players to cover all the angles they need to get the round done. But that's all on Furia, to be fair. They're the ones willing to step out and challenge these angles. They're the ones willing to play aggressive and swing on towards that east window rappel, for example. They're not making it easy for them, but you can see why if Loud are given too much room and too much space, they could have walked away and been 3-4 rounds up by now. But it's only on Furia's changed a little bit of aggression they're showing, changing up their tactics last minute, which they're walking away the winner.
PSG Demos skin is getting some serious airtime on the Pro League games recently. I mean, it's absolutely fair. It's an absolute banger. As are all of them this time around. There's some absolute crackers in there. Definitely worth a look through those. But yeah, I've noticed the Demos one cropping up plenty of times. 2-2 on the scoreboard. We are then round 5 versus 5 at the minute. A minute into the round, and we don't have any deaths as of yet. We do have a little Demos track there. Nothing that STK could really do to chase his man down, but he does know they are somewhere over near the top of those red stairs.
Sure, I mean, it's the same as last time around, right? It's where they started before Live wandered on down and just absolutely slammed Philippox, who was ready to challenge him. Didn't even see the operator, just outright died. It was horrible. Now it's a case of trying to waste a little bit of time. Philippox, the man that we're speaking about, again, his name has been on our lips an awful lot because he's the one who's really dragging his team through this. Of course, KZ not to be underappreciated, but the most mobile player across the map has been Philippox so far. Kept himself very, very busy, made himself difficult to track down for the side of Loud, who in this round at least found themselves, once again, pretty effective on the drones, and now trying to get aggressive was KZ. He's been finished off for free. 2 players on this East Rappel, made it looking easy for them. Here comes the second one though, Philippox. He was thinking about it, but instead opts to drop away. A great C4, but no, it's been shot out. They knew what was coming.
Bit of a mistake from KZ, I've got to say there. I don't think he really needs to get that aggressive. His presence inside of Cocktail stops them really doing too much, and the site isn't up on the top floor, so from the east window, they're not really gaining much. It's not giving them any verticality, but they are well aware of everything Furia are doing. They prep, they're ready. Perez cuts down Nade. Live managed to find Herds. This could be another flawless round here. It's up to Philippox to try and prevent that happening. 1v5 ace is going to be required, and let me tell you, you don't see too many of those, especially not with a Monty still on the board. Manages to get one, prevents the flawless round at least. But I honestly think that's probably about as good as it's going to get for Philippox. He steps in to try and stop the plant, but Dafo's there, and Loud take themselves another round.
Just another beautifully orchestrated round there. And what I love is, again, it reads into the game plan from Furia. We had 2 players, Perez and STK, watching staircases. That's all their job was. It didn't matter what the current scoreline was, whether it was 5v5 or anything reduced from that. They just got themselves into spot and held positions. And when they got from the 5v4 to the 5v3 was because STK was sat on red stairs, unmoving, waiting for Philippox to come and challenge, gets a freebie. Perez sat on white stairs, exactly the same, is there to keep on applying pressure. Gets challenged, dies as we saw, but that was the trigger for the other 3 players that were focused on the execute to make their move. As soon as they see that a kill comes through and Philippox or whoever it was that was left alive at the end, going for that challenge on towards those white stairs, immediately they're in and getting the diffuser down. It's like watching a machine in motion here, and I think even Furia are a little bit like, wow, I mean, we sit still and we get shot from angles that we're not even holding at the time. If we try and move and go for a flank, they've always got 2 players on the stairs watching us. It must feel like how a lot of teams probably felt like playing against Furia back when they were W7M, because the first time I watched the old W7M team play this exact roster, I was like, it was like an Aemon Bank, and I was like, it feels like you're playing 10 versus 5. It didn't matter where you looked, they seemed to be coming out of the walls, they knew everything going on in the round. I think Furia feel exactly the same in this game. Nothing they do is working, and every step they take, there is a drone there watching them do it. Loud have really got them figured out today. It's beautiful to see.
I'd like to... You're exactly right, and, you know, given the prowess of Loud's utility game, I'd maybe like... I know she's kind of out of the meta at the minute, but I'd like to have seen maybe Furia bring along a Soulless or something. You know, give a Vigil, you know, something that could just give them an edge against that drone game. Mozzie, you know, anything to try and just reduce it.
They tried the Mozzie, granted.
Yeah, the Mozzie didn't really do the job last round, but they've only given it 1 try, you know, they're only giving it 1 round, and I think maybe stick to it, or like I say, try the Soulless, try the Vigil. Just you got to do something to disrupt Loud's attacks, because right now, like you say, they are winning on the back of the intel.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it comes back to those bans again, right? We were speaking about the mirror and the castle. The castle, of course, locked off angles, forces the attackers to make a hell of a lot of noise to clear out those castle barricades. The mirror is like a safe haven. It makes good sights, great sights is the way Demo used to describe it to me back in the day, and I still like the analogy that he was using at the time. It just gives you some very, very safe haven positions that Furia can play behind, sit behind a mirror window, be ready to challenge on towards angles, but that has been ripped away from them through these bans. Same with the Kivas being taken away. There is very little that impedes Furia. If they want an angle open to be able to challenge you on it, or if they want to be able to send a shield charging towards you, they're going to be able to do it. There is very little that they can do to stop it because of these bans that have come on through.
See the shield of Baseto charging around, vertical work being undertaken bang on time. However, we have a little bit of reverse vertical work going on as Philippox takes down Live with the Nitro. Good start for Furia, gets them their first, and you heard me right there, Des, that is their first entry kill.
Tells you enough, right? Tells you where the onus and where the advantage has been.
Says it all, doesn't it?
In the majority of these rounds, yeah, it's been really hard for them to be able to get anything going, Furia. So to actually have the entry for once must feel like a bit of a breath of fresh air. Now, it's just a 2v1 coming on through. He's got a Scott in hand. Silver comes the Nitro. No, it's a headshot on top. That's more. It's like what you come to expect from Herds and from the rest of Furia. They have completely shut down round 6. But a 3-3 half, I'd say. Furia are getting away with this one with their necks still intact. It could have been far worse. Daffer finding at least one more, but he doesn't close out the whole half here. No way.
Yeah, beautiful double from Herds. Really broke the back of this one and left Furia in the driving seat. They've got the diffuser down cold as well. So Daffo, at the minute, I'm afraid you don't have much going for you in this one, mate. 1v4, no diffuser. JV92 on a jump out, manages to find the kill. Gonna go out of Pillow's window to do it. There you go. And that is going to be Furia closing out a 3-3 half. It's a bit of a funny one, really, because Cafe... In general terms, I always feel like the attackers can have a good day on Cafe. And I think Furia will do that. But I don't know, I just... A Loud side that have come in and showed that they were well prepared for this map. When you then put them on the defence, you think, well, that's the side you can really plan for. That's the one you can be really prepared for. So I'm kind of expecting big things out of Loud on this second half.
Yeah, the defense is where I start to worry a little bit, because you tend to find top teams where they really make a difference is less so on their defensive side. That's already pretty good to begin with. It's on the attacking side when things really start to shine. And so Furia here coming in themselves, sure. Loud have come in with some game plan. They've been countered, let's be honest because they really expected to go to Lair in this series. The fact that we're here on Cafe means they might not have prepared anything for Loud specifically. So I'm looking at this and thinking, is there a chance here that we're going to see Furia completely fail and struggle, or are they coming in here and they're just that good a team that they're going to be able to roll Loud on the attacking side? I don't know, but once again, Loud are not going to be sitting here waiting to get beat. They'll have their own ideas on how to deal with the kind of attacks that Furia show on this map. This is going to be really interesting.
Top floor is where we will begin. Next 2 rounds, I think, are probably going to be pretty game defining. I think if one of these 2 teams can take both of them, they will go on to win the whole thing. If it's one apiece, then I think we are screaming towards overtime, to be honest, if neither of them can get an advantage. But let's see what Loud can bring on the attack. Just having a look across their lineup, they've got, it's all pretty standard, really. They've got the mirror, they've got the mute to no doubt try and help protect the mirrors and make sure that the windows can remain intact as much as possible. We've got a Twitch on the other side, of course, so just trying to prevent that drone being able to get anywhere near them. They've got the Malusi just to try to slow down any, potential rushes coming in from Furia, which isn't going to be the case this time, but just prevents them having not banned out those aggressive shields like Blitz and Blackbeard. It prevents maybe them being used in that way.
Alrighty, let's see how things play out from here. Got ourselves 2 players over on this east side of the map to begin things out, starting to exert pressure onto those players in Cocktail and other areas around that top floor. Of course, the main reason why you see the east windows being so strongly focused is they control a lot of the map. It's not just Cocktail. You have defenders that, of course, if they're playing in Bar, for example, can't comfortably rotate their way through that part of the map. They could drop down into Pillage, you might say, but there could be a player on Snow Door. You just don't know. The other side of it is you have good control in towards storage itself, assuming, of course, reinforcements haven't gone down there. It just gives you a lot of control and a lot of ability to restrict what defenders can do, especially when you've got other players trying to work their way in through red, like KZ is doing here. So it's a very, very good and concrete way to clear out this top floor of the map, which we can see right now. There are 3 blue outlines up here that need to be dealt with.
3 out of 4 track stingers going to be applied to red stairs, so Furia are having absolutely none of any potential flanks coming up there, knowing that any defender wanting to move that way will have to be shooting for an awful long time. Probably going to take at least 10 shots to clear a path, if not more, through that space. So, for the time being, Loud are pretty well dug in. Furia, as of yet, haven't been able to dislodge them. They've got themselves well established. Need to be careful here. Long angle being held by KZ. Cannot find his man, though, and I think those warning shots will be all that Loud need to know that they need to keep themselves behind cover.
Sure. Keep an eye on these drones, mind you, Tim, because don't forget, Loud were absolutely solid with them back in their first half. They had so much intel all the time. Furia now have no drones left. They are raw dogging the hell out of this round. They've got to try and make this work now without any extra info. And here we go. Perez gets one back, but this Claymore comes back the other way, down to a 4 versus 4.
Jevy's in a position to plant, but Live is underneath at the moment. KZ does manage to find STK. Live is going to be challenged at the same time. Can they go for the plant again? Surely they can, yes. JV goes in there. He's going to give it another whirl. He's moved his position, and he will be not successful. No, he's back to where he's going to get the kill onto Daffo, and he's going to relocate for another time. 3rd plant spot attempt, but Seto could play spoiler. I don't think he knows exactly where it's going down, though, and Furia will be successful with the plant.
Yeah, tucked into the bottom right corner there at Bar, a spot that's really hard to deal with unless you've got the downstairs control, which they did kind of have. It was a risk being taken by JV, but it's gotten the kills they need, and 2 quick kills follow through as both Live and Basetto double up together, try their best to get control of Cocktail, but that brick wall that is Felipox is stood there ready and waiting, and Furia get the first round. A really interesting round overall there, because one or two of those C4s connects a little bit differently for Loud. We're having a very different conversation right now.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great attempt from them to play that vertical denial. It's never easily achieved, I think, on that top floor. Coming into it, I said it, it's their first choice site. Should it be? Should it be? I'm not too sure. I always argue against that top floor site. It doesn't ever keep a consistently high win rate for defenders. Loud have paid the price there by losing out in that first round. Furia managing to get themselves one of the 2 key rounds that I said, round 7, round 8. If either of these teams can win both, I think they probably go on to win the game at that point. So if Furia can manage to get this 1-1, if they can attack successfully onto Kitchen, or is it mining? I think it's mining, actually, that one. Just working off the silhouettes.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
There we go. So yeah, if they can successfully attack onto mining, take over that top floor, push the defenders out of sight, they can use the external window as well. It's one of the few sites that's got external windows into both bomb sites. They could well just be setting themselves a really good foundation here, Furia. I like what they did last time around. They were in full command of that round. Loud, as much as they tried, Furia, like I said, they were just on top of it. As soon as an Nitro was going to come out, JV was relocated. They had challenges going on to those players underneath, so they couldn't focus on what they were doing. Just really nice stuff.
Well, here we go. Snowdoor pressure starting to come on through. We spoke about this a little bit in the last round when you have a player on that east rappel. There's always that threat of someone being on Snowdoor to stop you safely dropping down into pillars. And sure enough here, it's JV looking to carry out that job, and his teammates will be doing a little bit of work elsewhere around the map. Always that classic hunt across that top floor is the main thing you're looking out for, but look at the bottom left corner of your screen. You can only see there's a couple of players dancing around here, so not a substantial amount right now. Already we've got ourselves inside as Hertz has come on flying through, and Perez, who cares about who's coming from lower white or upper white? He has deleted two separate players there. What a spot he's in, and what a fantastic couple of headshots he's landed.
Yeah, big mistake from Furia, I think, at that point. Perez gets another two. I was going to say he'd been a little bit quiet since that 6 kills in the first 2 rounds, but he's just showed that the first 2 rounds of each half are maybe just where his sweet spot lies, where he really operates the best. Huge 4K when his team needs it. Levels things out across 7 and 8. I said if it went 1 apiece, I think we could be heading for overtime. And honestly, I think that's what we might see between these two. This is another beautiful game. We had one in the last matchup with Black Dragons and W7M, and we're being treated to even more great action in this one.
You know what I really love most? Like that's one of them plays that you just can't plan for. Like there's nothing you can do there. When you've got Lion Scan going off, Dokkaebi phone call coming through, they could have layered on the Deimos if they wanted to, but they knew exactly where the player was. They didn't really need it. They could have did all this stuff right to make sure Perez was dead to rights on white stairs. But because there was a half a second difference, literally half a second between Herds getting in through the window and KZ stepping up for the challenge from lower white, Perez was able to get the isolated kill on KZ and then turn around and get rid of the Blackbeard straight after. Even the best team in the world makes mistakes when it comes to timing, and that's why you saw Herds kind of very frantically spraying in this position, knowing that he had a slither of a second to be able to capitalize on Perez being distracted by KZ, but didn't manage to walk away with the kill, which is such a shame. And you're relying on that white player being dead if your players like Philippe Ox and JV here. They've stepped forward to try and get a 2v1 onto him as well, but he's isolated out 2 separate 1v1s. He's got a 4K in that round. Some would call that a life round. Furia have tried to do everything right and still come away the loser. And these are the rounds that I love looking at, because the ones where I'd sit there and say, yeah, it looks like Perez has gone nuts, and Furia, you'll be looking at going, why the hell have they done that? Like, how have they managed to muck that up so bad? They've literally done their very, very best, and I'd challenge most teams around the world to be able to pull off a play like that as well. But they've still been shut down because Perez has just had a life round, as they call it. He'll have other fantastic life rounds, I'm sure, but that's one of them rounds that he'll look back on and say, yeah, I just absolutely deleted Furia there. Beautiful stuff.
I'm still waiting for my life round, Des.
Mate, your life round is every round that you get in, you hold down F and you get out alive.
I've not had my life round yet. Maybe one day. A little bit of movement up on that top floor. SDK on the shotgun, so he's going to be great at these close range encounters, but the utility is being thrown in towards him. We've got smokes, we've got fire arrows, we've got
shotgun
very aggressive play from KZ on the Deimos, trying to flip between the shotgun and the Vendetta. Does manage to find the opener onto Dafo. Hertz doubles down with one onto who else would you want, but manages to find Perez. And this is why you bring the shotgun. If you can guarantee you're going to have close range encounters, you are going to come out on top. KZ making it a triple, and he's going to track the last.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, again, another set-piece play coming out from Fury, but this time round, it actually works, Tim. It's the critical one. All that Capital util being dumped onto white stairs. They can't push on towards white corridor from Lumber. They can't come up from below. KZ repels in, straight in towards Battering to try and isolate out some kills and fights at the back of that one. And he walks away with, what, 4 kills for himself come the end of that round? Just another one of those where you look at it again and just say, well, what the hell are Loud doing? Unfortunately, because people are in slightly different places at slightly the wrong time, the whole round can fall apart like dominoes. It really is like individual players here popping off, finding the right opportunity to do so, and the other side just having to deal with the consequences.
Blackbeard will be our ban for round 4. Loud will also take a timeout at the same time, give them an opportunity to discuss the impact of that Blackbeard ban and exactly how they're going to use it. I would expect, they've got a plan in place, but it was an interesting one because after that round, you think, well, do you take the Deimos? Do you take the Blackbeard? What do you do? And it's a little bit of a pocket play coming out of Furia, but KZ just absolutely phenomenal on that Deimos with the shotgun and the Vendetta, picking up kills with two kills with both. Fantastic stuff. Brilliant 4K when his team needed it. And leaving that in the pocket of Furia when they maybe just need a big round and they can bring along the Deimos. It's a bit of a gamble.
What I love was so smart about it was the fact that also when all this kicked off and he managed to get himself in towards Lumber and was safe in there, they probably knew that as soon as the smoke and the fire like expired from the Capitale, there was going to be a couple of players on the side of Loud that fancied retaking that top floor and trying to be a nuisance because they realised that off the back of all this intel, there had to be a play getting made somewhere and it probably was going to happen from above. So they did the right thing. They wanted to come and retake that top floor. But that is why the Deimos shotgun is so damn deadly. He just waited on white stairs, got the 1 kill, then a second player came, domed them as well. That was his 3 for the round. Like, they're just reading into each other so well right now, both teams are. And again, these hero players are finding the moments and the gaps in the rounds to really expose them and blow things wide open. It's a beautiful game of Siege to watch.
Right then, let's get into it. Furia have an opportunity to get themselves on to match point. Going to be attacking into the bottom floor, going to be Kitchen. And looking at the lineup, they've got the sledge in hand, so they're going to be looking for that mid-floor control. Capitao, Grim, there's a lot of utility for them to use here. Loud need to make sure, I think first and foremost, that they're not losing bodies in the early round, in the first couple of minutes, because they're going to need them. I would imagine Furia are going to be pushing them around. They're going to be moving them out of position, so they need to make sure when they do that they're not being cut down or there's other people can rotate around to cover those lines of sight that will open up because they have to move.
Well, let's see what changes in this round then, because it has been pretty neck and neck between the two, but it is still Furia that are up 5-4. And again, the big narrative I don't want to disappear after this game is, you know, Loud made a big mistake going to Cafe. Why would they go there? It's their worst map. They've come in with a game plan today and played it exceedingly well. Really, really well. But it has been the occasional round that's gone against them, the occasional mistake from them, the occasional opportunity found by Furia that is why things stand as they are, and it could still all go even in this round. Get yourselves focused up there quite quickly here as well. JV's in with only about 60 seconds into the round, and trying to chew this hatch open up. Of course, it's currently electrified away, so you pop those Kairos around the outside of the hatch, and it still does the job of getting yourself chewed through, or better yet, catches out that Electric Claw altogether.
Yeah, it's just got to do a certain percentage of damage to the hatch, essentially. There you go, he's just found the Electric Claw, and that will allow him now to pop 4 pellets on there and get it opened up. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Des. I think, you know, either way, at this point, we questioned that choice of Cafe, said, you know, if they get embarrassed here, we might be asking questions, but certainly not. They have come in here showing that, you know, it might have been a perma ban for us, but not anymore. I'm sure there's lots of teams that will see Loud playing here and think, you know, we don't really want a piece of that. We'll take them somewhere else, because they have been very, very solid so far. We're going to have bees sent into court check just to prevent any little peaks coming out of there. They know that there's somebody located inside of there now, so they can just hold that vertical and make
Watch
sure
out for the nades.
Nobody can push.
It's the nades in the back pocket of Fury, because they know that these players are all locked in certain positions. They need nades and utility to force them to move. Otherwise, Loud don't need to move. It's why we're down to the last 45, and they've had 2 or 3 players drop from that top floor down to the base or onto the ground level, because they need to make people move. They've largely just sat there and gone, oh, you've got verticals open. We don't care. You can't see us from there. They've not really been under threat. So now they're starting to make their motions happen. It does mean that Loud aren't 100% aware which ones have been cleared out and which haven't. It is criminal that Bassetto is still alive here. How has he managed to get away with this? Ran out of the fire, gets rid of KZ, an uncharacteristic mistake by Fury, and now leads them down a man.
Yeah, Dafo's been downed, so we're effectively 4 versus 4 at the minute. I think he might be collected, but JV manages to find Bassetto live onto Felipox, so it bounces back and forward again, but Furia have to make a move. They have to make something happen. They need to get this diffuser down. 3 seconds left to go. Is JV going to be in a position to do it? Yes, he will start planting, but surely Loud may well be able to find him and stop it happening. They do exactly that, and Loud take us back to 5-5.
Oh, that's just such a killer. If I were you, actually, it's not even a killer. It's a beautiful set piece play by Loud yet again, this time in the post plant. And what really impressed me was the pace at which they did this. Live had been completely ignored inside of prep. How on earth he has survived this bombardment of fire and players pushing in through bakery, I don't know. But he was alive inside of prep. You've got JV planting just inside the breach, in through the double wall, in behind the little like sushi counter that's established. And he's got Herds in red corridor, who's watching onto where they know that Live is inside of prep. Like, okay, if he comes, we're dead. We saw it on our screen at the very end. Who was it that challenged on towards Herds? It was Perez inside of Coates. So Herds in that moment can't cover JV's plant going down. Live steps in, gets a freebie on towards JV, and then between him and Perez, they finish off Herds as well. that is such a micro moment there of a little bit of team play that has got the round win over the line. I can only imagine how quickly and how clearly they have to communicate what the game plan is to make that happen. Again, a wonderful round by Loud. Great idea from Furia as well, acknowledging at 45 seconds that vertical control was not going to be their friend in that round. They changed things up. They almost got away with it, but a couple of mistakes, like letting Basetto get out of the fire, for example, gave up a couple of free kills. Loud have just played like a game of chess there. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I was surprised at the Basetto kill, given that KZ, they knew that he was there because they'd been putting the fire in, and so they know there's a threat from Bakery counter, and then KZ just
you know why? They couldn't step out for
the
they couldn't challenge him as he moved from the fire because a smoke canister had been dropped by Live onto the double door, so they couldn't see what Basetto was doing. Again, it's a game of chess. Both teams are so at each other right now. Everything is thought about and calculated. This might be one of the favorite games of Cafe I think I've ever watched. It's been so good.
It is, it's brilliant. Live has managed to pick up herds, and what a loss that could be for Furia. The Grim has been taken off the board, and Grim always going to be a big part of clearances or executions, one or the other, because the Bees are going to go in, and they're going to, again, disrupt defenders, force them to move because they're being tracked out, and losing that utility right off the bat is a big loss for Furia. They do still have the Brava, which is something at least, but in all honesty, what are you stealing of great value? You could take maybe an ADS, maybe a Magnet. It's not like getting a Maestro camera. It's not like getting a bulletproof camera.
Well, it is like getting one thing. That's exactly what they've just snagged away. Look back at the map we played in Cafe earlier and how much of a nuisance that bulletproof camera proved to be. There was nothing they could do about it except look at it and be like, oh, we step in towards piano, we're dead. Although it doesn't feel like an awful lot there, I honestly think they might have just brought the Brava along exclusively to get rid of that bulletproof without having to worry about bringing along Zophias and things like that to try and fight through, I don't know, well, my magnets and ADSs. Instead, they can just hack it away. Job done.
I hope they did, because otherwise they haven't got a fantastic amount of value out of that Brava drone and out of the pick. But
well, they've got rid of it now. That's the important part. And they've got two smokes in that pocket to plant with.
Exactly. Perez does manage to find himself down, so he's going to be in barback storage, unlikely to be collected, I would expect. We're just going to have a little bit of a stalemate at the minute as we see the track stingers move in. Nade not yet in a position to start putting that plant down. STK finds JV92, but KZ for Leapox, one apiece, leaves us now effectively in a 2v3. Loud are clinging on at the minute. A lot of damage being done from underneath, but look at that for Leapox. He gets taken out by a laser gate. Not too often that we see that one. There's Nade with a double, and this just flip-flops until KZ is able to find the final kill, and Furia head on to 6. They will get a chance to close out a full 3 points.
Yeah, death to a laser gate is a new one. I don't remember the last time I've seen that, if ever, to be honest. Have you? Can you remember?
I'm not sure that we have. It's
I want to say years ago I saw one when it was down towards the back end of a round and they had no drones, no way of getting rid of the laser gates. They just ran through it and killed themselves. Like, well, I need to get through here and I can't, so whatever, let's just end the round now. But that certainly, I don't think, was the intent there coming out from Felipox. I don't think he expected to die there. In fact, again, I've just watched it back on my other screen, and he stepped back into the top of Cocktail's laser gate. So I don't think he even intended to touch it, but obviously he's done so completely accidentally and died for it. Brilliant.
You just imagine the shock as well, as you just die, and you're like, "What? What's killed me?" And then you look and you think, "Oh God."
Very good.
We all have those moments, even the greats like Felipox. Right, on we go then. Could be our last round, could be just the start of this one. Loud are going to be defending mining this time. Furia have been pretty solid on the attack so far. 3 out of 5 have been successful, but how's about this for a stat? So far in this game, out of 11 rounds, Furia have only had 2 opening kills. They have gone on to win both of those rounds, so whether you want to read into that or not is up to you, but we will see what happens at the start of this round, because it has been so predominantly Loud that have been absolutely dictating the pace with those opening kills. It's almost unbelievable.
Completely agree. I mean, it says more about Furia than it does Loud. I mean, one, it says a lot of things about Loud that they've got the majority of entries, but it also says a lot about Furia that they can come back to win rounds where they don't get the entry. I really don't know which way this round's going to go now. Again, I would happily see this go to overtime, but it's been such a brilliant game between the two. But I'm at a point where I'm just like, I don't know who's going to win round to round because both teams have been throwing literal haymakers at each other. So who walks away the winner now? Well, we're about to find out, of course, in the next couple of minutes or so. There's early work being done from Furia on that droning side of things again, just to make sure they've at least got information on where these players on the side of Loud might be. Somewhat impeded by Live, who, as you can see, is standing up here now on the Mozzie. Trey coming back in as Nade's the first to fall. Felipox, though, right there with the response.
Yep, going to level things up at 4 versus 4. They know that they're established on White Stairs, but an interesting point to bring the clash at this last gasp attempt at defense as well. We often talk about the Monty and the clash being brought along as, dare I say it, a bit of a desperation pick, a bit of a Hail Mary to try and get it over the line, to try and battle in from the behind of, but we'll see how much impact it has. 1 minute 30. A lot of vertical work going on directly above the site at the minute. We've seen attempts at nitros that have failed. 4 versus 4. Loud feel like they're just clinging on with the fingertips right now.
If you're watching this as well and looking at that Amara saying, what was the point in that? It's gone and died straight away. That was kind of the goal. It was a trade kill, right? Nade has flown in towards the east window inside a cocktail, taken the eyes from Dapo to look at him, and at exactly the same time, Felipox has dropped in. It's not Felipox, sorry. No, it's Felipox. Has dropped into bar from Skylight and then gone for the exact trade straight down on towards the player at top cocktail. So, yes, they've traded a player, but it's not the end of the world. They weren't looking at this as a reason to plant or any of that kind of madness on this Mining Fireplace site. It was all about securing the top floor, and this is why for the last 60 seconds or so, you've seen them with full and free control of this top floor to do whatever they please because they've broken the back line of that vertical hold very, very quickly. I spoke earlier about the importance of cocktail. That being gone, there's nothing else really for Loud to hold on to upstairs except maybe try for retake, but they've instead backed away, and now they're going to try and play in behind the clash to get this done.
Feels like Furia are just stalling out a little bit, but maybe that kill will be the catalyst. KZ manages to find his way down red. However, Loud have got 2, JV92 with 1, and just like the rest of the game, Des, this is back and forth. How does JV92 do it? He's got no business getting that kill onto Pasetto. No business at all. KZ finds the final kill onto Perez, who downed one of them in the 1v2. He did so much for his team on Cafe, but he couldn't do it when it mattered most. Furia take the win, and Liquid, their hopes are still alive with Loud not getting the win.
I feel heartbroken for Loud right now as well because they've really fought tooth and nail there with some beautiful strats to come up against Furia and still walked away empty-handed. That is absolutely bonkers. But that closing piece of play, yet again, is another case in this game where a 2v1 has been established and Furia have played it to perfection. Both teams there, I think, have shown some of the highest level of siege that we've seen throughout the stage so far. And in a way, I'm heartbroken for Loud, but you know what? Furia once again proved they are that team that are nigh impossible to beat.
That's good. I really feel for Loud. You know, they could be in a position where they'd secured a couple of points. It would have completely changed the matchup with Liquid next week. But as it is, that's now going to be a winner-takes-all match. It is massive.
I mean, with it, at least Fury are very, very close now to locking themselves in, which is good news. But I'm sure the Desk have got plenty to say about that. And of course, those wonderful 12 rounds of Siege that we've just seen. Let's throw it to them now and get their thoughts.
We started off the day by having one really fast game and then just banger after banger back to back for Playday 8. But this one feels, to Dez's point, a lot more heartbreaking because Loud played such a good first half. It looked like they were reading into the way Furia were playing with such ease. They knew they were going to be maneuvering all around the map in just ridiculous spots, and they knew where they wanted to sit. And suddenly those last 2 rounds, like, Loud call their timeout, Gabe. They call it, get the first round after the timeout, tie us back up, we go to breakpoint, and then those last 2 completely slip away from them, and now we're looking at Furia with 3 more points. What the hell happened at the end?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a head scratcher, but I definitely got to give Furia it. I mean, this is, you know, what shows with top experience versus kind of like middle of the pack. Furia's been in situations where they could lose it if they don't tighten up and they don't play it properly, where especially in the beginning of the half through Furia, I mean, Loud was just reading into that aggressive play and was shutting it down. But again, for Furia, I think, again, the big playmaker, in my opinion, for all of Furia, and the reason why they've been having even the remote amount of success they've really been having is coming down to KZ having really big plays. I mean, Felipox obviously had a good game today, but KZ, in my opinion, even in this round right here that we're seeing, round 4, KZ making a big heads up to take bar, to eliminate the player in piano. I really put a lot of Furia's success off the backing of how well KZ plays through and through.
Yeah, in the overtime, I mean, JV92 really came alive. I mean, we were watching that last round, and JV92 drops down the hatch, hits the headshot. I mean, these are just amazing plays from Furia that we've come to know and love from them. But obviously, Furia had a really good understanding. Jacob, you were asking about Furia's defenses. How did they get those couple rounds back to make it an even playing field? We think Loud was going to take it all the way after an explosive start. And it really came down to Furia swapping their tempo. The first 2 rounds, they played hyper aggressive, focusing on going for those picks. They slow it down. They start playing the time against Loud, and that's what it looked like. The time was the biggest factor. They were slowing Loud down, forcing them to have to push people out of corners as opposed to giving people the fight, and that's where Loud fell short. They didn't manage their time efficiently enough, and they were constantly pressured behind the back of the time. And then once it got to the swap sides, back and forth, amazing attacks from Furia all the way through. Loud was doing a great job, but when it came down to it too, the rest of Loud besides Perez wasn't really, showing up at par to what we expected for Furia. I mean, it looked like individually, once it came to that attack, that defense for Loud, they were losing 1v1s all over the map, and it didn't look like they had the best time at being able to isolate trades and keep that man advantage essentially. And Furia would just kind of ran away with it. Got to overtime. That's where the pressure kicks in. Loud hasn't been there too often. Furia has.
I definitely think pressure got to him, especially in that last round. I mean, Basetto goes back into mining, gets an important kill, and for whatever STK sprinting, trying to get back to site, he doesn't need to. He has that shield. He can utilize that. He can alleviate the pressure of letting Basetto know they can't drop behind you. They can't play anything. So just focus on red, and that probably changes the round. I just think the pressure definitely got to him. They needed to make OT. They need these points. And because of that pressure, because they just got overzealous, it now has costed them going into next week that they need to win, or they have the chance of not making top 6.
Let's drag Philippox back in the interviewer's chair real quick to talk about this one. And dude, again, congratulations on the win. That's a phenomenal week, even if it was 2 Cafe games that were both 7-5s. It still worked out, so hats off to you guys. Did you know that Cafe was going to be the map? We all talked about how it seemed like it was a little unpredictable for that to be the selection, but did you have any idea that was coming, and were you prepared for it?
First of all, thank you. Yeah, we think it was going to be. We thought that it was going to be Cafe because we played yesterday, and they are a team that like to do counters, and they won Cafe against FaZe, so I think they were comfortable in that map. So we were expecting that.
Philippox, well, again, congratulations. You guys put yourself up ever so higher to clinch playoffs. I want to ask you, I mean, starting out, going against them, obviously you talk about the Cafe being played. You guys were playing very hyper aggressive. Fox touched up on it. Then you guys kind of changed the tempo. You stopped getting so aggressive. You realized you guys were getting picked. I kind of want to know, did you make that call and understanding, okay, guys, like we do need to slow down. We're forcing our own hand when we could just sit still and make these rounds more favorable?
Yeah, on defense, they were just playing really slow and punishing us. So we kind of changed the pace, like you said, and it worked out for us on defense.
Yeah, well, amazing. Congratulations, Philippox. Obviously, you guys are in a position now. I believe you have 15 points, and then you guys play ENX in your final play day. You have the potential to jump and steal that second spot. How important is it for you, obviously a team that is constantly making it to events, to be in the top 2? Do you guys have concerns about playoffs? Because obviously a little while ago when we talked, after you guys had lost to NIP, after you guys had lost to FaZe, and it was just a rough back-to-back games, you guys are looking a lot more comfortable. So congratulations first off, but now that you're back in that spot where you can almost get second spot, how important is that to you?
Yeah, I mean, our top priority was to qualify to the playoffs. It doesn't matter in which seed. But now that we are in a position that we can finish on top 2, of course we want to do that. But if we can't, just qualifying to the playoffs is really good. And because in playoffs, the game is really different, and that's when we shine.
Last question for you. KZ mentioned in the interview yesterday that it was probably some issues with communication behind the scenes about the reason why that game against Black Dragons yesterday was so close. Did you think those communication issues were still there, or was it a little bit more ironed out in this game today?
Oh, I think I was having a really rough game yesterday. I was 0-8 in some moment, and I was lacking on some calls. I think, like I could do better. So I think it was kind of I don't know, my fault. And today I woke up with a different mindset, and I could help the team with the calls and with the individual plays. So it was much better, the communication.
Woke up on the right side of the bed this time. Good for you. Congratulations. That's a 6-point week, and you're up there at 15 points, right there where you need to be for playoffs. So good on you. We'll see you next week, man. Congratulations again.
Thank you, guys.
Minimum threshold that was set by FaZe when they qualified for playoffs yesterday has now been met. So they were at 12, they jump up to 15. They should already have their ticket punched. Meanwhile, at this point, Loud, BD, and NIP all sit at 13, and Liquid's still there with 11. So yeah, it's getting really tight in that mid-table lax.
Yeah, it's definitely getting tight. I mean, Loud really needed those points. We were saying Black Dragon needed the points. Now it really comes down, like I said, to next week. Obviously, NIP versus FaZe, that's the game coming up that can really decide NIP's fate. Where FaZe, I mean, they're sitting pretty. They can't be passed. They're going to be top 6 no matter what. Sure, they can fall out of top 2. But yeah, really, like, Liquid has got to be very happy right now. Sure, it's not the prettiest place to be in, but there is hope going into next week. But again, I mean, for Loud, it is kind of disappointing. I can appreciate that they did try to pull out Cafe, try to pull a fast one on Furia, making that game as close as it was. But it really comes down to next week for a lot of these teams and to see who clenches their last spot in top 6.
I mean, the hope for Liquid is absolutely alive. The Dark Horse, obviously, they play against Loud next week. So all the marbles are on the table. Now, if Loud loses, that doesn't necessarily mean that they get knocked out, but it would guarantee Liquid being involved, and it would put Loud in a very bad spot. And obviously, how the trends have turned. I mean, Loud lost today, a hard-fought game. We've seen Liquid struggle, but Liquid's slowly been pulling it back and have been teetering on this dream of being able to make it into playoffs. And when you're looking at that 7th to 3rd spot, obviously, every single one of those teams has an argument to be into playoffs. One of them isn't going to make it. And obviously, like you said, NIP playing FaZe, that's a scary situation. That could keep FaZe down at the bottom. I mean, Black Dragons plays low, so maybe you're going to assume that they make it. And then Loud, Liquid, that'll be the most important matchup, 100%. Because if Loud just silences Liquid, then all of the teams that we see currently in the standings will stay, go on to playoffs. But it's all in Liquid's shoulders. Their fate's in their hands.
Undoubtedly a strange week mentally for Loud to go 8-6 against ENX of all teams yesterday on Chalet, then to lose this one in the second 7-5 Cafe game that Furia have played in 2 days, and Loud still aren't able to pull it out of the bag. Which means they only walk away from this week with 2 points, and had they not gotten that overtime victory against ENX, they would have been tied with Liquid. Suddenly the tables would have been completely reversed, and we wouldn't have been talking about Loud coming into today as one of the top 3. They'd beaten a couple of Titans. Turns out, if you can't beat Furia, then your path to playoffs is absolutely still not open. And now that field, for the last couple of teams looking to get into playoffs, can be shortened even more because they are tied on points with NIP. And if NIP somehow knock off the world champs in our final game of the day, then they get to playoffs, and we're still left wondering whether Loud is going to have what it takes to win their final game to get there. But we'll get to our last game of the day, and then we'll mull over whether Loud still has a chance after the break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
It's one of the longest running feuds in Siege, history. There's Dark Zero in Space Station, there's G2 in BDS, there's Liquid in FaZe, and then there's this rivalry. Locked in combat, domestic or international, for more than 7 years, this game has been going on. It's FaZe Clan and NIP, and gentlemen, if you had to guess, how many times do you think these teams have played before? Lax?
45.
45, okay. Fox?
I was going to say like 57.
Lax is closer, 41. Which, by the way, of all of the different like long-standing org versus org feuds that have been happening before, I think the only one that beats this is FaZe Liquid because they've just been in there for so long. Yeah. But that's only at 43. This one's at 41. And one of those meetings forever ago, more than 4 years, was for a major championship. So I don't know if we're going to get the same quality of Siege from this one, Fox, but still, it's two teams that are always going to give us a good game no matter what.
Absolutely. I mean, when it comes from respect, I mean, FaZe is one of those teams that is always dominating when it comes to the SAL. They're constantly being on that top, and they want to be able to get that first spot. That's something that has been a staple for FaZe. They don't really seem that human when it comes to the SAL, but so far from this last year, that's what we've seen them be, at least in the stage. They have been human. They have been losing kind of left, right, and center. It's been situations where you're not really knowing what FaZe is looking like, but they've been slowly adapting. As for NIP, where have they been the last year? Nowhere. So now they've actually shown up. They've given the NIP fans some hope as being a long-standing org. They have firepower. They're exciting to watch, but same issues with NIP, just a different roster. Inconsistencies in, Inconsistencies in their play that makes their confidence. It's a night and day difference on a day that they show up or on a day that they're asleep.
Yeah, let's hop right in then. Unless, Lax, did you want to say that?
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, FaZe has shown nothing but consistency. I mean, we talk about, historical teams, who's dominant, who's this. You could argue Furia is the most dominant team in the world, where you could then say FaZe is the best in the world just off their consistency, off their just constant performance, outside of maybe not having as many trophies, where realistically, you could argue they could have had 2 SIs, but kind of choked it at the end.
So it feels like FaZe is still doing old FaZe things at this point. Like, that game against 9Z on Lair yesterday was a 7-2. They took care of business. They actually were expecting 9Z to play like much faster and heavier based on the interview that they had yesterday. So they had to adapt a little bit, but Lax, it's FaZe. It's smooth sailing almost every time they have to play a team that isn't in the top 3.
Yeah, FaZe is a scary opponent. One thing I've always commended these guys for is they are so good at controlling the tempo. They make you do their dance. They are going to be quick to have an understanding of how they want to approach defenses, let alone their attacks. I mean, they have 3 players currently in the top 10 rated players, KDS being the highest of that. We always highlight Cyber being a player that finds those gaps, open up those entries, but having a flexible player and support player in terms of KDS, I mean, he just does such a good job at maneuvering around the map, finding cutoffs, being able to take point in many scenarios. I mean, again, there's not one player you can really highlight here. Everyone, even as of that performance yesterday, they were 6 out of 7 of those opening engagements yesterday. I mean, they were doing phenomenal. I can only expect that here. You got to be worried for NIB because you really want these points to, again, push further out of that gap, solidify your top. And if you're FaZe, this is going to clinch your spot of being the top 2, being able to sit pretty in playoffs. So it really is going to come down to the maps for me of where NIP is going to try to bring this.
Yeah, don't think for a second because they've already qualified for playoffs that they're going to be slacking. You can get top 2, you can get a fast track through playoffs and play even less games on your way to try to take the stage title. Meanwhile, for NIP, slightly different story. They also had a 7-2, but they were on the losing end. That was that console game against W7M where they just got walked all over. It felt very off, almost like they were getting afraid of taking gunfights or clearing roamers or getting aggressive, which is the way W7M loved to play at Fox. They didn't really seem like they had a counter for that.
Not really, because NIP is a team that we've talked about where they're good in what they know, which is being aggressive. But when it comes to having to adapt, if something doesn't work, NIP does not have a bag of tricks or different playstyles to dive into like other teams like FaZe or Furia or W7M. It's always aggression. And when something doesn't work early on, that's where we see NIP crumble, because the confidence, it needs to fuel the aggression. And if they don't have that confidence, we see just a bunch of individual 1v1s split up. And it's the same thing that every NIP roster has ever had. The ideology behind the team is aggression. But I was hoping that this roster would be a little bit more calm and calculated, but that's not what we saw. And it shows directly in the stats. If you looked at that W7M game, even though they lost 7-2, performance-wise, everybody was getting pretty decent kills. Fantasy had 9 kills. Eights had 6 kills. Wizards had 6 kills. Like, everybody was keeping it close in the kill department compared to W7M, but they're losing the late round because they're not playing team-based Siege. If gunfights go awry, they slowly focus up and just play individually, and that's NIP's biggest issue right now.
So from a map standpoint, both teams at this point have run the gauntlet for the most part. They've tried lots of different things out, but this is a case where NIP can't let their foot off the gas. They have to find a way to recover from their disastrous console performance yesterday. Meanwhile, for FaZe, the book is wide open. They have tons of options they could go to, and if they were to win this, top 2 is all but secured. So it'll be a skyscraper pick, a map that almost nobody in Brazil has played this stage, but FaZe still keep it in their back pocket, baby.
I was gonna say, we haven't seen the skyscraper yet coming out of FaZe or NIP. This is interesting for me because when you think about how well FaZe plays, you're giving them one of the strongest maps on defense already to start out the gate, where, you know, Fox was just talking about on their attacks, all they do is constant aggression, constant aggression. When something doesn't work, they just keep throwing bodies. And you're going on a map like Skyscraper, where it is very hard to get into the site. It's very hard to take certain control because it's only small doorways that only one person can try to make it through. And you're giving FaZe the starting side on defense. I mean, maybe you have something in your back pocket. Maybe, you know, there's something in scrims that we all don't know because we aren't in those scrims. But bringing FaZe to a map like Skyscraper only plays into FaZe's hand better. Now, I could be wrong. Like I said, I don't know what scrims look like. Maybe there's a reason why they're going here. But if I'm FaZe, I am feeling more comfortable than ever seeing that this is where the map is going to end. And on top of it, starting on defense.
No, this looks like an accident that's about to happen, and we're watching it, and, like, you can't look away. Like, I know what's going to happen. I mean, on paper, I think FaZe might have a 6-0 defense. I don't have much faith of an attack-heavy team on Skyscraper. It's so claustrophobic. It's so individualized. NIP's issue is the 1v1s, and you're going to a map that's so small that you're just going to be forced with wall and wall of FaZe, and that's not NIP's strong suit. What are they going to problem solve? You can't shoot your way out of this problem because Skyscraper is not a map where you can find success on. So this doesn't look good. I hope, you know, I find myself eating my words or it's a closer matchup. I'm going to say a hot take and I think FaZe is going to 6-0 on defense.
So, I got to get Designated on this one real quick. I've got 2 analysts, both of which that look at this map pick as an absolute mistake from NIP, knowing that FaZe are good on it. Are either of you gentlemen as concerned as these 2 guys are? Dez, does this look about as weird on paper as it does to these 2?
It's definitely not a map that NIP love, but it's not exactly FaZe's favorite either. The main thing that I look at with any map, to be honest with you, for teams like Furia and FaZe, I feel the same way. They can play basically every single map, and that's always going to be a concern they've got to face off against. Looking back at the last time that we saw NIP play this map, which was about half a year ago or so, they managed to win 1 attack. It wasn't their strongest suit, that's for sure. So is there a reason to be concerned? Absolutely. Do I think they'll get 6-0'd? I don't quite agree with Fox there, but I do think you're going to see FaZe have a strong half.
I'm never going to say a 6-0 half isn't possible, but Tim, I'm never going to immediately advocate for it at the start of a game. That's kind of crazy. So if Fox is saying it, there's got to be some reason he's going that hard.
Yeah, I don't think it's so much about the map. I think it's more the starting side for me, which has been mentioned. FaZe coming in on defense, NIP being wobbly on the attack. 6-0, maybe not. I don't like the third choice sites on Skyscraper for defenders. I think Kitchen Barbecue or Bedroom, whichever they take, they're not always the best. They don't always have the best win rates. But I think a 5-1, I'd definitely back that.
Yeah, I mean, 5-1 makes sense. I mean, if we're talking about the last time that they played it, right?
You're splitting hairs, dude. It's the 1 round diff at this point.
It was 1 round.
Listen,
you know, 5-1, 6-0. I think I'm going with the hot take.
I was gonna say, even for me, like, I'm not going off of just like peer stats and teams. I'm just going off of even my own experience playing professionally and playing Skyscraper. I hated attacking Skyscraper. It was miserable. And then you're going against a team like FaZe on it, like,
yeah.
It's
the play styles. Play styles have a huge play into it. I mean, FaZe is literally an iron wall, and it's so difficult to get through them. So if you have obstacle and obstacle, and NIP, so far from what we've seen, never has a response to the obstacles. It just looks like everything is in FaZe's lap. Will it be a 6-0? Probably not, but I'm believing in it. I think if the stars were to align, FaZe has everything on paper to make that happen.
I'm not saying I'm simply agreeing on principle with the guys who have played this game at a high level before, but given the way that NIP played that console game against W7M yesterday and didn't really have answers for everything, that also makes me a little bit more like cautious about the way that NIP might end up playing Skyscraper given that first half side. But ultimately, they could still join Furia and FaZe all the way up there with 15 points and be one step closer to playoffs, or, I mean, they could also just get locked out by the current world champs, and the Brits are going to take us through it on Skyscraper.
Yes, we shall. Thank you very much, Jacob. I mean, Skyscraper, for me at least, Tim, is one of my favourite maps, so I'm quite excited to see how this one gets moving.
Map
I don't think it's going to be outright domination by FaZe. They're going to win, but I don't think it's going to be as dominant as maybe we think it might be.
Yeah, I think that NIP are in for a tough time. It's kind of easy to feel like NIP are back. They've had a couple of good results. It was tough for them yesterday. I think they've got some work to do yet before they're going to be running over FaZe on Skyscraper, for example.
Yes.
Minimum 4-2 half needs to come in for FaZe. I think they should be aiming for 5-1, to be honest. And then just get this one done quickly.
Yeah, I think the battle for NIP is looking over the games that they've won and lost. They've been stomped by bigger teams. They've struggled against lower teams, and that is where a lot of that doubt starts to come in, I think. But of course, we'll see what happens when we get into it. Again, Skyscraper, one of those maps. There's always two halves to a game of Siege. You could yet see them come out swinging pretty well on the defensive side, because where NIP have found some success throughout the stage is actually their defending stats aren't awful. Attack, they are the best of the worst, so like fourth from bottom, with our bottom three teams being the ones that all find themselves just slightly below them. So it's going to be rough no matter which way you look at it, but I do think you're going to see them having at least some kind of victories throughout this as well. But update your Windows Defender. Come on now. Good lad.
Got to get them updates done, Des. Get them updates done.
I assumed that's what it said. I just saw Windows Defender and assumed. I was like, okay, I guess that says resume
to be
Windows
fair,
Defender.
I thought you'd
yeah,
become
sure.
fluent in Portuguese really quickly. I mean, this one, yeah, I think, like I said, I think NIP are certainly showing signs of improvement over what we've seen over the last sort of 6 to 12 months. Are they quite back to a point of, you know, doing great against FaZe on defense of Skyscraper to be? I think that's going to be a big ask. But let's not forget, FaZe in the second half have got to attack Skyscraper. Really, what we're talking about here, it's not even necessarily NIP against FaZe. It's NIP against attacking Skyscraper. And FaZe are going to have to do that as well. So, you know, there's definitely possibilities there for NIP to be picking up some rounds. They just need to let this, make sure this one doesn't get away from them too quickly.
Also, obviously worth it, as you saw seeing in the chat a second ago. Happy birthday to Hates, as it's been pointed out. Today is his birthday. I'm sure he'll be fancying an NIP win. Of course, I'm sure FaZe don't quite fancy giving him that gift. But we'll see what happens as we step into it. And to kick things off on Karaoke and T, FaZe starting themselves off over on that side. I imagine then we'll find ourselves going downstairs before we head over towards Exhibition Office, because we've seen quite a dance of sites. But Barbecue Kitchen quite consistently seems to be the second preferred site for most teams at this level. To be fair, normally it's Karaoke and Tea is the one that gets avoided, so I'm kind of surprised we started there.
Yeah, if any are going to, then yeah, I would agree with that. Let's get into it then. We're going to go straight away. We've got some shields coming in. It's going to be the Blackbeard. Bans, Monty, and Thermite. Thermite, an interesting choice here. Not generally too much Thermite use. I know immediately people are going to say, no, but you want to breach the office wall. You want to breach Geisha wall. In all honesty, generally do it with Ace instead, because you're doing it from rappel on balconies. So if you want to breach those walls, I always prefer a Thermite breach because I think it gives you great access. But yeah, generally, like if you look at an office exhibition take, bring Ace, you can do reception wall, you can do 2 charges onto office wall, and you're fine. Like, it's not a major problem. So I'm not sure how much the Thermite ban really gains FaZe.
So we'll see how things step forward and see how much that actually impacts them as we go through the half. Hates already being tagged with a bit of a love bite from FaZe early on, down to a slither of HP here. Of course, on that Deimos with all utilities still up, he's got access to his 2 tracks. He's got his nade in back pocket. Still quite a bit of work that he can do here, so good to be alive. But look at this, it comes Cyber on the rounding, and they do not have a Scooby, and he's going to find 2 kills as Hate steps up at just the wrong time, walks into the line of fire, 2 kills over to FaZe already, and the first round, well, FaZe are flying.
That's going to be the big problem that they end up having, realistically, is not keeping a control of these FaZe players. Like I say, FaZe take away the thermite. I don't think that's going to have that much of an impact. I think coming in and shooting 2 players in the side with them absolutely having no idea that Cyber was roaming around, that is what is going to do the damage, and that's what NIP really need to focus on here rather than worrying about anything else. But 5 versus 3, FaZe can play this smart now. They can kind of just dip back, hold their lines of sight, and, you know, Wax was saying it in the pre-desk there, he was saying, you know, it's a difficult map to attack onto. You're always playing through single doors, through windows, you're having to take fights, 1v1, 1v2, and that's the position that NIP find themselves in now. FaZe really don't need to give them anything. They are going to get... Ooh, I was going to say cut down, but he kind of manages to save Handy's life there. Pops up the stairs. No, he's going for it. Cyber's just killing everybody at this point. Wizard does manage to find a double. 3 versus 2, 30 seconds left to go. FaZe should still be able to hold on.
Say FaZe surely here at this point can hold things up. I thought for a second then they'd be able to get away with killing the Blackbeard and then the second man coming in through Geisha for a flawless round, but no. They are finally stopped, but this Blackbeard becoming a bit of thorn in their side right now. They've got to do something about it. Got back up with the team players there. Cons having the assist on towards Wizard there, and 2 more kills fly through. Just like that, Tim. What was basically a 2 versus 5 for the longest time is now a 2 versus 1. But it's trusty old Souls here, and we know that he doesn't lose these, Tim. Of course he doesn't. A massive 2K, and he saves the round for FaZe.
How kind of FaZe to give us in the first round a perfect example of why this is going to be so difficult for NIP to attack onto them. NIP did almost everything right there. They were 3v5. They've absolutely bullied FaZe in the late round. They've got themselves into a planting position. It's 2v1. They're on the cover. They've got a Blackbeard. What more do you want in a late round situation? I'll tell you what more you want, and that is not to be facing off against Souls, who is... I remember, I've probably told this story before. I remember before the Sweden major in Gävle in November 2021, the one that FaZe won, we often will go through as a whole team, all the casters, analysts, everything. We'll go through kind of a bit of a story meeting of all the different teams that are there. And so I'd made notes on all the different teams before coming into, and I'd been covering Brazil quite extensively at that point. And my entirety of my notes against FaZe were that they could win the tournament, which they did, but was watch out for Souls. He's the most clutch player in the world. And he got an insane 1v1 in the semi-final against Rin. You know, kept FaZe in it, essentially. It was whoever won the 1v1 went through to the final, and Souls won it. I think he had some ridiculous amount of clutches through the tournament. I remember a really good one in Oregon Kitchen as well. And then he just continues now. We're 4 years on, and he's still doing it. It's just unbelievable. It's all you need to know about FaZe. Is Souls is the most clutch player in the world.
It's so funny that you've got such a reliable backliner in the form of Souls, and then in the front line you've got one of the most chaotic guys in Cyber, which really, I think almost without this team it wouldn't be FaZe, because he injects that little bit of unpredictability and energy into the team, where the other players might be a little bit calmer and a bit more composed. It does mean that they've got power at both ends of it, and there's a reason why they're the current world champions as well. Every single player has had so much to this team that you can't really see a FaZe that exists without them. And here we go. Cyber's at it again. I spoke about him being the erratic, crazy one. He's got himself 2 kills to start the round off. Exactly the way that he started, Tim, in round 1.
I would say it'd be better for NIP if they could stop Cyber getting 2 kills at the beginning of every round. That's not going to help them, generally speaking. They've got to find a way to calm Cyber down, because right now he's 5-1, and again he's one of these players that he's just shown a consistent ability over the years to just once he's playing loose, once he's running around and he's just picking kills up, he's an absolute nightmare to play against. We're going to just take this armor charge off the wall. No, they're not. they're going to send the impact nade out, but actually it missed the throw, and it will be fully opened up. To be honest, even the line of sight is significant enough to stop somebody playing behind small bar. So had it been successful, the job would still have been done. But 3 versus 5, NIP feel like they've stalled out a little bit here. They're waiting for an opportunity. They're waiting for FaZe to give them something.
They need Fantasy to do something.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed in FaZe if they do give them anything, because there's no need to. Just force them to come on into the map.
It's a rough one here, really, because this is where normally you have a player pushing in from drum to come and challenge onto the players that are in terrace to give some freedom to your players trying to push in through the door, but there is no such player to come because VODs holding that spot, and also, of course, you're a couple of players down. It's always going to be a rough ass to fight your way back in. Looking like a flawless round is on the cards here, unless Hates can get us something. I don't care that it's his birthday. He is being given nothing except an outright shutdown. FaZe are up 2-0.
A good start for FaZe. A tough round in round 1, and then a pretty easy round in round 2. Most of NIP didn't make it in the building. One of the only kills that came, there was the early 2 kills, but obviously they were right at the beginning of the round. But then Fantasy did manage to get in through the tea room side, but was cut down at the point that he got to Dragon, and then the rest was the rest. So good stuff from FaZe. They're going to lock it out 2-0. Foxy is going to be sat there watching intently, and
salivating right now.
He's going to be pretty happy with what he sees.
I guarantee he is salivating that he might be right on this one. Well, we'll see if it carries on.
This is the defining moment, really.
We'll see if NIP can fight their way back in or not, because as it stands across those first 2 rounds, I agree with him. It's not going to happen. It's been a rough couple of rounds, but honestly, the simple answer is, Tim, let's focus on problem number 1. Stop giving Cyber the first 2 kills of the round.
It's all about this. If they can get Kitchen Barbecue, then Fox could definitely be right. They may well then just rinse and repeat and do all 6. I'm sticking with 5-1 here. I think NIP, after that first round, they've given me a bit of hope. I think that they grab a round somewhere. The far bigger question of this match, like I say, I don't really feel like it's a question of FaZe versus NIP. I feel like it's a FaZe versus attacking Skyscraper and an NIP versus attacking Skyscraper. It's certainly more of the opponent. Need to be careful there. Just came across the back of Cons and could have ended up with a little team kill, just a little bit of crossover there. But as it is, they're going to open up that exhibition window. Cyber, who else is going to be on the roam, running at the barricades that are being taken down and ready for a fight?
He's just there to waste a bit of time. He's got VODs also just above him as well, as you can see, exhibitions where he's currently standing. So there are the 2 of them out here looking to play as a pairing. The one thing I always watch, some teams on this map try and do very, very effectively then is cut out these would-be roamers. You get a player up on Shrine window, for example, maybe you're watching Terrace at the same time, and you just try and cut them off as you fall back. But the challenge you're always going to have is either they can slip down to that lower floor, dropping through hatches, for example, or down house stairs, or potentially you get one of the 3rd players on the team and then trying to challenge on towards Shrine or towards Terrace itself. And before you know it, you're losing players, just hopefully trying to get a bit of a cut-off on a retreat back towards site. It can be really hard to fight your way back through. Fantasy, he was the man who needed to make magic happen in the last round. It's Soul starting out with the entry here. Nothing really for that striker to do.
Yeah, 3 rounds, 3 entries going in the direction of FaZe. NIP desperately need to wake up into this one as quickly as possible. Like, they had that bit of a flourish in the middle of round 1, but other than that, it has been all FaZe, and you just feel like every time they step in the building, they're going to be threatened, they're going to be challenged. Souls manages to get one, Wizard is downed as well, and right now it is looking comfortable, it is looking easy for FaZe as the kills come in. Hates manages to stop it being a flawless round, but I think that's all he's going to achieve inside of this round realistically. Takes a load of damage there. FaZe are waiting. I don't think he knows this one. Just hiding around the corner. VODs steps out with the shorty and manages to get the final kill. FaZe 3-0.
Maybe a little tack timeout on the cards here for NIP, I want to say, because they have just been absolutely slaughtered those first 3 rounds. Of course, let's go through the ban first to see if that is going to be the case, but I feel like now is the time to have that conversation. We know FaZe are a top team. We know they're going to be hard to beat, but you need to get something on the board in this first half, and at least that's going so far. They came close once, but Souls obviously very quickly shut that one down. Outside of that, they've not really looked close in any of these rounds, Tim.
No, I mean, Soul, Cyber and Handy at the minute are 13-3 between the 3 of them combined, and that's across 3 rounds. 13-3. So out of 15 kills, they've got 13 of them. Soul, Cyber and Handy. Just absolutely unbelievable stuff. KDS and VODs were there as well, you know.
Yeah. They were like, yeah, they weren't in the picture, but they were there.
I love to see that Cyber's on a commendation streak as well. A good example for him to be set in there for the rest of his team. Getting those commendations in.
Goody two shoes.
He wants his bonuses. Des. Get those rewards in for the reputation system. That's
To be
what it's
fair,
all
mate, if
about.
he's carrying me, he's getting a commendation from me.
There you go, you see. I'd give him a commendation based on what I've seen so far. What would I give it him for? I think I'd give him a commendation for dedication at the minute.
All right.
Maybe
here we go.
leadership.
Sounds like a whole presidential speech is on the line if you're giving him one for dedication.
Oh, dearie me. He's absolutely flying at the minute. So 3-0 it is for FaZe. They're starting to run away with this a little bit. There was concerns raised coming into Skyscraper with FaZe starting on the defence. NRP taking a tough choice and maybe not making the right one. Like I said, I think the second half is going to be a much more telling half as to whether FaZe can get it done on attack or not. But for the time being, they are certainly still on course for that 6-0 half.
All right. Well, let's see if the speed run continues or if NIP, after that little pep talk with the coach, manages to turn things around. Again, for me, they need to stop bleeding out so much in the early round. A lot of it has been down to Cyber, but in that last round, it was Fantasy stepping in for a 1v1 challenge on towards Souls that in 99% of the cases, you're going to lose. And it'll be the case against any member of FaZe here. So team play is really where it's going to be at. That means making sure you've got your drone net set up here because you've let Cyber through it a couple of times. He has punished you hard for it. It means trying to force players into these uncomfortable 1vx situations and praying that you come out on top. We haven't seen any of that in IP so far. It's been very, very laboured and very, very scared in the playstyle. I want to see that change in this round.
Brava is going to be brought out in round 4, having not been banned. It's the blitz that has been taken away, and I think it's this situation again that I spoke about. Sometimes just avoiding using that operator for the first 3 rounds and then bring it out 4, 5, 6 to try and avoid it getting banned out, essentially. So Brava is going to be running a rampant through the map. What is there to grab? Not too much, to be honest. Banshees, mute jammers, 1 bulletproof, so not a huge amount, but still some key stuff.
Some key stuff. Enough stuff. Let's try and help, but help is probably more than they need right now. Not enough, to fair. They need more than that. It's still going to be the entry going the way of Cyber, who again is absolutely running rampant here. It's the Deimos to go down as well. Arguably the worst operator to catch early on because that is your hope for tracking down someone like Cyber.
Yeah, big loss there for NIP. They've still got the Blackbeard on side when it comes to being able to push into sight and bully these FaZe players around. But in all honesty, Cyber's the one you've got to deal with at the minute because he's off out in the map and he's just going to pop up when you least expect it. He's going to make a nuisance of himself. They've got the Hibana opening up Geisha Wall. That's at least going to apply a little bit of pressure to that corner of the map. It was something that we didn't see NIP do too much of last time around. Handy was playing in this same position, was able to command that for a good while. Did eventually get challenged from the window, I think it was. It was just then as he was trying to leave Geisha that he got cut down and couldn't be collected by Cyber ultimately. But FaZe, just for me, are playing this one a little bit more gently than maybe they did last time. Waiting for their opportunities and taking them. Souls with a beautiful kill.
This is it, though, to slow it down when you feel like they're the ones who are going to be approaching around a bit more sensibly. You just match them at that pace as well. It's what the Des was talking about. They force teams to match their tempo. It's always FaZe in control, and they are bullying them. 2 more C4 kills overall. Just, I mean, 2 C4s thrown, 2 C4 kills secure. What more is it to say? Looking like another flawless round could be on the way until Hates gets at least 1 back. But it looks like that attack timeout has done very little to change the fortunes of NIP.
That's 2 rounds now that Hates has had to get a kill to stop it being a flawless round. Successfully spoils the party again, but I don't think that FaZe will mind. They're still going to be dancing and having plenty of food and enjoying themselves at this party because they get themselves round 4. 4-0 now. Vitikin closing that one out, and honestly, NIP, unfortunately for them, and I think it says more about FaZe than, and maybe the map, than it does about NIP, but not even really competitive at the minute.
Yes, they sorely need to get something changed because it is not working. And I go as far as probably saying it's not about the 6-0 anymore. I now start to worry very, very seriously about a 7-0.
They've only had 6 kills in 4 rounds.
Yeah. And I know that I'm always
available.
the first one to say that I'm a fan. Sorry, there's 2 halves to a game of Siege. I'm a fan of the saying. I get it. I'm still worried that we'll get into that second half. FaZe will come out with one of their clinical attacks. NIP will crumble, and it's just done.
It certainly could be. You know, it's of course mathematically still on the cards, but we're talking more here about the nature of the 4 rounds. NIP have only been close on 1. They got it down to a 2v1. So let's also look at it that way. I've just pointed out that they've only got 6 kills on side. 4 of those came in round 1. So round 2 to 4, they've had 2 kills out of a possible 15. And that has to improve.
Yeah. Not looking pretty. Here we go. Cyber doing cyber things, and as I said, it's another freebie coming in. They should know about these things by now. These are the sort of things that you see being whipped out in rank, for God's sake, but almost managing to catch out Fantasy there. You lose the Sens early on, you lose all that utility. That would have been a real stinger. I mean, Cyber, to be fair, is lucky to still be alive. But again, we could be in a 5 versus 4 already in a manner that should not be obtainable at this level of play.
Yeah, and it just goes to show the confidence that he's playing with today. He knows the game that he's having. He knows that he's absolutely on top of them at the minute. Handy is going to relocate to lower black stairs. Takes a drone out as he does so. He did open himself up a vertical to be able to watch this approach to the bottom of black stairs, but instead decides to front it up and go direct. Nearly has the opportunity. I'm not sure if he knows about the man on the opposite side. He's just going to watch the doorway for the time being, and if Pino's not aware, he's actually diverted away and gone through kitchen. That might just save his life.
May well do, but still another entry going the way of FaZe. It's Handy this time, who, yes, they had the right idea. This 2v1 jump up on him, but they still come away the loser, even with one of the 2 being a shield bearing down on his face. FaZe just looking very largely unbothered right now, and I'm concerned again that NIP will struggle to find anything. But here we go. Pino's on the march on forward, still looking for his first kill in this entire game. Right idea is there's a playoff towards his left, but I don't know if he knows about it. I say that, and he's down his backside. And then we'll finally get the finish off. There we go.
The problem is that it's taken 1 minute 50 for NIP to corner Handy there. They're attacking onto Office and Exhibition. This isn't even the side of the map. It's not even the same floor. You know, that's a problem for NIP, that all that time has been spent trying to chase down Handy and create a situation to find a kill. And they're not even anywhere near sight yet. Vitaking manages to pick up Wizard. That's going to be your Nomad gone as well. So now it's 3 versus 4, and you're low on time. 45 seconds to go. You haven't breached the wall into sight. You haven't got yourself established on top floor, realistically. You've got Cyber still roaming underneath, who could pop up from drum stairs or black stairs. There's big problems here for NIP.
I was going to say a big frustration point for me would have been comparing it back to our last game. Trade play was on a high back on Cafe. Here, it's been very, very isolated play coming out from members of NIP so far. Just when it looked like maybe they were in with a chance of getting around over the line, it's all going to crumble to Vidaking and Cyber. He starts out the round and he closes it in a similar fashion. 5-0 to FaZe.
Can we just appreciate that Cyber was on about 10 HP and got 2 kills in a 2v3 to get the round over the line for FaZe there? That's absolutely ridiculous. He was hit.
I don't think,
massively.
Tim, what you've really appreciated was that was intentional. He wanted to handicap himself for the round to make it a little
just
bit
trying
more
to give him a
challenging.
chance. He's Fantasies absolutely smashed him up at the beginning of the round and took him down to about 10-15 health, and then he's just run around the map, not been stopped. NIP haven't been able to find him, and then he just comes back in from drum stairs at the end, picks up 2 kills and helps win the round, even when NIP have got man advantage. It's just wild. So either me or Foxy are going to be right here at this point. I went 5-1, Fox went 6-0. And we're going to get at least one or the other. It's the third choice site. It's Kitchen Barbecue. But yeah, FaZe just look on another level at the minute.
Yes. I am struggling to see how NIP get the way into the game. Because like I've called for throughout the half, like I want to see more focused team play, more trade-based. If you're losing players and you're getting trades off the back of it, okay. If you're trying to get kills off the back of someone else dying and you're still dying, okay, at least you're trying. But it's been the isolated play that I think has cost them so many key operators throughout these rounds that when it's come around to actually pulling together and trying to make a play happen, it's simply not working. So I want to see them really isolate down here. Try and get hold of Cyber if you can. Deal with Vidaking. You've seen them play this 2-person ascension before. You know that KDS is trying to support them from inside of Shrine. This is all known siege from FaZe. There is nothing too surprising here. NIP should be wise enough to deal with it.
They can't let Cyber get away with this, quite frankly. If he gets himself a kill from this position after they've shot open that barricade, it just cannot. Somebody's got to stop him. It cannot be allowed. Nobody's going to go for it at the minute. Cyber gets a little bit carried away and finally is dealt with. Cons managing to get the first entry kill for NIP. Can they back it up with a round and prove me right? Come on, NIP.
Is it time? It's just one. Yeah,
Nope.
there you go. And all things equal.
It's over. It's over.
It's pretty cooked. There's a call coming out, though, at the very least. They know where all these players are. There should be no surprises during this next 15, 20 seconds or so because they know where the players are. They're getting focused on the execute. They don't need to be going in and looking for crazy kills at this moment. So just pause for a second, get ourselves focused on the execute, play as a team, and that's when fortunes could change. They've missed a golden opportunity to get a freebie onto Vidiking there as well.
Yeah, nothing Pino could do to widen the angle and get that shot through onto the Legion. So the opportunity will pass him by like a ship in the night. And they will have to continue looking for others elsewhere. 1 minute 15 left on the clock. And again, NIP not really in a position, where they're anywhere near an execute. They don't have the control they need. There's still a FaZe player inside of Geisha, for example. Handy's playing inside there. That is a big, big problem. You're not going to get a plant down while that's still the case. A minute left. They're only just about to start opening the wall here. EMP goes off, does not get rid of the electrical. Next one will do, so they'll get that open. But it's going to be what, 45 seconds?
Oh my God.
They're not even going to get it open. I was going to say 45 seconds on the clock if they're lucky when they open it, but that's not even going to be the case.
Like, you have to be quick there. I get it, you're afraid of the jump out, but the fact you're trying to put on 2 sets of 6, you aren't ready with the X-Kairos as soon as the EMP comes through. The fact the first EMP misses anyway, like, you just orchestrate what you're doing and give Handy all the room in the world to be able to get the second one down and block off that wall. They haven't got control. Now they're trying to get themselves in. They're walking into their own flashbangs on the way on through. It's looking pretty messy at this point, Tim, but at least they're in, looking in completely the wrong places to where these players are. Surely they get chewed up and spat out at some point.
Almost
and there we go.
certainly. KDS takes down here. It's 4v2. That's a triple in the round. Handy manages to get one, and it is up to Pino, but he gets closed out. And Foxy was completely right. 6-0 on the defense for FaZe. And it's looking like it could get even worse for NIP.
Oh, brother. Man, I mean, again, I knew their attacking percentages were bad, but that's really showed itself up there big time. Again, there's a little bit of solace to take in that they're not too bad on the defensive side, but you've got to win 6 rounds on the bounce against one of our top teams. Don't really see that one happening, Chief, I won't lie. And it was plain for all to see on screen there, all the things that were going wrong. Struggling to get the wall opened up, self-flashing themselves, no information when actually pushing inside the building. It just felt like, I don't know, a team that were trying to meander their way through there and just kind of hoping for the best. You know what that was, Tim? They were playing on vibes. That's exactly what that was. They were playing on vibes.
It was. It was just, you know what? This is kind of working today, isn't it? So we'll just have a little run around and see what we can find. And it's found 6 rounds for them. NIP are going to take the ban phase. It's going to be double shields. Honestly, I don't think that's a bad choice against FaZe, who would definitely have probably brought the blitz and just run into sight. They've still got Blackbeard to possibly deal with. Not in the lineup at the moment. Cyber on Deimos, that just seems like a horrible possibility.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Cyber on anything in this game feels pretty horrible, to be fair. With the kind of game that he's had so far, I don't really fancy him playing on anything against me. I certainly won't want to be in the server against him right now. I imagine he'll be the one charging in, trying to make a difference for his team early on. We've seen him be consistently that entry player for FaZe. It'll be no doubt no different here on this side of the map at the same time. If they stick on the glass as well, for example, we've got a spicy execute coming up. I'd be surprised if this is our final comp layout. Right now, it's more trying to find out, okay, where are they playing? What operators have they got? And then we'll see some changes start to come on through.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Let's get into it. Can NIP survive? The only way they can look at things at the minute is 1 round at a time. They just have to hold on as best they can, but the pressure is going to mount. It's going to mount quickly from FaZe. They've got the glass on side as well as the Deimos, so movement is going to be a problem for NIP. They're going to be playing in and around smokes, I would expect, with the glass scope looking on through, and then they're going to have Cyber underneath chasing them down. I think he's got some drones ahead of him as well as the possibility of those Deimos scans. He knows that there's somebody around the backside of Kitchen.
Yes, that's one thing to worry about for the side of NIP, but it's everything else that can come after them at the same time. There'll be like no safe movements to make. You've got Handy playing on the zero, so information's going to be on their side. Cyber almost getting taken out there. And that was a shot through the ceiling that might have almost caused him out there. I'm not quite sure. In fact, no, maybe it was back of kitchen, sees his man, and he still comes out on top because, of course, he does. He's Cyber.
How does Pino lose that, realistically? You know, we saw a great reactionary shot from Cyber, but he didn't get a headshot. He didn't get the kill immediately. He was half health going into that fight. I don't want to be that directly critical of it, but Pino's got to be getting that kill. You know, this is why they are 6-0 down. Just an absolute... this is over.
Yeah, I'm at a bit of a loss of words again, how someone can so freely walk up there. Yes, you've got the assist of the player coming in from the balcony, but this is what we've been speaking about for NIP. Wanting to see team play for all of that first half and saw very little of it. Souls is in, Plant is going on down. It's a 4 versus 2. NIP, this has easily been one of the most dominant affairs that we have seen across all regions, I'd say, so far this stage. No way they fight their way back into this one, unfortunately. Between them all, have got how many? 7, 11 kills across the entire game? Yeah, it's over.
Yeah, it's been tough. They've got a double stack on that window as well. This is just painful to watch. Cyber manages to get another trades for the last phase, come away with a 7-0 win, and look absolutely clinical doing it. NIP weren't at the races. What a matchup we've just seen, or what a mismatch, rather.
Yeah, again, 12 kills across 7 rounds. Like, come on, man. That's not even 2 kills a round. That was... Yeah, it's a strong word to say, but that was embarrassing for NIP. They'll be looking at that and just thinking, we've really not made a good account for ourselves. You know, 2 players as well that really didn't step up and make themselves particularly heard throughout that. Cons and Pino, I think 1 kill between the 2 of them throughout the whole thing. Just a day they're going to want to forget very, very quickly.
Yeah, it was wobbly. It was wobbly to say the best. Coming in, NIP, like I said, have had a couple of good games in the last few weeks, and I just feel like they're not quite back yet. I know, obviously, they've just on the back of a 7-0, but I said it before coming into the game. I think there's still some ups and downs for them to navigate. They can do, you know, they've got great players, they've got the ability, but it just didn't show today. FaZe would just, they were just better.
Well, Fox is normally a pretty quiet personality, but I'm sure he is going to be cheering like no end of the earth after this one as well. Let's go to the desk now and see what the boys have got to say about that game and their prediction.
You know what, Fox? You were right. Floor is yours. What do you have to say for yourself?
Glaze me. Everybody in chat, everybody on the desk. I say it. I told you. I knew it was going to be a 6-0. I should have said 7-0, but I thought NIP would maybe get a defense, but 6-0. Wow. I'm good at this.
Yeah, I got nothing to say.
I mean, I already questioned.
I hate admitting that he was right. That's ultimately the thing about this that I dislike the most.
I think it was a very real take. I mean, you think about the 2 play styles. You think about how aggressive NIP is and not problem solving, constantly shoveling bodies at situations to try to get into the building. They're spread around the map thin. And then you're going against a team like FaZe that I said is going to set the tempo. They're going to pick you apart. And they were bringing the fight to him off the get-go. I don't know how many times Cyber was jumping out of the building, getting 2 kills, getting back in. Then they were tripling up on one person. I mean, NIP, it just really came down to prep. It really under the understanding of
100%.
Why are we going to Skyscraper in the first place. I saw someone in chat saying the last time they played one another was back during the Copa de Brazil. And I can promise you right now, like, if I think it was like a year ago or something like that, no pro team is holding on to that. That would not be enough for a pro team to be like, we played them a year ago, not with the same roster, and we're going to go back and hope for the same result, because these are just 2 entirely different play styles. And then when you look at how this map is played as a whole across, you starting on that attack and not being able to even find success with shields on top of it. And then you look at the bans then when FaZe swaps into getting rid of the Malusi, getting rid of the Fenrir. I mean, it already just goes to show the lack of prep that NIP had, where FaZe was fully understanding from not only from their defending side, but then even in their attacks. Granted, it was only 1 round that they needed, but they already knew the best way to approach and make an attack side far easier of getting rid of certain pieces of util that can make it even more complicated to get into the building.
Listen, I'm all for self-improvement. You have some time to work on the map, make a map better. I mean, we've done it before, me and Lax. It's something that is natural in the longevity of making your team better. But at the end of the day, when you look at your team's play style, I don't know how scrims could have gone, but out of all the teams you could take to Skyscraper, you need to look at the matchup, and you're taking FaZe to Skyscraper. Doesn't make much sense. It didn't seem like Nip really was in the draft, in the ballroom before the game even started. It looked like it was going to be FaZe's game from the start. FaZe was just another day in the office, and now they're going to be playing for first place on their final play day against W7M. I mean, what a beautiful way to go into that match with the confidence. And on a map like Skyscraper, I mean, that was just classic FaZe. What I would have expected from them.
It looked like a varsity basketball team or soccer team just going into the park, seeing, you know, a group of 5 kids just playing on their own and then challenging them. And then, you know, that was the expected result for going to a map like Skyscraper.
I don't know, man. It kind of looked like a college team beating up on high schoolers in there. But I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on NIP. We can talk more about them in a second. Let's get JP in the interviewer's chair real fast to talk about this one. My big question overall, JP, first of all, congrats on the win. You guys had a crazy week, and this is just a phenomenal way to cap it off. Did you know Skyscraper was going to be on the cards? Did you expect it between the Lair and the Skyscraper, those last 2 picks? Did you think NIP were going to do the sensible thing and go to Lair, or did you genuinely think Skyscraper had a chance to be the map today?
I mean, we knew that could be playing Skyscraper since we knew we play NIP. We knew their map also. On the coin flip, we knew that if we won the coin flip, we were going to choose the side, because if we play Skyscraper, you start defending. It's a very strong side. I would say like Skyscraper these days is the most one-sided map on the game. Defending, it's very, very hard. We knew that we might play Skyscraper like 99% of chance. So we want to choose the side. So everything went down the way we want. So we defend 6-0. We have to do just one attack. We've been practicing the whole week, like attacks on a Skyscraper. It pays off 7-0.
Well, JP, I mean, the prep obviously showed 6-0, and then you just needed 1 round on attack. I don't think you could do it any better and make it look any easier. Now you guys clench your spot. You guys are finishing top 2 no matter what. You guys get to sit pretty, wait for the teams. Is there anything? Are you guys going to take a little bit of time off now? I mean, obviously, you still got 1 game left, but once that game is done, are you guys just going to, you know, kind of wait and see what the matches are going to be, or are you guys going to still be hitting the ground running with practices and making sure that you guys finish first overall?
100%. Give me 100% to finish first. It's our objective since the beginning. So we're gonna practice the whole week to play WSM. We have a lot of material from them, like 8 play days. So we have a lot to watch. And let's see. We hope we win, finish first, just to have to play like 1 game to qualify. It's our goal since the beginning.
Awesome. Well, my question is for a map like, for a team like FaZe, you guys have been around for so long. On a map like Skyscraper, it's not a map that's played too often. For the viewers at home, maybe explain to us what it's like keeping up to date with a map like Skyscraper. How do you guys stay consistently good on the map over time when no one's playing it in matches?
I mean, teams are not playing on matches, but in Latin here in South America, most of the teams play the map. So we scrim, but like no one's like to play the map or take a risk to play because it's one-side map. If you have to play the map and start attacking, it's very rough. That's why I think like most of teams don't want to play Sky. But today, like we won the coin flip, so the strategy was on. We could choose the side and we have to play the map. So basically, the map's like pretty default to, if you're gonna watch, have been changed that much since the like in year or two. It's still a map like if you're playing like very aggressive on defense, you like do 4, 5, if 6 defenses. The very hard part is to attack. So that's what we like the last week. We have been practicing, trying to build new attacks, approach new attacks or different attacks that we used to do. So we'll be able to attack if we didn't like do 4 or 5, at least 6 defenses. But thankfully we did 6 defenses. Just had to hit 1 attack in the first one we hit. So yeah.
If I'm looking at the charts correctly, I think at the same time you also secured the first 7-0 of the stage in the SAL, so congrats on that. Phenomenal week. You only dropped 2 rounds between 2 games on big maps collectively, so congrats again. I'm really looking forward to that game against W7M, so I'll say what I said to Loban. Don't let your foot off the gas. Give us a good show, man. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, sure. See ya, guys.
So the first 7-0 of the stage goes to them, and based on stats and points right now, confirmed, They are now top 2. The only question is which one's going to be number 1, which one's going to be number 2. You could argue theoretically seeding between those top 2 doesn't matter because they've already secured a first round bye, but ultimately the standings are pretty clear. The big 3 in Brazil were the first 3 to qualify for playoffs, and those top 2 seeds are already locked down, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise to see FaZe in the number 1 or 2 spot. And I mean, that performance that we just saw, I mean, there's a reason as to why they won last year's SI that, you know, they're already making the strides and the efforts to put themselves back into an SI scenario, depending how playoffs go. I mean, it's just the consistency with this roster. There's really not anything anyone can really pick at in terms of FaZe and just say, oh, we don't like this, we don't like that. This is just a team throughout so many different years, throughout many different iterations, that they just stay just on top. They know how to play Siege at the best level of their ability. And not even just them, just individually. They all play so well off one another. I mean, that game as a whole, you would see just them just quickly doubling up on players, tripling up on players, understanding the priority within those rounds. I mean, it's no surprise, again, to see FaZe here at the top, and then again, even just dominating in a 7-0 fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for FaZe, they're definitely going to be gunning for that top spot. They're a team that we're always expecting to be at the top. So without a doubt, you know, they're going to want to be able to get that win against W7M to like reclaim their title. And I mean, you know, just what a day for them. And I love to be able to see Cyber come alive against a team like NIP, because Cyber always finds so much success against teams that are also equally as aggressive as him individually, because FaZe lets him off on the loose. So obviously, huge performance for him. And then when you look on the side of NIP, I mean, really lackluster performance. It's a matter of what's the next thing NIP needs to do to be able to break into this echelon of teams making events. And I think it's just being able to swap up play styles. I mean, today, it really came down to the preparation. Like, don't even go to Skyscraper. Let's go to smarter maps. Let's go to maps that flex the strengths of NIP, depth in the map pool a little bit, because so far from the interviews, what we've been hearing is NIP is very predictable when it comes to the map bans.
Think it's Cyber as MVP. I'm just going out on a limb. Yep.
I think that was obvious.
Absolutely no surprise given. I think those first 2Ks at the very beginning, those first 2 rounds, the fact that he opened up with 2Ks, just that set the tone, and then FaZe never looked back because of that. So good on him for being the tone setter.
Yeah, I mean, 4-1 on entry. On top of that, I mean, he was just a threat on every role that he was playing, especially on that Daniels. I mean, he gets the kill down in kitchen, walks up black stairs, somehow grabs that kill, and then just continues to open up the round from there. I mean, we always talked about Cyber. I mean, Fox, I think, is a huge fan of Cyber in terms of giving him his flowers, because he does such a good job at being able to be that aggressive factor, being able to lurk around, find those openings, find those kills. But like I said, not just being able to find those kills, it's just being able to double off of it, being able to constantly create pressure and open up rounds, open up sites for FaZe for the rest of the team to kind of just pick apart. And I mean, again, it's really no surprise to see Cyber as the MVP.
Well, let's run through a couple other orders of business real quick before we wrap things up here. It's all 5 games on Playday 8 done. But let's talk about the play that ultimately captivated us the most. I was convinced at the beginning of the day, based on the way that Mr. Outlaw ace was round 6 of Clubhouse, that was going to be it. But nope. Will's the one to get the 4K with the Vector to save this one against Team Liquid earlier on today. 9Z haven't had that many things go their way, but this round, everyone just lined up so perfectly, man.
This round was disgusting. I mean, obviously, to do it on Mira, to be such a slow operator, to have the Vector, which is a great gun for close range, but this shot right there, I mean, precision shots on 1 HP, 1 bullet would have been able to take him out. And honestly, I mean, Faye was on his side with both last players just lining up one after the other. And a little bit of a hiccup for Liquid. 4v1, they got 2 individual players going for picks, 2 hiding. You know, still some issues there that were shown. But wow, what a way to just close it out for that round. Just to be able to get these picks in the first place on 1 HP and not let a bullet touch him. Honestly, it looked like an impossible round to win. And somehow he brought it back with this nice little 2-man lineup. Gets a defuse, plenty of time left. Beautiful.
I mean, I was going to say, you could have literally sneezed on Will at this point and he would have keeled over. I mean, the fact that he was able to get 1, 2, and then a quick double up on these 2 lining up. I mean, as much as like that is a great play for Will and deserves all of that, it really came down to Liquid just misunderstanding the position that they were in, misunderstanding the players' 1 HP, and just playing their positions properly. Now, granted, again, Liquid did get the win, which is keeping them alive here, but they need to be far better than what we saw them going against 9Z in their matchup today on Cafe going into next week.
Many thanks to Predator for bringing us the play of the day. A couple more things to roll through. Let's do one more standings check real quick, just so you have an idea of the fact that the mid-table is still not set yet. The top 3 in Brazil have already qualified. That's FaZe, W7M, and Furia, because who else could it have possibly been? We only eliminated one team today, and that was ENX, and they now drop into 9th because Los won their game. They're up in 8th, but those positions don't matter. 4th through 6th are not yet set, and the hate watch for Liquid was the strongest it could have been, because now there's not 1, not 2, 3 possibilities for them to vault over just one team, and all it takes is a regulation victory, and they could do it over Loud because that's their last game that they have to worry about playing. So the chances for Liquid went up tenfold based on how those last couple of games went.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Liquid's in an amazing place, and obviously that has to be the game of the day for the next Playday on July 13th, just because everything is on the line, do or die. Liquid wins, they make top 6. They also keep Loud at a position where they and NIP and Black Dragons could also get knocked out based on who gets the lower. If they all lose, who's based on round count. You know, we could see so many different scenarios, but the first step to be able to answer all of it is if Liquid can beat Loud. If Loud can just tighten up, focus out, and win, then everybody's locked in. But at the end of the day, I mean, Loud has not necessarily looked that great. They look beatable so far. Obviously, close game to ENX. They lost to Furia today. Yes, they've had some big upsets against top teams, but when they play against teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, that's where Liquid struggles the most. And Liquid so far is at that bottom of the side. So obviously, Loud's going to have a much harder matchup on paper than we may expect.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to regurgitate everything that Fox just said because he kind of nailed everything. And especially when it comes to that game of the day, what everyone is going to be watching in particular is really the Liquid versus Loud of who's going to come out on top of that. I mean, you could take away from Loud's game today. I think pressure just got to them in terms of just being too overzealous in the end to push into OT and crumbling towards the very end. But still, overall, like a good game from them. Whereas Liquid, yes, they did get the win, but it was a lot of back and forth. And especially against a team like 9Z, I mean, they're still inexperienced in terms of comparison to players like Liquid. So for me, it really is going to come onto Liquid to eliminate a lot of those mistakes, so that way Loud cannot capitalize on it, and vice versa. If they are going to be able to make those mistakes and not apply that same pressure, lose 1v4s, Loud is definitely going to walk away. And I think a big play that is also going to have to step up from Loud that we didn't get to see today typically is STK. He didn't have the performance that he typically does up there with Perez, but I have no doubt when the pressure's on, they need this win, STK is going to step up.
Well, we're all wrapped up for day 8 of the SAL, but the next time you're going to catch us is when the EML returns for week 4 starting tomorrow. Same time, same place as you always know and love. Now, the European League has also been in an interesting spot because some teams looked like they're about to get to 3 teams have already made it. Secret Falcons and G2 have already qualified, which means there are 3 spots left. But I feel like the amount of teams that could sneak into those last 4 spots is a lot bigger than it is in a couple of other leagues. Gen G could sneak in there. Fnatic and Wild absolutely still have a shot. I don't think anybody expected that Wolves were going to perform at the bottom of the table the way that they have. But VP, Matchco, and BDS have not locked in spots quite yet. So, gentlemen, is there any game here that looks the most interesting to you? Fox, I'll start with you.
Honestly, for me, I'd have to say BDS versus Gen G, just because they're both tied at 6 points. They're kind of battling for that 6th place position. One of the teams is going to get 3 points, make the lead or the gap between all the bottom teams that much harder. All of the other teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard, like, they are having big matchups. I mean, Fnatic plays G2, VP plays Wild, obviously Wolves plays Mako. So they're in a situation where whoever wins this BDS Gen G game could just be able to solidify themselves in that 6th seed, locking everybody else at the bottom out.
Yeah, I'd say for me, probably the Falcons versus Secret. I think that's going to be a fun game. That's really going to change the top 1-2 between those. Obviously, the G2 game, that can also shape that up. But if you're just trying to watch the two heavy hitters as of right now, that should be a good one. But I think, again, what Fox was saying with the BDS versus Gen G, that really is going to solidify the top 6, or just keeping those numbers above, so the ones under in 7th, 10th really have a hard time climbing and being able to find their footing, and even possibly being able to clench top 6. And I think I can't remember who said it in the interview. I think it was Loban, or I can't remember who did, but someone said it doesn't matter. No, it was Felipox. It doesn't matter how they qualify, as long as they're in playoffs, that's all that matters. And that's kind of the right mindset. It doesn't matter if you find yourself first, second. Sure, you get to sit pretty for a while, but you still have to win at the end of the day. It is a best of 3. And as long as you find yourself in top 6, it is a far better position than obviously not being able to make it. So for that sake alone, again, the Gen G BDS game should be a good one to really lengthen that gap.
The EML returns tomorrow for week 4, starting at, for me, it's 12, or sorry, for me, it's 10 in the mountains. On the East Coast, it's 12. On the West Coast, it's 9. Too many time zones in North America to keep up with. But we're all said and done. You can catch us next time when the EML comes back tomorrow, but South America is all done up for this weekend. There's only one play date that we have to worry about. We are back with this league on Sunday, not Saturday next weekend, because there's only one more BO1 left to play. Then the round robin is done, and we get to playoffs in just 2 weeks' time. Thanks a lot for joining us. For everybody here, really appreciate you spending your Sunday with us. Have a good rest of your day, and take care.